Hi everyone, my name is Nikhil and welcome to a newest project on our channel. So in this tutorial, you will master the MERN Stack and you will build a fully secured AI software as a service project with a MERN Stack. So this is an AI chatbot built with the OpenAI and the MERN Stack. So users can ask their queries and their doubts to the chatbot and the chatbot will come up with an answer. So this is similar to the ChatGPT as well. So this application includes a fully responsive web page with a modern design. So it is completely responsive on any screen size. You can check the responsiveness as well. And this application starts from the home screen. So anyone can log in and register and they can start their conversations with the chatbot. So they just need to click on the login. They can provide the credentials over there. They can click on the login. And after that, the user would be logged in and we would be restoring all of the chats of the user with the chatbot. And the conversations would be stored in the database so anyone can access their chats anytime. So you can see this is a UI for the chatbot and this is similar to the ChatGPT like thing. You can see if you ask any question like show me how can I declare variables in JavaScript, so this chatbot will come up with an answer and it will also show you the code blocks as well. So if you need any code blocks, so it is capable of showing all of the code blocks to the user. And the users have the functionality so they can clear the conversation with the chatbot as well. So they just need to click on the clear conversation and all of the chats of the user would be deleted. And the user session will be active till the 7 days. So we'll be storing the cookies inside the browser, we'll be storing the HTTP only cookies and we'll be storing the tokens inside that, and they can't be accessed via the JavaScript. So they cannot be accessed by the JavaScript, so they can only be accessed by the front end. So users do not need to log in within the 7 days of logging in. So after only 7 days, they are required to log in again to generate a new token. And we are gonna use the OpenAI conversational model GPT 3.5 and 4, and on every chat message, the user needs to verify their tokens and the authorization details as per the security because it is on top priority. So that's the demo of this application that we have created, and this is our home page. The user can move on to the register page as well. So sign up will look similar to the login. So this is all for the demo. And now let's understand the tech stacks that we'll be using. So we will be using the NodeJS, Express for the backend for creating the REST API, and we'll be using the MongoDB database for storing the data efficiently. And on the front-end side, we'll be using the Vite for fast, dynamic and reliable application. And for the authentication and authorization, we'll be using the password encryption using the bcrypt. We'll be using the JWT JSON Web Tokens, and their authorization will be using the HTTP only cookies which can only be accessed via the server, and we'll be using the validations as well. We'll be using multiple middleware checks for the security and much more. And for the design and the UI for this application, we'll be using the Material UI library, which is the best UI component library out there for React. And we'll be using the Context API for the React for providing the authentication as an authentication provider as a wrapper for whole application. And with integrating all these technologies, we can build a modern, fully secured and a full stack AI chatbot similar to the ChatGPT service with MERN Stack. And with the OpenAI integration, we'll be using the OpenAI for chat completions with the Node.js, and we will take care of the security measures for this application, and we'll take care of the API keys that are being kept as an environment variable and all of these things working with the OpenAI. And we will explain each and everything that how you can integrate the OpenAI with a MERN Stack application. And in terms of the scalability, this application is completely scalable to anything. So in future, if you want to integrate the image completion, audio completion, video generation as well, so this application will work completely fine with all of these things. So React and the Node.js is completely scalable and our backend is completely scalable for that. And if you want me to scale that application to create the image completion, audio generation and video, then please comment down within the video and I will help you out. So I think that's enough for the short introduction, and let's get our hands dirty into testing this application and seeing the demo once again, and then we will move on into the project. So let's move on to the project once again. So you can see this is our home page. We are using the animations over there. We have some animations. We are just giving some designs over there, and we have built with love by Indian coders. So this is my channel. this is my YouTube channel, and there you can see the login screen is there, the sign up screen is there. So the user will be logged in and they can ask any question, like we can send hi over there to the chatbot, and the chatbot will come up with an answer like, hello, how can I assist you today? And if the user refreshes the page, so the user session will be active till 7 days, so user does not need to log in again. You can see now we have a message overloading chats. So on every refresh, all of the chats of the user would be restored, and the users have the functionality of clearing the conversation as well. So with the help of this, they can clear the conversations, and it's completely responsive, so you can open it in any device. Like this, you can see you can open it in any device. You can see it will work perfectly fine over there, and then the user can move on. It is completely secure and it is completely responsive over there. They can click on the login as well. So you can see as per the design, it is completely responsive and it is completely secure. And you can check the cookies as well for the user. So once the user logs in, so the cookies would be stored there. You can see now we have the authentication token. So these cookies are HTTP only cookies, so they cannot be accessed by the JavaScript. So this is a complete demo for this application, and now we will be moving on into the project. So have a cup of tea or a coffee and let's start building this project. And yeah, I know now you want to build this project, but before that I want to introduce you to my YouTube channel. So if you are new here, this is my YouTube channel and I create the videos on the web development. You can see we create the videos on the Next.js, we create the videos on backend development like Prisma, we create the videos on authentication, we create the videos on topics like you can see data fetching and caching using the Next.js, Next.js 13 and all. So you can see we create these type of projects over there, like that could be the Tailwind project for the design and all. So I request you to please like this video and please subscribe to the channel as well, because it keeps me motivated to create the videos like this, and it helps me, and the YouTube will also help me out. So now that's enough for the introduction, and now let's move on into the project. Hi everyone, and I welcome you all to the course. So in this section, now we'll have a deep introduction that what exactly are we going to do and what technologies that we'll be using, and we'll be having the technical overview of the concepts as well. So let's start. So what exactly are we going to do? So we are going to build our own AI chatbot with the help of OpenAI. So it's an AI chatbot, so that's why we are using the OpenAI, and we all know about the OpenAI platform. So almost all of the modern AI applications are built and hosted on the OpenAI. So we are also going to create our own chatbot. It is similar to the ChatGPT, so we are going to create that with the OpenAI, and it is a full stack application. So each and every record would be stored inside the database, and it can have the CRUD operations of the database as well. So we are going to create a ChatGPT type application with the OpenAI. And now let's just move on. Let's just understand the technical overview of the course, that what technologies we'll be using, that why should we use the technologies if we have other stacks as well. So let's just understand about these. So now let's move on and let's just understand that what exactly is the MERN Stack. So MERN Stack is a comprehensive and powerful web development framework that combines 4 key technologies: the MongoDB, Express, React, and the Node. So it's not exactly the framework, but it's a collection of JavaScript technologies that work together to make a full stack web development environment. So MongoDB serves as the database system, allows the user for the efficient data storage and retrieval. Express is a backend web application framework that manages the routing, the server aspects, the middlewares throughout the Node.js application. We have a React, which is a front-end library that enables the creation of dynamic and interactive user interfaces. And we have the Node.js, which is used on the server side to execute the JavaScript and to handle the request and manage the application's backend operations. So it all includes the MongoDB, Express, React, and the Node, and it creates the full stack web development environment. And the integration of these technologies enables the developers to construct modern full stack applications effectively and efficiently with using the one single code base, which is the JavaScript. So all of these technologies uses the JavaScript as their internal code base. So we'll be using JavaScript only to create a full stack application with using the MERN Stack. So now let's just understand that why should we use the MERN Stack. So we have other frameworks as well. That can be the Next.js, T3 stack. It is currently in the demand as well, like the MERN Stack. We have the LAMP stack as well with using the PHP, and we have Golang as well. So why should we use the MERN Stack? So let's just understand that why should we use this. So first option that we have is the full stack compatibility. So MERN Stack offers you the full stack compatibility. So it covers both front-end and back-end development using the JavaScript, and this leads to a consistent code base, and it makes it easier to collaborate and switch between different parts of the application, whether that's a front-end or whether it's a back-end. And now let's move on. So we have the modern web application development. So it's a completely modern development with using the React, which allows the creation of dynamic and responsive user interfaces, while the Express and the Node handles the backend operations, and it's a high performance backend services with using the Node and the Express, and currently MongoDB is the most used database for now. So it's a modern full stack web development, and we have the scalability as well. So NodeJS, which is used in the MERN stack, is known for the scalability. It can handle a large number of simultaneous connections efficiently with using the event loop, and it makes it suitable for applications with growing user bases, and same with the React. So you can create any type of application with the React. And now let's move on. So we have the real-time applications as well. So MERN Stack offers you the real-time applications as well with using the sockets, with using some chat applications and all. So we have a completely real-time application. So we are not going to use the socket inside this application, but I am just explaining you the examples that why should we use the MERN Stack. And now let's see, we have the cross-platform. So MERN Stack can be used to develop web applications that works across different platforms and devices. So you can also use the MERN Stack with the mobile devices as well. What you can do, so instead of the React, you can use the React Native for building the UI part. And now we have the open source. So this is the last feature that should we use the MERN Stack. So all components of the MERN are open source technologies. So you do not need to pay anything, because the MongoDB is like a freemium purpose. So if you want to use the MongoDB, then there's a very nominal charge, but only in the production. And during the development, you do not need to pay anything to the MongoDB. And you have the React, which is open source, the Node and the Express, they are open source applications, and you have the access to their source code as well. So these are the options that help us to understand that why should we choose the MERN Stack over other different frameworks. And now let's move on, and let's just again have a very deep introduction about this course. So what we are gonna do, so we'll be having a modern AI project which will use the OpenAI API. So we are going to use the OpenAI API to create an AI and real-time chatbot, and it is similar to the ChatGPT. So the application is a full stack application which stores the user's chats in a database to keep track of the conversations, but a user can delete them anytime. So we have a CRUD functionality of the users as well, in which we'll be having the users, we'll be having the chats of the users, and user can delete their chats as well anytime. And the UI is capable of showing the code blocks as well if requested by the user. So as you saw in the demo, so we can also show the code blocks to the user as well with this project. So it's a modern AI project, and we'll be using the advanced authentication and authorization system with the real-time chatbot. So we'll be using the JWT tokens, the HTTP only cookies, and these cookies would be stored inside the user's browser, but they won't be able to access that, and they need to send those cookies once they request for a new chat. So it's a completely secure and modern application with the modern AI platforms. So now let's move on, and let's just see that how we can start building this project. And now we can start building the backend of this project. So now let's move on. So first step that we have is to set up the Node Express application with the Typescript. So this is our first step for building this application. So now let's move on to the coding part. So for a quick start for this course, so I'm going to provide you the link inside the description. So it's a GitHub link, so you can directly move on to the GitHub link, and then what you can do, so you can download this source code, and then you can paste that into your folder. So you can move on, you can just copy all these files, and then you can paste them into the Visual Studio Code. So I have opened the folder in the VS Code, which is a MERN OpenAI chatbot. So let's create another folder that can be the quick start for the backend. Then we can paste all of these files here. So now I have these files over there, and let's start building this project. So this is an overview. So now after just pasting all of these files, now you can move on. You can press Ctrl and J on your system. If you're on the Windows, you can press Ctrl and the J. So you need to just open the terminal. So you can move on to the backend folder over there, and then you can press the command of the npm install. So it will install all of the dependencies that are required. So let's start moving on. So here we have the source file, and inside that we have the index.ts. So here inside that you can see we have a log statement, like this is a starter kit for this amazing project with love by Indian coders. Then we have the environment file as well, and inside there we have a couple of secrets, couple of the So we have the database URLs as well. We have the cookie secret, JWT secrets. Then we have the package.json as well. And inside the package.json, it contains the information about our backend. You can see the name of the application. We have the backend over there. We have the main, we have the index.ts. It is there inside the source with the type of the module. And then we have the scripts as well. So we have the dev command, and we are going to use the concurrently package. So it's an open source NPM package that we can use. So it allows you to run multiple commands inside the scripts, inside the terminal. So first we are going to compile the TypeScript to the JavaScript in the watch mode. Then we are going to run the compiled version of the JavaScript. Then we have the build command as well. So it is currently same. So after the build, I think that could be the run command. So it's a run command, or it can be the start command over there. And for the build command, I think we can move on. We can have a new command that could be for the build. So we have the build command over there, and inside the build command, now what do we need to do? So build command will be just having the TSC, which will compile the TypeScript to the JavaScript. So here we have the build command over there, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, you can see now we have the start command, which will start the production ready application, which will start the compiled version with the node index.js. Then we have the test command as well, and this is not required. So what we can do, so we can remove the test command over there. And after that, you can see there are a couple of dependencies that we'll be using. The first one is the bcrypt, which is used for the password encryption and comparing the decrypted password. Then we have the concurrently package, which is used to run multiple commands concurrently. We have the cookie-parser, which is used to set cookies directly from the backend to the front end. We'll be using the course package, which enables the cross-origin resource sharing, which means like you can make a request to a different server and there won't be an issue. We'll be whitelisting that thing over there. We have the .env to use the env files over there. We have the Express application over there. We'll be using the Express package. We have the validator for the Express. So it means now we'll be having the data validation checks as well before moving on to the database. We have the JSON web token for the JWT tokens. We have the Mongos, which is a package which is used to work with the MongoDB. We have the OpenAI library. So we have the OpenAI library to work with the OpenAI systems. And now let's move on. Let's have the configuration file of the TypeScript. So here we have the configuration file, and here we have the error. We can just move on. We can have the ES. I think we can have the node next over there like this. So I think we can move on. We can have the node next. So the error would be gone. And now you can see inside this will include all of the files for the TypeScript, which are into the source folder. So inside source, inside any of the subfolders. So if you find any TS file, so it would be compiled inside the build directory. And this is the build directory, which is the dist. And this is a build directory, which is a dist. So you can move on. You can create a new folder that could be for the dist. And inside this file, the new compiled file would be created. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, what you can do, so you can just run the npm run dev. So first time you should get an error. Your compiler would not find the dist index.js file, but after you compile, then it would create the index.js file. Then you can again move on. You can clear the screen. Then you can again press npm run dev. Now you will see the log statement over there, which is this is the starter kit for this amazing project with love by Indian coders. So with the help of this, now we have created the very basic setup of our application, and now we want to move on. So you can see now we just have the log statement. Now we can remove the log statement. And now before moving on to the next steps, what I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you that how to create the basic Node and Express application with the TypeScript. So we are going to create the very basic Node and the Express application. So we'll be using the routing with the Express. So we create the very basic application. So let's move on. So how are we going to do that? So first we want to import the Express. So we can import the Express directly from the Express package. So that should be from the Express. Then we can move on. What we need to do, then we can just provide the const. We can have the app variable. So that should be equals to the Express. So now the app variable holds the functionality of the Express application. And now what do we want to do? So after that, we want to open the development server as well of the application. We can have the app, we can have the listen, we can have the app.listen, and inside the first parameter, we need to provide the number of the port. So on which port we are going to create the application server. So suppose that can be the 5000. So it would be open on the local host port of the 5000, and then we would be having the callback as well after that. So inside the callback, what we gonna do? So we can have the log statement, we can have the console dot, we can have the log. So that should be equals to what we can use over there. We have the console.log. That should be we can have the server open. So we have the log statement as well. So you can see once we save this file, so NodeMon would detect the code changes, then it will automatically reopen your development server. You can see now you see a file which is a server open, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So this is a very basic application, but this application does not accept any of the route. So let's create the routes as well and some middlewares as well. So what we're gonna do here? So first we need to register a new route. That should be, we can have the app.getRequest. So if you want to create a get request, so if you don't know about this type of requests like the get, post, patch, put, delete, so I'm gonna show you as well. So there are 4 types of requests which are mainly used inside the backend development. So there are 4 types of requests which are mainly used inside the backend development. So these 4 requests are, so first request that we have is the get request. It means like we want to get some data from this backend or from the database. So that's why we send the get request. And then we have here the put request, in which if we want to update or modify or mutate some data, then we use the put request. And there are post requests as well, like if you want to send some data, like if you want to create a new blog post or something. So that's why we use the post request. And there's delete as well. So we have the delete. So I think the spelling is wrong. So we have the delete request as well. So inside the delete request, if we want to send some data to delete something, so that's why we use the delete statement over there. So these are just the HTTP verbs for incoming request. So these are the major 4 HTTP verbs that we'll be using. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now we want to have some routes over this application. So now we want to generate some endpoints in which we can make a new request. So first endpoint could be, we can have the we can have the get. So get directly, you can use directly the app.get over there. Then you can provide here the URL. So URL can be slash, it means the localhost 5000 slash nothing. And if you provide the hello over there, suppose that can be the hello, it means now you want to make a request on localhost 5000 slash hello. And after that, what you need to do, so you can move on. So you can have a callback function. So inside the callback function, you have the 3 parameters. The first is the request, second is the response, the third would be the next. So these 3 are the callback parameters that you get over there, and these 3 callback parameters have a reason. The first is the request object. So if the front end or a client has requested you something, so it is there inside the request. And we have the response as well. Response means if the client has requested something, then it's our duty to send back some response. So that's why we use the response over there. And we have the next as well. So next is used to move on to the next available middlewares. So all of the middlewares that we define, so these are just the middlewares inside the Express. So Express handles it as a middleware. So if you don't know about the middleware, so after this chapter, now we'll be having the deep understanding that what is the middleware. So middleware are just the functions which handle the request. So this is also a middleware. So next is used to move on to the next middleware. This is a simple route, and you can see, suppose you make a request on /hello, and if you want to send something to the client, then you can use the return statement. Then you can have the response. Then we can have the send. You can have the response.send. If you want to send some static string over there, that can be, we can have the hello. It means once you make a request to app.get/hello, it means now you will be receiving the hello over there. And for testing that, you can move on, you can download the Postman. So Postman is an API testing platform for testing any type of API. That could be the GraphQL API, that could be the normal API. So you can use that over there. And after that, now what do we want to do? So let's make the request. So we can have the HTTP. That could be the local host, the port of 5000 / we can have the hello. So let's see what happens if we make the get request on this endpoint. So let's just click on the send. So now you can see, now you received the hello over there. So it means everything seems to be working perfectly fine. You can see now you are making the request to the hello. It means now you are getting the response as well. So you can say this is a get request. But if you send the post request over there, now you won't receive anything. If you click on the send, you can see error cannot post this, because now this route is not registered over there. So you are registering only get route. So it will only work with the get. And now let's just use the post as well. Suppose I change this to the post over there. Suppose that could be the post, and mainly the post is used to send some data along with the request. So we send some data with the help of the body. So inside the body, we can send these data like the form data. If you want to use the forms, we can have the binary data, the raw data, and here inside this application, we'll be using the raw, and we'll be using the JSON object. We'll be using the JSON. So for the input output for this application, we'll be using the JSON type of data. So let's just send some JSON data, like that can be the name. So name can be, that should be equals to, we can have the Nikhil over there. It's my name. So let's just click on the send. So you can see, if you just click on the send of the hello, so you can see if you will move on, if you will just click on the send, you will receive the hello over there, because now you are doing. So you can see you are just returning the response.send, which is the hello. But if you want to read this data, like whatever data that the front end or client is sending, so if you want to read this data, you can move on. So you need to add another middleware of the Express. You need to add another middleware. So which is, we can have the app dot, we can have the use. So we can have the app dot use. So app dot use is used to define a middleware, and the middleware that we use to define is the express dot, we can have the JSON. So it tells this application that will be using the JSON for the incoming and the outgoing requests for this application. So it will pass all of the incoming data to the JSON. So after that, you can move on. You can just log something, like you can have a log that should be equals to, we can have the request. So you are sending the body. So you are sending the body over there, right? So you can have the request dot, we can have the body, and you are sending the JSON data. It will be passed to the JSON. Then you can just directly access the key of the name. You can have the response body dot name. If you click on the send, so let's see what happens this time. So if you move on, if you just click on the send, you can see now you see the Nikhil over there inside the terminal. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So this is a post request, and now let's just understand the put request as well. So put is also same, that you send some data directly from the front end. So put is just a verb in which it is used to modify something into our backend. Suppose that can be the database operation, modify some sockets and all. So it is used with the put. So it works same. So if we use the put over there, it also accepts the data as well. If you click on the send, then still you will see the Nikhil over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on. Let's have a delete as well. So we can have the delete. So delete also works same. So you can send along some data as well with the delete. If you click on the send, if you just click on the delete, if you just click on the send, now you will be seeing the Nikhil over there. So it is same, but with the put and the delete and the get, there is something. So you can say this was a static route. It means now that's a static route, that can be the hello. But what if there are millions of users inside the database and you want to access only one user's record? Then how can you do that? So there are two options. First, you can send some data. So inside the data, you can send the ID of the user inside this, and then you can fetch the user directly from the database. Then you can send the response. But the second operation would be, instead of sending the ID into this, you can send the ID into the URL. So that would be a dynamic route. So inside the URL, you can send the ID. So suppose that can be /hello. Suppose that can be / we can have the user. That can be /ID of the user. That can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It means now you want to fetch the record of the user, and the ID of the user is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That can be the ID as well. That can be the username as well. So let's move on. So if you want to accept the dynamic route, it means now we don't know that what would be there after the user. Then there is one thing inside the Express, which is known as the dynamic routing. So that could be app.delete / we can have the user, because the base URL structure has the user. Then you can declare a parameter inside the endpoint. That could be colon, that can be the ID. So this is the parameter now. So after the user, if there's anything after the user, if there is anything inside the URL, then it would be stored inside the ID. So this is a variable now. So now what you need to do, and to access this ID, you can move on. You can have the request dot, we can have the params, and inside the params, you will get the ID over there. So you get the ID over there inside the params. So let's just see. So if we just click on the send, you can see now you got the params ID, which is, you can see now you got here the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there you can see this is the ID. You can name it whatever you want, but if your name is like user ID or anything like that, so you need to accept same thing over there. You need to accept the same thing because this is a variable and this cannot be renamed here. So we have the request.params.id. If you just click on the send, you can see that's a dynamic request. So you can see this was a very simple application, and this was a very basic tutorial of using the Express with the Node.js. You can see we created a couple of routes, we created dynamic routes, and you can see we got the params ID, we got the data as well directly from the client. So you can see that's how we can create the applications with the MERN stack with the Node.js. And now let's move on. So now this was a very basic application, and now we are going to remove that. So what we're going to do? So we are going to remove this request over there, and we want to remove this as well. So you can see now we just have the app.use, we have the express.json, we have the middlewares over there, we have the middlewares, and you can see that's how it's gonna work. And there we have the connection, we have the connections over there, and listener. We have the connections and we have the listeners over there, and that's how it's gonna work. You can see now we have the connection and listeners. Now we have this, now we have the declaration. And now let's move on. Let's just create some folder directories as well inside this application. So inside the source, now what do we need to do? So first we would create the folder for all of the models inside this application. So what models do we'll be having? So we'll be having the models over there. So we can have the models over there. We have the models, and then we can move on. So after the models, then we want to create another folder for the routes. So inside the routes, we'll be having all of the routes of this application. Then we can move on. Then we can have the controllers as well. So here we have the controller functions. So these are the functions which are the handler functions. So we create the functions. So we create the route endpoints inside the routes, and the controller functions would control all of the incoming API requests. Then what do we need to do? Then we can create another folder. That could be, we can have the utils over there. So these are the utility functions, and then we would create another folder that could be for the config as well, which is used for the configurations inside this course. So you can see now we have created the very basic setup of this application. So if you see the first step over there, we have set it up the Node Express application with the Typescript, and everything is going to work perfectly fine. And now we want to move on to the next step, which is integrate the MongoDB database connection inside our application. So it would be very simple. So what we need to do, so after logging on into the MongoDB, now you can move on. You can just open this drop down. You can move on. You can click on the create project. So with the help of this, you can create a brand new MongoDB project with this. And after that, you can see now you want to name your project as well. So what would be your project name? So you can have the MERN, we can have the AI, we can have the chatbot over there. So we have the name of this project, then we can click on the next. And after that, we can just skip these things. Then we can just directly click on create project. So it will create the brand new MongoDB project for us. And after that, it will ask you for a couple of questions as well after that. So first you can see, first we have a screen of the deployment. So now we want to deploy our database. So here we'll be using the cloud version of the MongoDB. So we won't be installing the MongoDB and Compass over there to create the CMS type, but here we'll be using the cloud version. So we can just directly click on the create. And after that, you can see there are three options for us. We have the M10 option, which is $0.08 per hour. And you have the storage of around 10 GB. You have the 2 GB of RAM, the memory. Then you have the 2 virtual CPUs. Then you have the serverless approach as well, which is $0.10 per 1 million reads. Then you have the storage, it's a type of scalable database. You have the storage of up to 1 TB. You have the auto scalable RAM, auto scalable virtual CPUs. Then there is free version as well, which is the M0, which is used for learning and exploring the MongoDB in a cloud environment. So we'll be using the M0 as well. And I will keep these settings as default. Now we will just click on the create. So now we'll be creating around MongoDB cloud deployed version database. And it is asking for a couple of things over there. We can just click on the verify. So let's see what happens. Bicycles, we can click on the verify. Now we are verified. Now we can move on. So there we have a security quick start as well. So inside this, it is very required thing. You can see now you want to provide the username in which now we want to connect to this database. So username can be, we can have the Anthadani over there. We have the Anthadani for the username. Then we can click on auto generate secure password. So it will just generate a secure password for us. Then we can copy that password somewhere. So we can copy that password somewhere inside the env. So for a temporary, now I'll be using this password over there. Now you can see, now you can just click on create user. So with the help of this, now you'll be creating your brand new user. And after that, you can see now you have the my local environment, cloud environment. So what you need to do, so after that, you just need to click on finish and close. And then you can move on to the go to overview. And after that, again, you can move on one time to the network access. So only from this IP address, so this is your IP. So only from this IP address, now you are gonna connect to this MongoDB database. But if you want to allow it from anywhere, you can click on this button, allow access from anywhere. Then you can just click on the confirm. So with the help of this, you can have the allow access from anywhere. So now you can connect to the MongoDB database from any network, from any IP address. Now you are set it up and ready. Now you can just click on the database, and then you can see now if you click on the connect, and there you can see after clicking on the connect, then you can move on, you can click on the drivers, and then you can just copy this URL. So here you have the connection URL, and from this URL, now you are going to connect to this MongoDB database. So you can move on, you can just copy that URL over there. And there is a note as well, you need to replace the password for the Anthadani user. So you can see we have copied this password, and do not use my password because I'll be changing this password after creating this video. So what you're gonna do, so you need to copy this connection string, you need to paste it over there inside the MongoDB URL. So now you have the connection string over there, and instead of this password, you need to use this password over there. So you can cut this and you can place this password in place of that, and then you can see now you want to provide the database name as well. So after this slash, now you need to provide the database name. That could be, we can have the test, or we can have the chatbot over there. We have the chatbot like this. So this is our MongoDB URL. It is set it up and ready. And now to use the environment files and the environment variables inside our application, so there's one thing that you need to do. So you need to import something from the .env, import something from, that should be from the .env, and the something that you want to use would be, we can have the config. So you need to import the config, and then you need to run the configuration of this. So you just need to run the configuration, and with the help of this, now you can connect to the MongoDB database securely. And everything seems to be working fine. And after that, inside the source, you can create another folder. That could be, we can have inside the source, you can create another folder. That could be, we can have the DB, and inside the DB, you can just create a new file. That could be, we can have the connection dot, we can have the TS. And after this, now what do we need to do? So here we want to use the Mongoose package to connect to the MongoDB database. And if you don't know about the Mongoose, you can just directly move on to the Mongoose. So first I'm going to use the test profile over there. So that should be, we can have the Mongoose over there. So it's a ODM, which is object data modeling with the MongoDB. So elegant MongoDB object modeling for the Node.js. So you can see it is used to write the MongoDB validation, casting, creating business logic, boilerplate and all of the things. You can see first you need to require the Mongoose. This is a complete setup of the Mongoose. You can see in just 5 lines. First you want to require the Mongoose. Then you want to connect to MongoDB URL. You can provide the connection string. Then you create a model that could be const cat. That should be mongoose.model, the name of the model. And then it will be created a collection. So the collection would be created as the cat. Then you have the name, that should be the string. And then you can say now if you want to create a brand new cat, you can have the const, you can have the kitty over there. That should be a new cat. And then you can provide the name inside this because the name was required. You can see the name was there. So now you can see after that you can have the kitty.save. So you just need to call the save function directly from the Mongoose to save a record inside the database. And it is completely open source and it is completely free and it is very easy to work with. So now let's move on. So here we want to just export a function from which we can connect to MongoDB database. And after that we have the connect to database, and this is an asynchronous function. So we need to write the async over there, and that's how it's going to work because it's a database operation. So we need to wait for this task. And after that we need to import something from the Mongoose to connect to the database. So you can move on to the top. You can have the import statement. You can import something from, we can have the Mongoose over there. We have the Mongoose, and something that you want to use would be, we can have the connect. So connect function is there inside the Mongoose to connect with the MongoDB database. And after that, now what do we want to do? So you can move on. So inside this, what you need to do, so you can move on. So you can have the try catch block over there. You have the try catch block, and there you have the error. And after the try, now what do we need to do? So we just need to await for this. We need to await for a task, which is, we can have the connect. So inside the connect, you need to provide the URI as well. So the URI is already there inside the environment. You can just grab this MongoDB URL. You can have the process, the current process of the Node.js dot, we can have the environment. So environment variables of the current process dot, we can have the MongoDB URL. So it will help you to grab the MongoDB URL, and the connect function will connect to the MongoDB database. And after that you have the catch error. So if you get an error, then you can have the throw, we can have the new error. So you can have the throw new error, or that should be equals to, you can use anything, like we can have the throw new error. That should be equals to, we can have the cannot connect to MongoDB like this. So we can have the MongoDB like this. So you have the new error over there like that, and everything seems to be working fine. And you can log this error as well, that what was the error. So you can have a console.log, that should be the error. So that's how it's gonna work. And I think what you can do, so instead of the default export, you can remove the export default from there. Now you have this function. We can create another function if you want to disconnect from the database, and it will help us inside the error handling. So we can create another function. We can have the async, we can have the function, we can have the disconnect, we can have the disconnect from, we can have the DB as well, and we do not need any params over there, and this will also be an asynchronous function. And after that, now what do we need to do here? So inside this, we need to move on. We can have the try catch once again. So inside the try, now what do we need to do? We can have the await, and we want to import another function from the Mongoose. That could be, we can have the disconnect, and it is also a promise, I think, right? Then we can have the await, we can have the disconnect. So if anything wrong happens within our application, inside our application, then we'll be disconnecting our application from the database as well. And that's a secure approach because we want to create a completely secure application. So we want to take care of the security parameters. And after that, if we get an error, again, we can just move on. We can just have these errors over there. We can just log the error, connect to MongoDB, and these are the functions that we want to use. And after that, now what do we want to do? So after that, we can just export these functions. So we can export these functions directly from here. We can have the connect to database, then we can have the disconnect from database. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, now what do we need to do? So I think we can just manage this application folder structure once again. So this is a root file of the index.ts. Now we can create another file over there. That could be, we can have the app dot, we can have the ts, and now all of the application's code would be then handled inside the app ts. So let's move on. So let's just copy all of that, and let's just paste that inside the app.ts. So only till this the app.use. So all of the middlewares and all would be defined inside the app.ts, and then we'll be having the export. I think we can have the export, we can have the default, and that should be, we can have the app over there. We have the export default app, and then we want to import the app directly from here. We can have the import. I think we can just directly use the app. So we'll be using the import app from app, and there you can see now we have the log statement over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And then you get an error, so you need to write the JS over there. You need to write the JS like this, and you can see now your application server is open, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So you can see now we are managing our application code. Now we are dividing the code to increase the readability of our code, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now we only want to open the application server once our application is connected to database. So first we need to have the connect to database over there, connect to database, and after that only now we want to open the development server. So we can move on. So we can have the app.listen over there, app.listen over there. Then we can have the catch as well. So we can have the catch. If we get an error, then we can move on. We can have the console dot, we can have the log, we can have the error over there. And after that, in the end, we'll be having some error handling as well that will be stopping the terminal as well. So we need to use that as well. So you can see now our application is connected to database, and you can see now we do not have any error. And after that, we have the server open, and we can have the connected. So I think we can use this string over there. You can see now we have the string over there. We have the server open and connected to database. So you can see now we have the handshake as well. So that's how we are gonna working. So you can see now we have defined the port number as well. So suppose if this port is not available inside this, so we can move on to the application inside the environment. We can define the port over there as well. We can have the application port. So that should be, we can have the 5000 for the port, and then we can use the port as well. So inside the index.ts once again, so we can use the port as well. So before this, we can have the const, the port, and that should be equals to, we can have the process, or we can have the environment, or we can have the port over there. And if the port is not available, then only we want to use the 5000 over there. So we can have the port instead of the 5000 directly. So that's how we are going to working. So that's how we'll be working with the Node and the Express application. And there you can see now with the message of the server open and connected to database, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now we have connected the MongoDB database inside our application, and it is working totally fine. And now we want to see the next step, which is now we want to register or log in on the OpenAI portal, and we want to get the API keys directly from there. So you can see now we'll be creating the application from OpenAI. We'll be using their API. So we want to get the API keys for that. So what we need to do? So you can move on to the OpenAI platform. You can move on to platform.openai.com. You have the apps. You can see all of the modern apps are created on the OpenAI. Then you can move on. You can just click on the API, because we'll be using the integrating the OpenAI models into our application. So let's click on this, and there you can see after that we need to use that what type of API that we'll be using. And after that, now you need to move on to the personal section. You can move on to the profile, and after that you can just move on. You can have the view API keys, And after that, you can create a new API key as well. So you can just click on create new API key. You can provide the name as well. So we can have the AI, we can have the chatbot over there. We have the AI chatbot. You can just click on create a secret key. So after that, what you need to do, so there would be the keys generated, and you need to copy this key because you won't be able to view it again. You can just copy that, and then you can just paste that into your environment file. And do not use my secret again, because I'll be just deleting this secret after recording this video. So that's my OpenAI secret as well. And there you can see that's how it's gonna work. And then you can just move on, and you need a paid account as well for using this. So you need to provide a credit card or the debit card, but it is very nominal charge. So you hardly pay for this because it is very nominal charge for using the ChatGPT over there. And after that, you can just close that because now you got the API key, but you can move on to the settings as well. So you can get the organization ID as well. So you need this as well. You can just copy that. You can just again paste that over there. We can have the OpenAI, we can have the organization. We can have the organization. We can have the OpenAI organization ID. That should be this ID over there. We have this ID over there. So now we need this ID as well for connecting to the OpenAI, and that's how it's gonna work. So we just need the secrets and the organization ID, and that's it. So now we want to move on. So now you can see now we have registered and logged in on the OpenAI portal. Now we got the API keys. Now we want to move on to the development. So now we want to build a secure authentication with the web tokens, with the HTTP only cookies, and we want to create some endpoints for us. So let's move on and let's just start building this API endpoints for our application. So let's move on. So here you can see first we need to move on to the app.ts, and here we want to define the middlewares that we'll be using. So first you need to just stop the terminal. So either you can open another terminal as well. You can have the CD, and inside the backend folder you can install a dependency which is a MERN. So we can have the npm install, we can have the MERN over there. So what MERN package will do, so it will just give you some log description that what type of a request was handled and what was the response and what was the status code. So we have the MERN as well. So what we need to do, so we can import this. We can have the import, we can have the MERN over there. That should be from, we can have the MERN like that. We can have the MERN over there, and here what we need to do, so after this JSON, then we can have another middleware that could be app.use. Then we can have the MERN over there. We can have the MERN, and after that, now what do we want to do? So here we have the MERN over there. So after the MERN, then we need to provide a string that could be, we can have the dev over there. We have the MERN that should be equal to the dev. And after that, if we make an API call to this backend, then we'll be seeing the log message as well. So we want to remove it inside the production. So once we build this application, we want to remove this as well. So we only want to use this inside the development mode, and once we enter the production, then we want to remove this as well. And after that, now what do we want to do? Now we want to generate the middlewares over there. So now we want to create the middlewares for our application. We can have the first middleware, we can have the app.use. That could be, we can have the API structure for our application. That could be localhost 5000 or any domain, slash we can have the API over there, slash we can have the API, slash we can have the version as well, we can have the API, slash we can have the v1. And after that, we can create the route handler file, which can be the main route handler. So inside the routes, we can have the index. So we can have the index dot, we can have the TS over there inside the routes. And after that, now what do we need to do? So we can move on. We can have the import. We can have something from, we can have the express, and we want to import the routing from the express. So we can have the router from the express to use the routing. And after that, we can have the const, we can have the app, we can have the router, the whole application router, and that should be equals to, we can have the router from the express. So now we have the router express. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now we'll be having the export, we can have the default. So that should be this router, sorry, and that should be this app router over there, because now we want to export this app router as well. And now we want to use this app router. So after we make a request on app, so after we make a request on slash API slash v1, then it will be handled to this app router. So that's how it's gonna work. So after this, so after the express will move on to this endpoint, so it will handle, so the app router will handle this type of endpoint over there. And after that, now we want to create the structure of our routes as well. So we can have the app router dot, we can have again the use, we can again use the use over there, because here we want to generate a middleware. So on the use, if the request is made to slash user, then we'll be moving on, and then we'll be using the user's routes over there. Let's create the routes for the user. So we can move on. So we can have the user slash, we can have the routes dot, we can have the TS over there. And after that, we need to define these routes. So again, we can use the import. That should be, we can have something. We can have the router like this, router from Express. Then we can have the const, we can have the user routes. So that should be equals to, we can again use the router over there. We can have the router like this. We want to router class. Then we can have the export. We can have the default, and that should be, we can have the user routes over there. So then if we make a request to slash user, then we want the user router to handle those incoming requests, and that's how to handle those incoming requests, and that's how it's going to happen. And then we can create another router over there for the chats as well. So we can have the chats, we can have the routes dot, we can have the TS, and now we want to follow the same thing for the chats as well. So we can move on, we can just copy that, and then we can just paste that over there. So now we can have the chat routes. So here we have the chat routes. So you can see I'm doing this because I want to increase the readability of the code. You can see now we have the index.ts, and then we can again copy that. We can paste, we can have slash, we can have the chats over there. We have the slash chats, then we can have the chat router over there. We have the chat routes. So it means now once we move on to the domain, slash, we can have the API, slash, we can have the v1 because this is a version 1, and then we can move on to the app.ts. You can see once we move on to this API endpoint, so then the request would be transferred to this app router. So then we have this request, and if the request is to slash user, then this user routes would handle this request. And if this request is on the chat, if the request is on the chat over there like this, so if it is on the chat, then the chat would be handling that thing. So then we have the chats over there like this. So then the chat routes would handle that request. So the chat routes would handle that request. So that's how it's going to work. And now we can finally move on to the user router. And now we can define all of the HTTP verbs that will be accepting inside this application. So you can see it was a bit complicated process, but it increases the readability of the code that we want to use inside this application. So now you can see now we have the user router. Let's just create the request over there. We can have the user routes, or we can have the get request. So suppose that could be get, we can have the slash over there. And after the slash, now what do we want to do? So after the slash, then we can have the controller function as well. So now we don't want to create all of the controllers and the routes over there. So for the handler functions, for handling this request, we want to move on to the controllers. We can have the user, we can have the controllers dot, we can have the TS. So now we want the user's controller to handle the incoming requests for the users. So suppose that a get request. So what do we need to do? So we want to create a function. We can have the export, const, we can have the get, or we can have the users like that. So that would be equals to a function like that. So from this, now we want to get all of the users from the backend. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now we want to get all users directly from the database. And then you can see that's how it's going to happen. So we have the get route, and after that, we can just assign this function over there. We can assign to get all users directly from the controller. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine inside our application. You can see now we have defined the routes as well inside this application, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So welcome back. And now before moving ahead into the routes and all, so let's just define the models that we'll be using inside our application. So now we would be using some models as well, the database models, which are the schemas. So we need to define them as well. So for defining the model, let's just see that what will be the fields of the user model. So here comes a new topic about the database models. So we'll be having the model of the user, and after that, the model user will contain the name. We'll be having the email of the model user, we'll be having the password as well, and then we'll be having the chats as well. So chat will not be a new collection or a new model. So we'll be creating a brand new object type schema for the chat. So all of the users chats would be there inside the chat, and this would be an array of the chat schema. So these are the database models that we'll be defining. So let's just move on to the application. So inside the models, what we can do, so we can create a new file. That could be, we can have the user dot, we can have the TS. And after that, we need to create a new schema. So like we use the mongoose. So like initially we showed you the mongoose, that how the mongoose works to create the schema. So that's how we are going to create that. So we can have the import, we can have the mongoose over there. We can import the full mongoose library. And after that, now what do we want to do? So we can have the const, we can have the user schema like that. we can have the user schema. So that should be equals to new instance of the mongoose dot we can have the schema. So we can have the mongoose.schema class. So we can make an instance of that. And after that, we need to provide the schema definitions. So schema definitions can contain the first field that we want to provide would be the ID. I think the ID would be automatically generated from the MongoDB. So we don't want to generate that. So we can have the name over there. So we can have each user can contain a name. So for the name, we can have the type for the name. So that should be as the string over there. And it should be a required field for creating a brand new user. So we can have the required validation over there. And after that, we'll be having the email as well. So it is same. So we can have the type, that should be, we can have the string over there. And then we would be having the required property. So that should be, we can have the true for that. And then the email should be unique. So for that, we can have the unique as well. We have the unique, so that should be equal to the true. So this is not a validation, but it creates some indexes for the email to search quickly. Then we can have the password as well. So we can have the password over there. We can have the password. We can have the type over there like this. So we can again have the type of that should be inside the string, and then we can move on. So it's also required. So we can have the required like this, and that should be equal to the true. So these are the three fields that we required for the user schema. And then the main field is the chats over there, the chats. So chats would be an array. So it would be an array of a new schema. So we can define the chat schema as well before the user. So we can have the cons, we can have the chat schema over there like that. We can have the chat schema like that. And that should be again equals to new. We can have the mongoose dot, we can have the schema over there. We can have mongoose dot schema. And after that, we can just create the ID of the chat. So MongoDB provides you the ID automatically. So if you don't want to provide the ID, so it's up to you. But if you want to provide the ID, then you can just use the ID over there. You can have the ID. You can again move on to the ID. You can define the type over there. That should be inside. You can have the string over there inside the type. And then you can move on. You can have the default as well of the ID. So default should be, you can import a package from the Node.js. So we can have the import something from, we can have the crypto. So directly from the crypto, you can get something, which is, we can have the random UUID. So it will help you to generate a new ID. So we can have the random UUID for that. So it will just create a new UUID for us. And after that, what we can do, so we can just define the role. So inside this, now we want to define the role. So there are two roles for using the OpenAI platform. That can be the AI chatbot, that is an assistant, and there can be the user. So there are two roles for that. So we can have the type. So that should be, we can have the string over there. And then we want to move on. So that should be the required property. That should be the required, and that should be again equals to the true because the role are required. And after the role, there's another thing, which is a content. So what would be the content? Content is actually the message. So it is also required. So we can move on. We can just copy the type required, and we have the required, we have the type string, we have the required, which is the true. You can see now we have the schema for the chats. So the two main properties are the role and the content. Role is the assistant or the user. The content is the message property of the user. And after that, the chats would be the schema. So we can have the chat schema inside the array. It means now the chats would be having the array of the chat schema inside that. And that's how it's gonna work. And you can see the chat is not required. The chats is not required because some users won't be having the chats over there. And that's how it's gonna work. And after that, the final thing that we want to do is now we want to export this as well. So we can have the export. We can have the default. That should be equals to, we can have the mongoose dot, we can have the model over there. We can have the mongoose.model. That should be, we can have the user. So now we have the user model for that. And then we want to provide the schema as well. So we can have the user schema. So that's how it's gonna work. So now we have the new model. We have the mongoose.model. That could be for the user, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. And if you want to add some validations for the mongoose.model, so like suppose like in the Next.js applications, what happens is sometimes it creates multiple instances of the mongoose.model. So you can provide a validation, like you can have the mongoose dot, we can have the connections over there. You have the connections, or you can have the mongoose dot, we can have the models over there. The models / we can have the user like that. So if you have the mongoose.models user, then you don't need to create a new model. But here inside the Node.js, it doesn't create that. It only have one single instance, so there won't be any issue. And after that, you can see everything seems to be working fine over there. Now you have the mongoose.model of the user, and now you will be having a new collection inside the database of /users. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now what do we need to do? So now again, we can move back to the users controller, and now we can close this as well, the PowerPoint, because now it will take some time. to get back into the PowerPoint again. Now you can see now we have the get all users. So now if suppose we make a request to get all users, now it means now we want to get all of the users. Now we want to find all of the users from the database. It means now we can again run the try catch block over there. So this is a very simple route. So we can have the try catch block, and inside the try, now what do we want to do? We can have the const, we can have the users. So that should be equals to the await. Then we can have the user model. We can just directly refer to the user model. So that should be equals to the find. So we have a function inside the Mongoose model, which is the find. So it works on the query. So if we provide any query params, if we provide any query inside the find, then it will find all of the records matching that specific query. But if we do not provide any query, it will find all of the records from the database and it will give you all of that records. So that's how it's going to work. And we have an error for the await because it's not an async function. Let's just make it as an async. And after that, now we have the users. Then you can see now we have the users over there and everything seems to be working fine. Now we can move on. So we can have the return, we can have the response. So we want to define the variables as well, the request, response, and the next, as we did inside the initial application. So the request is actually the request object. It should be imported from the Express. The response also should be a response type object. It should be imported from the Express. Then we have the next function. We have the next over there. So we can have the next over there like that. And that's how it's going to work. And after that, you can see now we have the users. That should be equals to the await user.find. And after that, we can just move on. We can have the return. We can have the response, or we can have the status over there. That should be, we can have the 200, which is okay. Then we can send the JSON message over there. We can send the JSON over there. So that's how we can send the JSON response. First, we define the status, or status is optional. If you want to define, then you can just directly refer to the JSON. You can define the message like that. You can have the message, and that could be, we can have the okay. Then we can send all of the users like that. So that's how it's going to work. And if you get an error, you can again send a customized response for that. You can just copy that over there. You can just paste that over there. You have the message. We can have the error like that. And then you have the users. So instead of this, you can send the error message, like you can have the message error. And then what you need to do, you can have the cause over there. Cause, and that should be, we can have the error dot, we can have the message over there. So you have a message property inside the error. So you will be getting the cause over there. And now you can just log the error as well. You can just log the complete error, and that's how it's going to work. So you can see this was our first API request for getting all of the users from the database. And let's just test it out. So we can move on to the Postman. We can create another collection over there. We can just click on that. We have a new collection. So we can have the name of the collection. That could be, we can have the MERN AI, we can have the chatbot over there, MERN AI chatbot. And after that, let's create another request. Click on that, click on add a request. So that would be a new request. That would be get, or we can have the users like that. That would be a request of get all users. And inside this, we have a get type of request. We can provide the parameters, HTTP, localhost, the port of 5000, / we can have the API, / we can have the v1, / we can have with the users. So instead of writing the localhost 5000 / API, what we can do is we can make this as a variable. We can have the API / v1. So we can make this as a variable. I think we can make this like this. So you can see now we have the set a variable. So we can have the set a variable. It means now we want to have the backend base address. We can have the backend base address like that. So we can have the localhost 5000 over there. We can, I think we can just copy full string over there like that, 5000 / API, 5000 / API. Then we can just click on create a variable. That could be set a new variable. The variable name could be, we can have the backend base. We can have a URL like that, backend base URL, and we can have the scope as well. Or I think we can just define the base URL over there, the base URL, and we can define the scope. That should be, we can have the local inside just the collection of the MERN AI chatbot. We can have the /API / we can have the v1 as well. So that was my mistake because I didn't add the v1 over there. So that was the values over there. We have the API /v1, and after that we can just click on the save. And now we can move on to get all users. So now we have the base URL slash we can have the user over there slash we can have nothing because we don't have anything after the user. So let's just click on this end and let's see what happens. So you can see now we got something, we got the message, that is okay. Then we got the users as well, which is an array, but you can see we do not have any value inside the array. So because now you can see now we do not have any record inside the database, and there you can see that's how it's gonna work. And you can see you got another log statement, which is you can see now you got the get, and the API endpoint was API/v1/user, and then you can see the status of the request was 200, and you can see the response, the time it took for the response, you can see it is just around, so we have 323 milliseconds for that, and you can say this is a unique number. So it is coming via the MERN package. So we have added the MERN over there. If we move on to the app.ts, so it is coming via this, and that's how it's gonna work. So now everything seems to be working perfectly fine, and now we need to move on to the next things. So here we have created the very first request, which is a get request, and now we want to create another request of the user sign up. So now let's create that request as well, and that would be a post request. So what we can do, so here we can just write the user routes dot, we can have the post over there because that's a post route, and then the URL can be, we can have slash, we can have the sign up, so it means /user/sign up. And now we want to create the controller function as well again, so we can move on to the users controllers, and what we can do, so we can just copy this and then we can just paste that over there. And here instead of get all users, it could be the user slash, we can have the sign up, we have the user sign up, and after that again we can move on to the user routes, and that could be, we can have the user sign up like this. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now we have the user sign up request, and if we will make the user sign up request, then this function, this controller function is going to be executed. And now let's move on. So in the user sign up, what we will do, so we'll send some data along with the request as well. So we'll move on to the postman. So from the postman, we'll be sending some body data along with the request because we need some data. So for creating a new user, we need the user's email, name, and the password. So we need that data directly from the client. So what we can do, so here we have the user sign up. So here first we will get the data, and how we can get the data. So as you know that we'll be sending the data along with the body. So we'll be sending the body, and we'll be sending some raw JSON along with the body. So let me create another request for the post sign up as well. So let's move on. So inside this, you can just right click on that, you can have the add request, and that could be, you can rename that, and you can rename, you can have the new user, or you can have the user like this, you can have the user, you can have the sign up like this. So here we have the user sign up request, and now let's move on, and this could be the post request. So the URL should be, the base URL for this should be the same like this, API v1, and after that we'll be having the user slash, we can have this sign up like that, we have the user sign up like this. So now we have this request, and now we need to send some body data along with it. So we can move on to the body, we can click on the raw, and then we can send some JSON data along with it. So inside the JSON data, we need to send the name of the user. The name could be, we can send my name as well, like I will send my name, like we can have the Nikhil, we can have the Tadani over there. Then we can send the email of the user as well, so that could be the email like that, and email should be, we can have the Tadani @ we can have the test dot, we can have the com. Then we can move on, we can have the password as well, so that could be the password, and it could be, we can send any password like 1 2 3 4 5. So this is my password. So we'll be sending these details via the postman or any client. And now we want to get this data as well inside the backend, and how we can get that. So we are sending from the body, so we need to extract that directly from the body. So instead of get all users, it means now we want to create the user sign up, and this could be, we can have the const, we can destructure all of these properties like the name, email, and the password directly from the body of the request. We can destructure this directly from the request dot, we can have the body. And now inside the destructuring, we can destructure the name, the email, the password directly from these things. So we have the name, email, and the password. And now what do we need to do? So here we have 3 requests over there, and now what do we need to do? Now we need to create a brand new user. So for doing that, so we can have the const, we could have here the user, we can create a new instance. So we can have the user that should be equals to a new user models instance. So now we need to create the instance, and we need to provide the fields that are required. That could be the name, that could be the email, and that could be the password. So we can send the password along with it, but this is the same password that the user is sending. So inside the backend, we don't usually store these passwords which the user directly send. So we don't store the same strings that we get directly from the front end. So we encrypt the passwords, and there are many security reasons that we should always encrypt the password before storing into the database, so that if an employee, so I'm giving you one example. So suppose if an employee is working inside the database company, so they can see everyone's password inside the database. So before that, inside the backend, so backend has the responsibility to encrypt the password before storing it into the database. So we have the password, and for encrypting that password, now what we will do, so we'll use a package which is a bcrypt. So we have already added that package inside the package.json. So if you move on to the package.json, you will find here the bcrypt package over there. We have the bcrypt, and the bcrypt is used for encrypting the user string. It can be used to encrypt any string, and then we can compare the string with the original string if that string same or not. So let's encrypt the password before storing it directly into the database. So we can have the import something from, we can have the bcrypt over there, and something that we need to use is we need to use the hash. So hash is used to hash a password, is used to encrypt a password. And now we have the const new user, and before creating a new user, what do we need to do? So we can have the const, we can have the hashed password like this, and that should be equals to what we need to do. So we can have the hash over there, that could be the hash, and the first parameter that we need to provide would be the data, and that could be a string or a buffer. So we have the same string of the password, we can use the same string. So we can have the password, and inside the second parameter we need to provide the rounds, like how many rounds they are used with the encryption. So as many rounds as you provide here, the more encrypted password you will get. So here we need to provide the 10, because now this is a default rounds as well. So you can provide any number of rounds. So it has some techniques to generate the hashed password with the rounds. And now we have the hash, and that's a promise. So we need to await for this task as well. So we have here the await over there. And instead of storing the same password directly receiving from the user, we can just store here the hashed password as well. We have the hashed password, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, the new instance of the user would be created. And now the final thing that we want to do is we want to move on. We can have the await, we can have the user dot, we can have the save. So now we want to save the user. So for creating and for saving a new record inside the database, we use the user dot, we can have the save over there to save a record. And after that, we have the return statement as well. So inside the return statement, we have the message okay, and then we can send the brand new user, or we can send the email of the user. We can send the ID of the user, like we can have the ID, that should be, we can have the user dot, we can have the ID like this. We can have the underscore, ID of the user, and dot, we can have the toString over there, because the ID is in, I think, the object ID format. So before directly giving the response to the front end, we should use the toString to convert that into a string. And now let's move on. So now we have these three fields, the name, email, and the password, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now let's wait till the database is connected, and let's move on to the Postman once again. So the server open and database is connected, and now we can move on to the Postman. Let's just click on send. So let's see what happens. So there you can see now we have the ID there. So you can see now we have the ID. It means now the user is already created inside the database, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now let's move on to the get all users. So let's see that what is happening over there. So if we just make a new request to the get all users, so now we should be receiving one user. Yes, so here we are receiving a new user. We have this ID of the user 650 or anything. We have the name, email, and the password, and you can see this is the password which the bcrypt has generated. So that's how it creates the encryption of the passwords. So now the user has signed up successfully, and there you can see now we have a post request as well. We have the 200, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. But there you can see now before sending all of these fields to the database, so we should have some validation checks as well. So suppose if the name was empty, so suppose if the email was not exactly the email, or it was the incorrect string, or if the password was not following the length of the password, like the modern password should have around should have the length of around 6. So if they do not follow all of the validations, then it would create some errors inside the database. So what do we need to do? So before coming to the user sign up function, so we could add another middleware inside the user routes inside this request. So before directly jumping into the user signup request, we should have the validation check of the data. So that would be our approach. So we'll be using the concept of the middlewares to do that. So that would be a middleware for checking the data validation that will send directly from the front end. And before doing that, I want to introduce you to a topic which is a middleware. So what are the middlewares? So the middlewares are just a functions and they get executed before a request is processed. So between the request and the response, it acts as a bridge between them to modify a request, to modify a response into them. And inside the node and the express, so middlewares can be used to check the JSON volley validations, the tokens, or sending some cookie validations directly from the front end, the params of the request because we are using the REST API. There can be the data validation checks and more according to the requirements. So how the middleware work? So let's move on to the paint and let's just identify. So here, suppose that's a request. Oh, sorry. There should be the square box. So suppose it's a request that the user is sending directly from the front end. So this is a client. So let's move on. So that's a client over there, and the client is sending some requests along with some data, and now it sends a new request to the backend. So suppose it is sending a new request to the backend. So I'm not using any illustrations over there. So this is just the normal paint tool. And now suppose that's a backend. Right, so this is a backend and the client communicates to the backend and the backend communicates to the database. So that's how the structure works. And now let's move on. So inside the backend, suppose the client sends a sign up request. So it's a sign up, and inside this sign up we'll be sending some data along with it. So there could be some data, like there can be the name, email, and the password because it is there inside the sign up. And before moving on directly into the database and store that data, we should add another middleware in which we need to verify the data. Like this can be the middleware function in which first we need to verify all of the data. So we can again move on. We can have a verify all data before just moving on and before just saving the record of the user. And then let's move on and then let's create another middleware. So there can be another middleware in which the user should be stored inside the database. So let's move on. So there can be another middleware over there. So that could be the final middleware in which now we want to store the user inside the database. So let's move on. And that could be we can have the final middleware to store users information. We can have the users info like this. So we can have the users info like that. So we need to store the final users information into that, and that's how it's going to work. So first, if it will move on to this, so I'm using a pencil. So first the client makes a request to the backend. So first the request would be moved on to verify all data. Right, so the request would be moved on to verify all data, and if the verification is successful of the user, then only it will be moved on to the next middleware. And if the validation was wrong, if there was some errors during the data inside the data, then it will just move back to the client and it will send them that the data is incorrect and you need to send the exact data that we required. So that's how it's going to work if the data is not correct. And if the data is correct, then we'll move on to the final middleware function to store the information of the user. So this is the concept of the middlewares, and you can take the screenshot of it as well because this could help you if you do not know about the middlewares inside any application. So inside web development, this is a concept of the middleware. So whether it's any framework like the Node, it can be the C# as well, ASP as well, Java as well. So this is only the concept of the middlewares. So let's move on. So now let's use the middlewares for the data validation checks. And now let's move on. So we will be using the Express-Validator package for using the middlewares. And this has a set of Express.js middlewares that wraps the extensive collection of validators and sanitizes offered by the validator.js. So it adds some middlewares between the request and the response that we can use. So it has already included in our package. So now let's use it. And now let's move on. So we'll be having the validation chains and we'll be having a customized validator function. So we'll be having the validation chain. Inside the validation chains, we'll be having multiple validations. Like if there is a sign up request, then we need to verify the email, we need to verify the name of the user, we need to verify the password. So there are three functions that we need to verify: name, email, and the password. And then there could be the final validator function. So it will check all of those validations, and if there was something wrong during the validation check, then it will just send back the response to the client that there was something wrong with the data, and it will send the exact error message as well. And if everything was successful, then we'll be moved on to the final function, then will be moved on to the final middleware function to execute and to store the user's information. So let's move on. So what we can do, so inside the utils, let's create another file that can be, we can have the validators dot, we can have the ts, so that's a validators.ts. and here first what we can do, so we can define some validators for this sign up. So we can have the const, we can have the sign up validator like that, sign up validator. So that could be an array. So inside the array, now we want to store a couple of validation checks. So inside the sign up validator, there can be 3 fields that are required. The first would be, we can have the body. We can import the body directly from the Express-Validator, and the body should contain the name, right? So a name is a required field, so it should contain the name. So then we can have the name dot, we can have the not empty like that. It should not be empty. And then what we can do, then we can have the required like this. So we can have is required, I think. So if it is not empty, so I think the required was there like that. Let's check that. So I think the required is not there. So I think the not empty would work perfectly fine. So name should not be empty. And then let's move on. So we can add the response message as well. If the name was empty, then we can have the function which is with message. We can put a customized error message. If the name field was empty, we can have the name is required like this. So this is our first function of the body. Then we can use that 2 more times for the email and the password. So we can have the email, then we can have the password over there like that. That could be the password like that. And inside the email, we can first trim the record of the email. We can remove the white spaces from both front and the back, from both front and the rear. And then we have the trim. Then what we can use, so after the trim, we can just use your is email like this. So we can have the is email. So it will verify if the email was actually the email or not. And then we can again use the with message over there like this. So we can finally again move on. We can have a with message like that. We can have the with message, and after that we can have the email is required. So we can have the email is required. Then the same should be used for the password. So first what we can use, so we can again use the trim over there, and then we can use another function that could be, we can have the is length something. We can have the is length, so it will verify if the password has the desired length or not. So we can have the minimum, so we can provide the minimum length to the password, and that could be somewhere around 6. So if the password length was not matched, then we'll be having the error inside the response. Then we'll send back the same response to the client. So we have the with message over there. Then we can have the password should contain at least 6 characters. So we can have this string over there, and that's how it's going to work. So now we have defined the validator function, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. But now we need to see that how we can verify these functions. How we can verify? So we can create our customized function. We can create a customized validator function in which we will verify all of these details. So what we can do, so we can have a function, we can have the cons, we can have the validate over there like this, validate, and that could be equals to, we can have the arrow function over there. That could be the arrow function. It should not be the async. So we have the validation function over there. And inside the params, we need to get the sign up validator. We need to get all of these validators, whether it's a sign up or there can be multiple validators over there. So we can have the validations like this. So we can have the validations, and the type for this is already defined inside the Express-Validator. The type is the validation chain like this. So we have the type of the validation chain, and that could also be the validation chain over there. And that could be this function. And now it would be an array of the validation chains because these are the chains. And now let's move on. So you know that the validate function, so all of the middlewares inside the Express are required, and they should have the request, response, and the next inside that. So how we can do that? So here we want to return a new asynchronous function. We can have the return async. We can have the function over there, arrow function, that could have the request, and the request could be the same request format that are required from the Express. Then we can have the response. The response should be what we can do. Response can have the response directly from, we can have the Express.js, and then we'll be having the next function as well, which is used to move on to the next middleware. we can have the next function over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And that could be an arrow function over there. And now inside this, now what do we want to do? So here we need to run a loop. So we'll be running a loop over there in which we will verify all of these conditions. We'll verify all of these conditions, and if there was an error, then we'll send back the same error to the client. So let's move on. So here we can have the for loop over there directly. We can have the cons. We can have the validation like that. We can have the validation of, we can have the validations like that, validation of validations, and then we can move on. So what we can do, so we can have the await over there, or what we can do, we can verify the conditions from here as well. We can have the const, we can have the result, and that should be equals to, we can have the await, then we can have the validation. So we can have this validation function, validation like that, dot, we can have the run. We have a function of the run to run a validation, and this should have the request. So we have the request inside the validator of the Express. So inside the middleware of the Express, we have the request as well. We need to send the same request over there that we received directly from the client, and it's a promise. So we should wait for this task as well. So that's why we have used the await over there. And now let's move on. So then we can check another validation check. That could be very simple. Like if we have the result, we can have the errors like that. I think they have removed the property. So what we can do instead, so we can remove the result property as well, or we can have directly the errors. Like we can have the if, we can have the result like that, dot, we can have, I think we can have the is empty. So result means this time the errors. So if the result dot errors are not empty, then what we can do, then we can break the loop. So that's what we need to do for this for loop. And after that, now what do we want to do? So after the for loop, now we will verify if there was an error or not. So if there would be error, so it will automatically break the loop. And now let's move on. So here, now what do we want to do? So we can have the cons, we can have the errors. So that should be equals to, we can have the validation, we can have the result. So this is defined inside the Express-Validator, the validation result. So this is the final result of the validations. So it will give you the property of the errors. So we need to provide the request as well here. So that could be the request. And now the final thing that we want to verify is if there was the errors, then we don't need to move on to next middleware. And if there was no any error, then we need to move on to the next middleware function, which could be the final middleware to store some data. Let's move on. So we can have if, we can have the errors like this. If the errors dot, we can have what we can do, we can have the is errors dot is empty. It means everything was working fine. Then we can move on to next middleware function. So here the next means that we want to move on to next middleware. That could be this final user sign up function. And now let's move on. So if there was some errors, if we do not pass this validation check, then we can move on. Then we can have the response dot, we can have the status over there. That could be, we can have the 422, which is unprocessable entity. It means that data cannot be processed further. Then we can have the JSON over there. We can send the errors directly. We can send the errors, and that could be, we can have the errors dot, we can convert them to the array. So that's how it's going to work. And we need to return that as well. We need to return this response. So that's how these things gonna work. So that is a final validate function. And now let's move on to the user route. And here inside this, so inside the sign up, first we need to add this, we have the validate function. We can have the validate function directly from the validators. And then what we want to validate is the validation chain. We can have the sign up validator. We can have the sign up validator for that. And that's how it's going to work. So now you can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now let's move on. So suppose from the postman, if we move on to the user sign up once again, so suppose that's not an email, right? So we have added that validation check over there inside the validators, like if this was an email or not, is email. So let's move on. So suppose this is a normal string. I remove the @ and .com over there. Let's just click on the send and let's see what happens. So there you can see now we got the errors array. You can see we got the status as well. We have the errors. You can see the type of the field. We have the value and Tadani, and you have the message that email is required. You can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there, and everything seems to be working fine, you can see. And now you can see the minimum length of the password is 6. So suppose we send the 5 characters. If we click on the send, so now you can see now the password should contain at least 6 characters. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. So let's create another record as well. So that could be name. We can have the James Marshall, like that. We have the James Marshall, and the M should be capital. Then we can have the email. We can have the james@test.com. We can have the password of 123456. So let's just click on the send. So now the new user should be created, and here we have the ID of the user, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And another thing that I just noticed is now we can move on to the controllers, and if we create a new user, then the status should be the 201. So that is the status of the created. It should be 201 like that, and everything seems to be working fine. So now we have completed the sign up request, and now we need to move on to the login function as well. So let's move on to the user routes. Let's create the similar type of request for the user router dot post. That could be, we can have the login, we have the validate, and this time there could be different functions for the validator. Let's just copy and let's just paste before that, and I will tell you about this, that why before that. So that could be, we can have the login, we can have the validator. So now you can see inside the login and inside the sign up, so you can see the email and the password are similar fields. So right, the email and the password are similar fields inside both login and inside the sign up. So what we can do, so inside the login, what we can do, we can remove the name directly from here, right? We can remove the name, and from the sign up we can remove the both email and the password, right? And before the and after the name, now what we can do, so we can just use here the login validator, right? So because the login validator is just the array of the validation functions, so now what we have, so inside the sign up we have the name, then we have the email, then we have the password, and that's how it's gonna work. And now let's move on to the users controller. So here let's move on to the user routes once again. So now it could be, we can have the login validator like that. And let's move on to the user sign up again. So inside this, now what do we need to do? So let's create another request for the user login. So it could be, we can have the user login like that. And here now what do we need to do? So that's a sign up. It could be user, we can have the login, and here there could be different fields. We don't need the name over there, and there the things would be different. So let's just remove all of that, and let's just see what happens. We can comment this out as well. And after we get the email and the password directly from this, let's move on. And here now what do we want to do? So first we need to find the user by its email. So let's have this validation check. We can have the const, we can have the existing user like that, or we can have directly the user property. We can have the const user, that could be, we can have the await, then we can have the user dot, we can have the find one, we can find one user of the record. And then what we can do, we can send the filter over there. We can send the filter of the email, that this email should match this email. We want to find one user that this email should match this email. And after creating this, so I have one thing in my mind. So let's move on to the user sign up. So before creating a brand new user, we need to also verify if there was a same email inside the database, if there was a same user inside the database with the same email. So let's move on. So before even creating the hashed password, let's move on. So we can have the const, we can have the user, we can have the existing user like this. So that could be equals to the await, then we can have the user. So we can find a user again, we can have a find one of the user. Then what we can do, so we can again provide the email. So that's how it's going to work. So now we have the find one of the email, and then we'll verify if we have the existing user, then it means now the user is already there with the same email. Then we can again send the response dot, we can have the status, that could be, we can have around 401, which is unauthorized. Then we can send the JSON, or we can just directly use the send function, that we can have the user already register. We can send this validation check. So I missed this thing. So now we have added that, and everything should work perfectly fine now. And now what do we want to do? So here first we'll verify the user. We need to verify if the user is there or not. So if there was the user, we can verify. If there was no user, then we want to send the return message. We can have the response dot status, that could be 401 dot, we can send here the send over there. And then we can have the user, not, we can have the register like that. And now we have the user, right? Now we have the validation. If we don't have the user, then we'll be sending this response message. But what if, and what after that, when we have the user? Now we want to verify the password of the user for the authentication purposes. Now we want to verify the password. Let's move on. So how can we do that? So from the bcrypt, we have a function of the compare as well. So we cannot directly decrypt the password of the user and then we can verify, because it requires a lot of calculations. So either what we can do, so compare is very easy. So we can compare the password with the actual string. So let's move on. So we can have the cons, we can have the is password correct, and that should be equals to, we can have the await, then we can have, what was the function name? So it was a compare. So we can have the await, that should be, we can have the compare over there, and inside the compare we need to provide the data, which is the string, which is the actual string. So actual string is the password, and then the thing that we want to compare is with the encrypted string. So from the encrypted string, now we want to verify encrypted string is there directly inside the user object. We have the user dot, we can have the password over there. So that's how it's gonna work. So this will give you a boolean value. You can say the promise resolves with a boolean, and then we'll verify that if the password was correct or not. Let's move on. So we can have if, we can have the is password correct. We can have if the password was not correct, then what we can do, we can have the return response, we can have the status, that could be, and that could be, we can have the 403, which is forbidden. Then we can send a new message, we can have the send, and inside this we can have the incorrect password like this. We have the incorrect password, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So once the password is correct, once everything is fine, then it means now the user has successfully authenticated. So let's move on. So after that, now what do we want to do? So after the password is verified, after the user's email is verified, then we know that the user is the actual user. Then we can send the response.status of that should be 200. We can send the message of the OK. Then we can send the ID of the user, and that's how it's gonna work. So let's just try this login function. So you can see we created this sign up request over there, the James Marshall, james@test.com with the email with the password. Let's move on. Let's create another request over there. Let's click on add request. That could be, we can have a login, and I will share you the Postman collection as well, don't worry. So here we have the user login. We can move on to the body inside the raw, inside the JSON. Now we want to provide the fields like the email and the password. We can copy from this, we can paste that directly inside the login over there. So we have the email and the password, and now we want to send the URL as well. So the URL could be, again, we can copy that, we can paste, and instead of the sign up, that could be the login, and the request is the post. So let's just try it out. Let's just click on the send. So let's see what happens. So now we have a message. So why this message is coming? So let's move on to the user routes. So there you can see that is an error, because here you can see the user is already there, the email is already there, so we cannot create this user. So you can see what we can do. So instead of the user sign up, that could be, we can have the user login. I made another mistake with that. So this could be the user login over there. Now let's move on. Let's just try it out once again. Click on the send. So now you can see message, we have the OK. It means everything is working perfectly fine. And there you can see if the password was incorrect, if we send another string over there like the 1. So let's just try it out, clicking on the send. So you can see now we got the message like incorrect password, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. You can see now everything is working fine. So with this step, you can see now we have completed the basic user authentication system with the MERN stack. We have created the sign up request, the login request, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So this was the basic things of creating some requests of the authentication of the user management. Now we want to move on to the authentication. Right, now we want to move on to the authentication systems. Like now, after the user has logged in or the sign up, then we want to generate a token for the user. A token can be the ID card for the user to show something, to access some resource. So let's move on and let's just understand that. And now let's learn that how we can authenticate the user inside this application. So let's learn that what exactly is the authentication first. So what is the user authentication? As you know, the user authentication is a step in which the user needs to verify their identity. So user needs to verify their identity, and user can verify their identity by providing the same credentials that the user used during the registration process. And for this application as well, the user needs to provide the email and the password. And if the email and the password are correct, it means the user is successfully authenticated and everything should work perfectly fine. But what after the authentication? So authentication is just step 1 of the user authentication. So there is a complete package of the authentication. So providing the email and the password is just a very first and very simple step of creating the authentication. But now there will be another step in which the user would be provided a token. So suppose you joined a company, right? So you joined a company, you cracked the interview, and now you joined a company. So after joining a company, you will be provided an ID card, right? So suppose you are a database developer. So you are provided the ID card, and after that you will be allocated a seat. And now you want to show the ID card at the time of sitting into a seat. So for accessing the resource, you need to provide the ID card, and the security guard will verify if you are entitled to sit in that seat, and you need to show the ID card to the security guard. And if you are accessed and if you're entitled to access a particular resource, it means now you are authorized. So now we want to move on to the process of authorization. So the user will be provided a token after the authentication process, and here comes a new chapter of the authorization. Now after the user needs to sit on their bench, now user needs to show their ID card which has provided. So in this application we'll be using the token. So to access a resource, the user needs to show a token that was sent during the authentication. So this ensures that the user is entitled to a resource. So that's the complete package of the authentication and authorization. So once the user authenticates, he's provided a token, and now to access a resource, the user needs to show the same token that was sent during authentication. So this ensures, and this means now the user is entitled to a particular resource that can be protected, or a particular resource. And in this application, so we have a chat based application. So for sending and for accessing any chat, the user needs to send back the same token that was provided to the user. And how we need to provide the token? So we'll be using the JWT. So JWT is a library. It's exactly the library which is built by the Auth0. So JWT means the JSON Web Token. So there's a token which has the JSON encrypted data into it. So it is used to encrypt a payload into a signed token. So there's a signed token in which all of your payload would be converted into a signed string that has the permissions or authorities or some data of the user. So in this application, we'll be having a different requirements, like we can set the ID, the email, the permissions or authorities of the user. So we'll be using that. But how we need to send the token to the user? So we'll be sending the token to the user with the help of the HTTP only cookies. So HTTP only cookies are a type of web cookie that comes with a special security attribute. So they are same like the web cookies. So you can move out to the browser's application tab to see all of these cookies. But the HTTP only cookies comes with a special security attribute that restricts the cookies from being accessed by the JavaScript. So you cannot access those cookies via the JavaScript code inside the web browsers, and this prevents the XSS attacks as well. So what are these attacks? So suppose you have a form inside a web application. So suppose there's a hacker and it moves on into your form and it enters some script into your form. So that string would be then validated by the JavaScript. So the JavaScript doesn't have full security, so it gets validated by the JavaScript. So suppose the hacker adds the alert statement. So then you will be seeing an alert statement on the top of the window through the form. And that's how, if the user or if the attacker can show the alert, they can also steal your JWT token from the cookies. So that's why we use the HTTP only cookies. So these are not visible by the JavaScript. So these are only enabled by the Axios with credentials property. So once we make the HTTP request, so these cookies are automatically sent to the backend. And once the backend receives the cookie, it will validate the cookie, it will validate if the token was valid or not. And that's how we can prevent these attacks, and that's how we can create the fully authenticated and authorized application. So let's move on and let's just implement all of that. So if I want to summarize that what exactly will be happening, so this is the authentication process. The user would be authenticated and then he would be provided a token, right? So we'll be having the token with the HTTP only cookies. So these are the signed cookies. And then the user would be provided the HTTP only signed cookie along with the JWT token. So we'll send the access token directly in the form of cookies. And then the user would be having those cookies. Now the user have the cookies and the user have the token inside the cookie. And And now let's see that how to access the protected resource over there. And to access a particular resource or a protected resource, so the user send back the same cookie, and then we verify like if, and then we verify like if the cookie matches and if the token is validated, or we can check if the cookie doesn't matches or if the token is invalid. And on the basis of that, we'll be moved on and we'll provide and process the request. And that's how the authentication design works. So user needs to send back those cookies, and if the token is valid, then we'll process the request for further requirements, suppose like sending the chat to the user. But if the token was not valid, if the token was expired, or if the cookie doesn't match, then what do we need to do? So we need to abort the operation of the user. So that's how it's gonna work. And now we want to implement that as well. So let's move on and let's just implement that. So here, after the user is logged in, then we want to send those cookies, and then we want to send the JWT data inside the cookies. Let's move on and let's just create a new file inside this, inside the utils. So we can move on into, I think, inside the utils folder, and then we can create a new file. That could be, we can have the token, we can have the manager dot, we can have the ts. So we have this file over there which will manage all of the tokens. So here we'll create a function that will create a token from the data. So let's move on. So we can have the export const, we can have the create, we can have the token over there. So that should be equals to a function, and inside this we'll be requiring the ID of the user. We can have the ID that should be in the form of the string. We can have the email that should also be in the form of the string, and then we'll be having another property which is expires in. So after how much duration the token would be expired, so we can have the expires, we can have the in over there, and that would be a normal arrow function. So this is a normal arrow function. Then we can create a new token. So first we need to get this data, the ID and the email. So what we can do, so we can have the const, we can have the payload over there. So that could be an object, and the object can have the ID, the object can have the email. And after that, let's move on. So after that we need to move on. So we can have the const, we can have the token. So now we want to create a new token. So const token would be equals to, now we want to use the JWT package. So it's already there if you have followed my tutorial. So let's move on to the top. We can import JWT directly from, we can have the JSON web token. And then now what do we want to do? So here we can have the JWT JSON web token dot, we can have the sign. So now we want to sign a token and we want to send the payload. So payload, that could be, we can have the object. So here the payload would also be required. So we have already declared the payload. So that could be a payload. And now we want to move on. So after the payload, the second parameter that we want to define is the secret key. So there's a key required inside the hashing algorithms. So now the secret key should be there to sign a token, to encrypt a token. So secret key is like a private key which is used to encrypt something. So we'll be using that secret over there. So we need to move on to the environment, and here you can see, you can already see the JWT secret. So we need to provide the secret over there. So the secret can be any string like that. So it can be any string. So this is my JWT secret, and this should not be shared to anyone, because if anyone has your JWT secret, it means now they can access your payload data over there. Now you have the payload data, and inside the second parameter you can provide the process over there. So inside the second parameter you can again use process dot, we can again use the environment over there, process dot environment dot, we can have the JWT underscore, we can have the secret. Now you have the JWT secret, and at the time of verifying the token as well, still you need the same secret which was used during encryption, because only one private key can be used to encrypt and decrypt something. And then inside third parameter, there are some options that we want to provide. So third option that we have, so the main option that we want to provide is expires in. So after how much duration the token would be expired. So it can be any string. So if you hover over the expires in, you can see you can provide, like suppose that can be 2 days, 10 hours or 7 days. So the ChatGPT, how the ChatGPT works. So it moves on and it expires in 7 days. So we can provide the same validity. We can have the 7 days, and after the 7 days, the token would be expired, and that's how it's gonna work. So now we have the token, and now the final thing that we want to do is now we want to return the token over there. So now we have the token inside the string. You can see now we have the token as the string. Now we can just directly move on to the user's controller over there, right? And here now what do we want to do? So here we need to follow process. So after the password was correct, then what we can do, we can just create a new token over there. So we can have the const, we can have the token over there. So that should be equals to what we can do. we can have the create token. We can use the create token. We can provide data. So like we can have the ID, we can provide the ID of the user. That could be the user dot, we can have the ID over there. Like we can have the underscore ID dot, we can have the toString over there. And after that, the second property that we want to provide is the email of the user. So we can have the user dot, we can have the email property. Then inside the third parameter, we need to provide the 7D. So that could be the 7D over there. So now let's move on to the create token. So here you can see we haven't used the expires in. So that could be the expires in only like that. And I showed you just for the example. So now we have the expires in and everything should work perfectly fine over there. And it is of type of the string over there. Let's move on to the users controller. So now we have the token inside this format, inside the string. Now the final thing that we want to do is very simple. And now we want to send the token in the form of cookies. So that's how it's going to work. So let's move on. So here you can see after we have the token over there, we want to use a cookie. And how we can set the cookies directly from the backend to frontend, we need to use a package which is a Cookie-parser. So it is already there inside the package.json. So Cookie-parser is used to send the cookies from the backend to the frontend. Let's move on to the app.ts, which is the main file. And here we want to add the middleware for using the cookies as well. So after the express.json, we can have the app dot, we can have the use. So that should be equals to, we can have the Cookie-parser. So here you can see now we have the Cookie-parser, and here you can see now we want to provide the secret key as well for the cookie. So we can use the secret key. Again, we can move on to the environment. We can provide the secret key of the cookie. That could be again any secret that we want to provide. So here we have the cookie secret. Now we want to provide the secret to this as well. We can have the process dot environment dot, we can have the cookie secret over there. We have the cookie secret. And now you can see now we have the cookie secret as well. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there like this. Now we have the cookie secret. And now we want to move on again to the users controller. And now to send the cookie from the backend to frontend, we use the response variable. We can have the response, and inside the response, we have the cookie over there. We have the response dot cookie to set the cookie, right? And now we want to provide the name of the cookie. Name can be, we can have the auth, we can have the token over there. We can have the auth token. And then inside the second parameter, we need to provide the value. So value could be the same token that we have. So value should be the token. So if you just use the response.cookie, now what will happen is the cookie would be created inside the browser. And then we want to provide some options object as well. So inside the third parameter, there are the options that we want to provide. So first parameter, that is, we want to provide the path. So where could be the cookie stored? So the path should be, we can have the slash. So inside the root directory of the cookies, we want to store the cookies. Then we can move on. The second parameter could be, we can have the domain. So as of now, we are working inside the local host. So we'll be using the local host over there like this. We can have the local, we can have the host, because our frontend would also be there inside the local host for now. But if you deploy this application, then this could be your domain. Like suppose that can be my domain, like indiancoders.in, that could be a domain. And now let's move on. Let's provide the third parameter, which is the expires. So when the cookie would be expired. So you can see the token validation is around 7 days. So cookie should have same type of validation. So let's create a validation for the 7 days. Let's create the time for that. So we can have the const. So we can have the const, we can have the expires, that could be equals to the new date. Then we can have the expires dot, we can have the set date, and that should be equals to, first we need to grab the current date. So we can have the expires dot, we can have the get date like this, expires dot get date. After that we can use +7. So after this date plus 7 days, now we'll be having the expires property, and the same property could be used here instead of the expires over there inside the expires. And that's how it's going to work. And after that we need to add the HTTP only flag. So we can have the HTTP only, that could be equals to, again that could be the true. Then we can use the signed as well. So now we want to sign the cookie as well. So we can sign the whole cookie. So we can have the sign, that should be equals to the true. So the sign would again re-encrypt the cookie inside the signed format. So now we have this cookie and everything should work perfectly fine this time. And now what do we want to do as the next step? So after creating these cookies, so now once the user moves to the login, now we want to remove the cookies of the user as well. So suppose if the user logs in again, so now first we want to remove the previous cookies of the user, and then we want to set the current cookie. So for that we can have the response dot, we can have the clear cookie like this. We can provide the name of the cookie. We can have the name like this. we can have the JWT, we can have the auth token over there, and we should store these names inside the constant. So we can move on to the utils. Let's create a new file. That could be, we can have the constants like that. That could be constants.ts. So that could be equals to const. We have your cookie, we can have the name over there. We have the cookie name that should be equals to, we can have the auth token like that, and we should export that as well. We have the export const of the cookie name. So now let's move on. So we have the users controller. Now that should be equals to response.cookie. We can have the cookie name over there like that. We have the cookie name, and the same should be used here as well. Inside the auth token, it should be the cookie as well. We have the cookie's name, and now that's how it's gonna work. And that's how it's gonna work. Now we have the clear cookie. And here we need to provide additional step as well, and the additional step that we want to provide here, that could be, we can move on, we can have the HTTP only, that should be again equals to the true. Then we can move on, we can have the domain, that should be again, we can just use some same properties like that. We can use same properties like the domain and these things over there. We can use these things over there like this. So we have the HTTP only, true, expires is not required, the domain and the local host and the sign are required. And we want to put the path as well. So we can have the path that should be equals to /. So it will clear the cookie of the response of the user, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So we want to do same thing. Once the user signs up as well, we can copy and then we can paste that here as well after the user has been saved, and that's how it's gonna work over there. We can add the comment as well. We can have the store, we can have the create token and store cookie. So we can have this code over there, and that's how it's gonna work over there. You can see this was very simple for creating these cookies, and that's how it works inside the modern application. And inside this application, we are not required to use the refresh token as well, because here the cookie can be stored for 7 days, and after 7 days the user needs to relog in, and that's how it works. So now let's try it out in the Postman as well. So in the Postman, the cookies can be visible, but only in the browsers you can see those cookies, that the cookies are being set or not. So after this Postman testing of this login function, now we'll be moving on to the front end. So now before doing anything else, now we want to move on to the front end, and now we want to design the login system of the front end as well. So let's move on. So here we have the james@test.com. Let's just click on the send, and after that you can see the message is we can have the okay, but inside the cookies we have one parameter. You can see now we have the auth token over there. We have the auth token, we have the value. So you can see this is the value of the token. You can see that was a token over there. You can see it is encrypted in a string. We have the domain of the local host, we have the path of the /, we have the expires as well. You can see current date is 15th of September, and it will be expired in Friday 22 September. Hi everyone, and welcome back. So now we have completed the login controllers, the sign up controllers over there. You can see now the authentication functionality is working fine, and we have tested that in the Postman as well. And now before moving on directly into the backend, into the chats and all, we want to create the front end as well, in which first we'll be having the login system so that the user can be logged in, and then we'll dive into the chatbot, into the ChatGPT APIs. So let's move on. So here we have the backend folder. Now what we can do, so first we can move on to the terminal, and we can stop this terminal over there. You can press Ctrl+C on your system and Command+C on the macOS, and now you can move on. You can create a new folder that could be for the front end over there. So we can have the front end, and after that we can have the cd into, we can have the 2 dots over there to move back to the root directory. Then we can have the cd change directory, and it should be to the front end. And after that we can just move on, and we can initialize a new React application. And for using the React application, here what we will do, so we'll move on and we'll use the Vite. So this time we'll be using the Vite over there, and you can also use the plain React as well, the Next.js as well, but here the Vite is super preferred for our application, so that's why I will be using the Vite. So after that we need to move on, and we can click on the get started, and it is completely fast as compared to the normal React or the Next.js application. So Vite is very fast, so that's why I have chosen the Vite for this application. So we can click on get started, and after that we want to create a new Vite application. So you can use pnpm, yarn, or the npm. So I'm using the npm over there. So what we can do, we can copy this command, then we can move on to the application. Or what we can do, so we can delete the front end folder directly from this, and we can just create the front end application directly from the Vite. So we can again move back to the root directory, and then we can run the command of the npm. We can paste that command as well. we can paste that command. So npm create vite @latest, we can hit enter. And after that, it will ask you a couple of questions as well, like what's your project name, and here we can provide the front end. So now we can hit enter. After that, we need to select the template that we'll be using. So we'll be using the React, so we can hit on the React. Now we can choose any framework as well. So both TypeScript and the JavaScript are preferred. So in this application, we can use the TypeScript as well, and the SWC is the latest, in which we'll be having the fast reloading. So we can hit on the TypeScript plus SWC, and then after that, now we can move on. And then again, we can move on to CD into the front end. And now we can just install all of these dependencies. And as compared to the Next.js or the React, what happens is it has very less dependencies to work with. So you can see now inside this, you have a very less dependencies as compared to React. You can see you only have the React and the React DOM inside that. And now let's move on. So we can have the npm install to install all these dependencies on our end. And now let's wait till it install all that. And till that, we can get the overview of this app. So till then, we can get some overview as well of the front end. So in the public directory, we can provide some, or we can locate some assets which are publicly available. That could be some logos, that could be some images, audio files, video files over there. Then we have the source directory, in which we'll be having our code files. We can have the assets. So in the assets, you can also use some images which are not publicly available, but you can use some assets like SVG icons, or you can have the normal assets. Then you can have the CSS file for a component. You can see you have the app.tsx, which is the main file over there. And here you can see what you have. So you are just using the state. You have the count variable over there. And you can see this is a boilerplate. Then we can move on to the index.css. Here are some root stylings over there, and we can directly move on to the main. So this is the entry point of your application, of your Vite application. And from this application, you create the root. And if you are coming from normal create React app or the Next.js, so this is a main app file. So in the app router, we have the page.tsx, the main page, and inside the normal React application with the create React app template, it is the index.ts file, which is renamed as the main. And from here, we are rendering the app component. And now let's move on. So here we have the app component, and you have some environment files over there. And you can see now we have the ESLint file, which allows you for the linting purposes. Sometimes there are vulnerabilities in your code, so it fixes all of them. And we have the git ignore file, in which once we will publish our application to the GitHub, so once we will push all of our code, so this will just ignore all of these files. That could be some log files, some node modules, some dist folder of the build of our application. There can be some environment files as well. So it just ignores all of these files, and it doesn't include these files over there. And all of the files except this will be pushed to the GitHub. Then we have the HTML file, in which we have the div id equals to the root, and where all of your React application converts to the JavaScript and then inject it into the root. And there you can see now we have the package.json, which contains some information about our application. That could be some commands, like there would be a dev command, there would be the build command, there would be the linting, the preview and all. Then you have the readme file, which contains the readme of your application. You can also change the readme as well. Then you have the configuration for the TypeScript. So here you have some configurations over there for the TypeScript, and there we have the tsconfig.node over there for running some backend code over there, because it is made on the node environment. Then we have the Vite configuration file as well, in which there are some configurations to run the React over there. And now the packages are now installed, and now we can move back to our application. So now we can run this application as well. We can run the command of the npm, we can have the run, we can have the dev to open the development server. And there you can see in just 235 milliseconds, now your development server is open, and it is open on the localhost port of 5173. So we can control and click on that, and there you can see now we have the Vite and the React application ready. And there you can see it is very fast as compared to the Next.js and the React. And now let's move on. So here we have the boilerplate code. We can mutate the boilerplate code as well. We can move on to the app.tsx. We can remove everything from it. So we can just remove the full fragment over there. We can just render here the main over there like this. We can have the main, and inside that we can render the hello world over there to have this starting project for us. Now we can remove the state variables as well. We can remove all of these variables because these are not required in our application. So let's save all of that, and let's move on to the application. You can see now we have the hello world, but maybe there are some CSS styles over there. You can see inside the index.css you have some CSS styles, so you can remove all of these styles. And then what you can do, so you can provide the HTML over there, you can have the HTML and you can have the body, and inside that what you can do is you can just provide the margin that should be equals to, we can have the 0 like this. So there you can see now you do not have any styles overridden into that. And after that we need a different font family for this application. So what we can do, so we can move on to the Google Fonts over there. So we can move on to the Google Fonts, and from there we can search some fonts. Like what we can do, so first you can move on to the fonts and then you can just search for the Roboto slab over there. So we have the Roboto slab, and then we need this styles over there. We can choose the styles of around 300, 400, 500, 600, and we can have the 800. So they are already there. And then what we can do, so we can move on, we can have the work sans as well. So we can have the work, we can have the sans over there. So this is also great font for us, so we can choose them, and we need the 400 for the work sans, and that's how it's gonna work. And I think we can use the normal 400 with that. So we have the regular 400, we can click on that, and after that you can see, after you click on that, then you will be seeing the use on web, and then you can select the import over there, and then you need to copy the full import statement. You can copy the import statement, and then you can move back to your application CSS file, the root CSS file. Then at the top of your CSS file, then you need to paste that, and there you can see that's how it's gonna work. And I think the swap is there for this, so maybe something was wrong with that. Display equals to swap, maybe it's okay. And now let's move on. So inside the root CSS file, now we can provide some more classes like that. So we have the margin 0, we can the padding, that should be, we can have the 0 from all sides. We can have a different background for our application, that should be, we can have the 05101C. We have a darkish background for our application. We can have the color of the text and all of the components, that should be the white. We can have the font family. The default font family for our application could be, we can have the Roboto slab, or we can have the serif if we do not find that. So that's how it's gonna work over there. And now let's move on. So there you can see now what do we need to do. So now if we move on to the application once again, you can see now we have the hello world, and we have a different font family for us. So let's move on, let's just select this element. You can see now we have the font family of the Roboto, and that's how it's gonna work over there. And after that, now we want to install a couple of dependencies as well that we'll be using. So for styling this application, we'll be using the Material UI. So we can move on to the MUI.com, and Material UI is a great component library for with the React, for with the JSX. So we can use these components. So you can see there are a couple of components that are completely free to use. And if you write these components directly from scratch, it will cost you a lot of time. You can see there are some accordion components, the temperature range, you can have these buttons, layouts, and all of the things. So you can say it has a great design library, and it is the most preferred React library anywhere in the world. You can see all of the major companies are using that as well. We can click on the get started, and then you can just move on to the installation. And after that, now what do we need to do? So you need to move on, you need to copy this command over there, you can paste that here. So you can stop this terminal for a couple of minutes, you can add these dependencies over there. And after the Material UI, after the styling, then we need the icons as well. So for the icons, we'll be using the React icons over there. So here we have the React icons, so we can copy this over there. So we only need the name of the React icons, that's it. We can paste that here. And after the React icons, now we can move on. So we need the routing functionality as well. So we'll be using the React router DOM for the routing. We can move on, and the current version is 6.16, so you can use that. And after that, now I think the current version is 6.4. Now let's use that. So what we need to do, so we can just have here the React router, that should be, we can have the DOMs. So here we have the React router DOM, and I think we need some notifications as well within this application. So that should be, we can have the React hot toast. So that's a library for the notifications. So you can move on to their website, and there you can see there are two options. So if you click on make me a toast, you can see you will be having this type of notifications as well. So let's move on, and let's just use all of that. So here you can see this is the name of the package, React hot toast. Then you need to enter that as well. So there you can see there are a couple of styles over there. There are a couple of dependencies that we'll be using. So now we need to hit enter. And after that, now let's move on. So now let's move on to the main.tsx and have some like a couple of theming as well for the material UI. So let's move on. Let's create a new theme for our material UI. So we can have the cons, we can have the theme, and you can use the pre-default theme of the material UI as well. It doesn't matter. Here we'll be creating our round customized theme. So we can have the create theme. So we need to use the create theme directly from imported from the material UI, and here we only want to use a theme for the typography, so we can have the typography over there, and inside we can use the font family, and that should be, we can have the Roboto slab over there, and after that we'll be using this serif as well. After that, if we do not find that, so we can have this serif. And after that, we have multiple variants for the typography, and for all of these variants, so we can use a color, and that should be, we can have the white over there. So we have a white color for all of these variants. And now we have the customized theme for the material UI. And now we need to move on. So here, after this strict mode, then we can just render the theme as well for this. So we can use the theme provider directly from the material UI. So here we can use a theme provider like this. So we have a theme provider, and then we need to use the theme provider over there to wrap the app component with the theme. And let's wrap it up, and let's provide the theme as well. So it needs a theme object, and that's a theme. And after that, now let's move on. So let's add the routing functionalities as well within this application. So you need to import something from the React Router DOM. So you can import something from React Router DOM, and something would be equals to what do we need to do. So you need to use the browser router, which adds the functionality, which adds the wrapping functionality inside the browsers to use the routing over there inside the React application. And it should be there inside the top again. So we can have the browser router, and everything should be wrapped between them over there from the theme provider till here. So you can wrap all of that. So that's how it's going to work. Now we have the browser router, and then we have the theme provider. And after that, now we need to move on. So now we can move on to the app.tsx. So here we can just register some of the routes of the application as well. So let's move on. So here we have the main tag over there, and after the main, now what we can do, so we can remove all of that, and then we can just render here the header of this application. So what we can do, so inside the source we can create a new file. That could be, we can have the components over there, and inside the components we can create a new component that should be header.tsx over there. We can render the refce for the default setup and default boilerplate code. For that we have the refce, and after that, let's create another folder inside the source. That could be, we can have the pages. So this should contain all of the pages, all of the routes of our application. So let's have the home as well. We have the home.tsx over there, and we can again use the refce for the default boilerplate code. Then we can move on. So after that, we can move on. We can have the we have the tsx over there, chat.tsx, and it should also contain the boilerplate code. Then we can move on, and then we can have the login page as well. We have the tsx over there, and that should contain the normal login page. We can have the sign up as well. We can have the sign up we have the tsx over there, signup.tsx. It should also contain the refce for the default boilerplate code. Then I think there could be another page in which, if their application, so like suppose if the user enters a route which is not registered inside this application, so we need to register that route as well, so that we can show a not found page. So we can have the not found we have the tsx over there, in which we can show to the user that this route is not registered inside this application. So we have the refce for the default boilerplate code. And now we can move on. So again, we can move on to the app.tsx. So here we have the main, and inside there would be very simple things. So first we need to render the header of this application. Here we have the header over there. So inside the header, so that should be a self-closing component. So here we have the header, and after that, now we need to register all of the routes. So first we need to import something from the React Router DOM. So we can import something from, we have the React Router DOM, and something that we need to import would be equals to, we need to import the routes. So all of the routes should be there inside the routes. So that is a container for all of the routes, and to enter each route and to register each of the route, you need to use a route component. So it's a container and it's a route. So let's move on. Let's add these things over there. So here we have the routes over there. That's a container, and that should be equals to, we can have the route, and inside that we can provide the path. So path of this should be, we can have the slash, and we can have the element as well. Element should be, we can have the home page. So we can have the home. So home should be there inside the slash route. And after that, let's copy. let's paste it. So that should be, we can have the login as well. We have the route of the login and the element should be there for the login here. And then we can again move on. We can again copy that. We can have the route slash, we can have the sign up, and this sign up should contain this sign up route over there, sign up page. Then we can again move on. We can register a new route. That should be, we can have slash, we can have the chat. So this should have the chat page, and the element that we want to render should be the chat over there, the chat component. And if there is any route which are not there inside these routes, which are any route after that, so that's how it's going to work. So there you can see now we have a couple of routes inside this application, and that's how it's going to work. We have around 6 routes over there, and that's how it's going to work. And now let's move on. And now let's move on to the header. And now let's build the header of this application as well. And for using the header, we'll be using the component of the material UI. So inside this, we should be using the app bar. We can have the app, we can have the bar, and we can import that directly from MUI as well. We can import app bar over there directly from, we should have the MUI slash material slash, we can have the app bar like this. So here we should be using the app bar over there like this, and the app bar is just like a basic nav tag with some predefined styles. And after that, below that, we can use a toolbar as well. So we can have the toolbar. We can again import something from MUI, and that should be equals to, we can have the toolbar like this. So that should have the toolbar, and it should also be imported directly from the toolbar package. So here we have the toolbar over there. And if you don't know about these components, you can always move on to the material UI. You can just search like what is the app bar over there. So there can be the app bar API. You can move on to the demos as well. So here you can see that's how you can use the app bar over there. You can just directly import it from the MUI material, or you can use that with this as well. And if you want to see the demo, you can say that is an app bar. You can see some predefined styles are there. That could be some app bar, and inside that you have some toolbar as well to add some structure of all of these elements. You can see these are the basic navigation bars inside modern world applications. So let's use that as well. So after the app bar, we have the toolbar, and after that, now let's move on. So inside the app bar, now what we can do, we can provide some customized styles as well. We can use the SX prop for that. We can use the SX props. And before providing the customized styles, let's just run this application and let's just see all of that in action as well. We can have the npm run, we can have the dev over there. And after that, let's move on. So you can see it is again there inside this. You can see now we have the app bar, and that's how it's going to work. So if I open the 110% over there, you can see that's how the app bar is going to look. And after that, you can see there are some predefined styles. Let's provide some styles. So what we can do, so we can have the BG color for providing the background color, and that should be, we can have the transparent. Then I think we can provide the position. So position should be what we can do. So we can have the static over there of the top. Then we can have some shadows as well. I think there are no any shadows with that. Yeah, there are some shadows. So what we can do, we can also remove the shadows as well if you want to remove that. So you can have the box shadow. That should be, you can have the none over there. So now there won't be any shadows over there inside the top. And after that, let's move on. So inside the toolbar, you can provide a couple of styles once again. You can provide the SX prop, and that should be, you can have the display of the styling. That should be equals to the flex. So that's a container, and it should have the display flex to render all of the items over there. And the first thing that we're gonna do is now we need to render the logo of this application. So here what we will do, so we'll provide our own logo. So we'll use our own logo with that. So let's move on. And after that, now let's move on. So inside the components, let's create a new folder. That could be, we can have the shared like that. We have the shared, and inside that we can use the logo dot, we have the tsx over there. And let's design the logo as well. So inside the logo, it should always be like a link. So once we click on the logo, now we should be moved on to the home page. And for that, we need some images as well. So we'll be using the images for the logo as well. So let's move on. So from my GitHub repository, you will find the images as well. So you can move on to the public folder, and there you can see you have some images of like the robots, the nuclear, OpenAI robot, and the Vite SVG. So you will find these images as well. And now let's move on. So here you can see now for providing the logo, let's move on to the shared logo component. And here let's just use something. So here what we can do, so we can just use the div here directly. We can provide the style over there. So we can have the style prop for the div. We can provide the display. That should be, we can have the flex over there. We can have the flex for the display. We can use the margin from the right. That should be, we can have the auto over there like this. So we can have the margin, that should be from, we can have the right over there, that should be auto. Then we can have, I think we can have align the items, that should be, we can have it inside the center. Then we can have the gap, and that should be, we can have something around, we can have the 5 or we can have the 8 pixels over there for the gap between them. So first we'll be having the, like we can have the link, and inside the link we'll be having the image, then we'll be having some text. So what we can do, so we can use a link directly from the React Router DOM. So we can use a link component from the React Router DOM. We can import that, import the link from, we can have the React Router DOM. So that should be, we can have the link and we can render it over there, and we can provide the to prop as well for the link. So where it's gonna navigate, so we can have the to, that should be equals to, we can have the slash. And after that, let's move on. So inside the link, we can first render the image over there. The source should be, we can have the OpenAI dot, we have the PNG over there. We can have the alt, that should be again, we can have the OpenAI like that. So credit goes to the OpenAI. And after that, let's move on. We can provide some width as well. Width should be somewhere around 30 pixels would be enough for that, I think. And after that, we can have the height as well. Height should also be somewhere around 30 pixels over there. Then we can have some class names as well. We can just invert the color of this. We can have the image inverted like that. We can have the image inverted over there. So we'll be having the customized classes as well. And after that, now we have the link over there. And after that, let's move on. Let's have the typography as well. So we'll be using the typography. So it is a component of the material UI. So you can get this directly from the MUI. You can have import the typography from, you can have the MUI materials slash, we can have the typography like that, and you can render that over there. You have the typography, and inside that you can provide some of the customized styling, like you can have the SX prop. That should be what you can do. You can have the display. So inside the display, what do we need to do? So we need to provide some responsive sizes. So what we can do, so we can provide an object inside the display. So inside the display, for the empty screen sizes, like for the medium screen sizes, we want the display should be, we can have the block, the normal display. But for the small devices, for the small screen devices, we can have the display for the none. And then we can have for the extra small devices as well, for the extra small, and that should be what we can do. So we can have the none over there. So only for the medium and upper devices, there should be the display, and inside the small and the extra small, the display should be the none. So it should not be visible. And after that, what we can do, so after this display, then we can provide some classes, like we can have the margin from the right. So you can use the shorthand property of the MR, and that should be, you can have the auto over there for the margin right. Then you can have the font weight as well. So weight of the font should be, you can have the 800 over there for the weight. Then you can have the text shadow as well. Shadow should be somewhere, the shadow should be somewhere around, you have the 2 pixels, 20 pixels of the blur, and you can have hash 000 color for the shadow. So these are some customized styles for the typography. And inside that, now what you can do, so you can render the span. So first letter of your, or like the first word of your logo should have the different styles. So you can have the style over there, and that should be, you can have the font size, that should be 20 pixels over there, 20 pixels. So first letter should have a different styles. You can have the MERN like that, you can have the MERN, and then after that you can use the GPT. You have the GPT like that. So that's how you can provide some of the styles over there. So first let's use the logo over there. So let's use the logo inside the header. So here we have the logo over there, and that's how it's going to work. So there you can see, now we have the logo, then we have the MERN GPT, and that's how it's going to look. And after that, let's move on. Let's just provide some of the classes for this as well, for the images and all. And after that, and after providing the styles, I think the typography should be there after the link. So it should be there after the link like that, and that's how it's going to work. So there you can see, now with the MERN GPT, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, now what do we want to do over there? So you can see, now we have the classes for the image inverted. So we can move on. We can enter this class as well. So we can move on to the index.css. We can provide this class like the image inverted. And then now what we can do, so we can use the filter for the images. We can have the invert for this. So if you provide the invert of the 100%, now if you move back to the application, you can see now it looks great. So here you have the MERN GPT, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And instead of providing the 8 pixels for the gap, let's use this for the 15%, and that's how you can see now it looks great over there. So now it seems working fine, and now we can move on to the next things. And now we need to render the navigation links over there. But there would be some conditions for rendering these links. So conditions can be when the user is logged in, then we want to show the link for go to chat to show the chat window to the user, and there would be the link for the logout. And if the user is not logged in, then we want to show the links for the login and the sign up. So there are two scenarios, and we also need to handle these two scenarios as well, because inside multiple parts of this application, we need the user is logged in or not. So for that, we need a overall state management inside our application, so that in any children component, in any component, we can get the state, like if the user is logged in or not. So what we can do? So we need a state management. So we need the overall state management, which can wrap the full application with a state. So either we can use the Redux. So Redux is a great choice for that, but there's also alternative with the React itself, which is the context API. So context API is very handy and it is very easy to implement as compared to the Redux. So here we'll be implementing the context API, and it is currently most easy thing that you can do. So what we need to do, so for implementing the context inside our application, so it will benefit, like you can get the state, you can call some functions from the context from anywhere within this application. So inside the source, you can create a new folder. That could be, you can have the context over there. So here we have the context, and inside that we can create a new file. That could be, we can have the auth, we can have the context dot, we have the tsx. So from the context, there would be multiple functionalities, like what we will do. So we'll provide the whole user object, in which if the user is logged in, then we'll be receiving the details of the user, like the email, the ID, the name of the user. And then we'll be having the logged in property, like if the user is logged in or not. So we can store a Boolean variable so that we can identify if the user is logged in. And then we can have the functions as well for the login and the logout to identify, or just call the functions directly from the context of the user, from the authentication context. So from this auth context, now let's define all of that. So first thing that we want to do is we want to just move on, and we want to import something, that should be equals to from, and that should be equals to the React, and something that we want to import would be the context. So now let's move on. So we need to import a function which is a create context. So let's move on. So we can have the const, we can have the auth, we can have the context over there. So here we have the auth context over there, and that should be equals to, we can have the create context over there. So it should be equals to the create context. And now what do we want to do? So initial value that we can provide should be equals to the null, but here we are using the Typescript, so we should provide the value as well. So what we can do, so we can define the type for it as well. We can have the type, that should be, we can have the user auth like that, and that should be equals to a normal type. And here what do we want to do? So first property would be is logged in, that's it, and that property would be a Boolean property, so we can have the Boolean like that. Then we can move on, we can have the user property as well, so we can have the user, and that should contain a separate user type. So we can have the type, that should be, we can have the user, and we can also declare these types in a separate file as well. So right now I'm just using it inside a context, so here let's just use that, and let's just define that here. So after the user, then you can move on. So type user should contain the name of the user, that should be, you can have the string. User should contain the email as well, that should be again the type of, we can have this string. And the user type should be having the type of the user, and sometimes if the user is not there, then the user could be equals to, we can have the null. Oh sorry, it should be only the single string. So now that should be equals to the null. After that, there would be the functions for the login and the logout. Let's define the function for the login. So that would be a normal function, but here we would be having the promise for that. So here we would be returning the promise over there, and the promise could be, we can have the void, because we don't want to return anything from the promise. So that's why it should be the void. But inside the login function, there would be parameters, like we can have the email. So email could have the type, that should be, we can have the string. The password, that should be, we can have the type of, like it should be the string. And then we have a login function. We can have the sign up as well, so we can have the sign up over there like this, and sign up should also have something around, we can have the name, we can have the email, we can have the password over there. So we can have the password as well like this. We have the password, that should be in the string format. And then finally that will be having the logout function as well. So we'll be having the logout, and it should also be the promise. because once we move on to the logout, now we want to remove the cookies. So if the cookies are being set by the backend, and if the cookies are the HTTP only cookies, it means those cookies can only be removed by the backend. So once we click on the logout, we'll be just clicking a button of the logout, and then the backend would remove the cookies, like the authentication cookies with that. So that should again be, we can have the promise, that should be, we can have in the void state, because we don't want to return anything over there. And now the create context should have the property. So create context should have the user auth like that, the type of the user auth like this, or it should be the user auth, or it could be the null like this. So now we have the auth context. And now what do we want to do? Now we want to create the provider for this context as well. So we can have the const, we can have the auth provider like this. So we have the auth provider, and the provider would wrap all of the children's inside that. So we have the auth provider that should be equals to a normal React component, and inside that we would be accepting the children property. We would be having some children over there, children over there like this, and it should have the type. The type should be, we can again have the React node like this, we have the React node like this for the type. And after that, now let's move on. So after this, now we want to handle a couple of states as well within the provider. So how we can do that? So first state that we can have is the use state. So we can have the snippet, like first we'll be having the property of the user. We should be having the property of the user. I don't think what happened to that. We have the user, then we have this set user like this, and the state should have the value of the user property like this, the user, or it could be the null as well. So we can put the user or the null should be there inside the state, and initial value should also be, we can have the null like this. So it should be the null. And after that, now let's move on. So after that, let's have the state for the authentication. Oh, sorry, we can have the login as well. So we can have the logged in over there. Like we can have the is logged in like this, and we can have the set is logged in, and we can provide here the state that should be, we can have the false. And after that, now let's move on. So now we have the is logged in property as well. Now after we refresh this application, so after once the user moves on into the application, so we should run an effect code as well. We should run the effect code, we can run a function, and we can verify if the user's cookies are still there, and if the cookies are valid, then the user doesn't need to be logged in. So we can define the effect function for that as well. We can have the effect. So as of now, we won't be implementing that. So first we need to implement the login functionality, then only we want to do that. So this effect function has only to do that. What do we need to do inside that? So we can have the fetch if the user's cookies are valid, then we can have the then skip login. So we should have this code inside the effect. So we would be writing the logic after we write the implementation of the authentication. Then we can move on. So then we should be having the functions for the login as well. So we can have the login like this. So that would be equals to a function, and it could be asynchronous as well. So we should write the async over there, and we need the parameters as well. So we need the same parameters like the email and the password. We can copy, we can paste. Now we'll be having the email and the password. So as of now, we just need the definitions. Now we have the login, then we can have for the logout as well, or we can have the sign up. Like the sign up, it should contain this properties, like we can have the name, email, and the password. Let's implement that over there, name, email, and the password. And now we should be having the logout function as well. So we should be having the logout, and here we won't be requiring any properties over there. We don't need any variables over there, and that's how it's going to work. And here it should be the email instead of the email, and then here as well it should be, I think, the email over there like this. And now we have defined all of these properties, and now you can see now we have created the provider, and now the provider needs to set those values as well, which should be used by the children's. So for that, let's define the value. Cons, we can have the value like this. So that should be an object. It should contain the properties like user. We can have the is logged in over there, it's logged in. Then we should have the properties of the login function as well, the logout function as well, the register, or we can have the sign up function as well. So there could be a couple of functions. And now the final thing that we want to do is now we want to return all the state code over there. Now we want to return all of the states to the children components. So we can have the return, we can have the auth context dot, we can have the provider. So now we have the auth context dot provider, and that should contain the value. So value is wrapped within this component. The value should be equal to the value, and after that, now we want to render all of the children's inside that. So it should be the children like this. So that's how it's going to work. So you can see it was very simple. So Redux implementation looks a bit complicated, like sometimes you need to add the middlewares for these functions, like the asynchronous code, you need to add some middlewares and all, but you can see it was very simple, and it contains, and the context contains the definition with the React itself, not anything else. So you can see now we have created the provider, now we have the context, now you can see we have the type definitions as well. And now the final thing that we want to do is, now we want to create a variable. Now we want to create the context that should be used by the children's. So this is just the provider. Now we want to create the context that should be used by the children's. So we can define any names, like we can have the cons, use, auth, or anything like that. We can have the auth directly as well. So that should be equals to, now what do we want to do? We can have the use context. We can have the use context directly, and the context should be the auth context, and that's it with that. You can see now we have the context. Oh, sorry, it should be a function as well. It should be a use auth. That should be a function which can contain all of these properties like this, and we should export it as well. We should have the export const. We can have the use auth, and now we want to just export this as well. We want to export the authentication provider as well. So what we can do, we can have export const, we can have the auth provider. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on. So you can see now the initial property of the is logged in is false. Now let's move on to the main file, the main.tsx. Now just render all of that. So first, at the top, we would be having the auth provider. We should be having the auth provider, and now all of the children components. So the main component, the main children is the browser router, but the properties and values from directly from the auth provider directly can be used in any component, in any children component. Now let's move on. So if you want to see the demo, you can move on to the app component. You can have the log statement, or either you can have the use auth like this. You can have the use auth, then you can have the log. Log should be, we can have the use auth dot, you can have the is logged in property like this, dot is logged in like this. So use auth dot, you can have the is logged in like this. So suppose if you save and if you move on to the application, if you move on to the inspect, now you will be seeing three infos, like you have the false over there because now the authentication is false. Now the user is not there inside this. But if we switch to the true, if we switch it to the true like this, so you have the true over there, you can see now you will be having the true over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And it can solve a couple of problems like the prop drilling as well. So suppose if you create the authentication here directly inside the app.tsx, then you need to send it inside all of these children components. So it can create some issues because there can be a difficulty to manage all of these props and data over there. So that's why we can use the overall application state within the context, or we can also use the Redux as well. So they are all similar. And now let's move on. So now we can have a conditions like if the user is logged in or not. So we can again move on. We can switch this to the false, and now we can move on to the header. So let's close all of these files. Let's move on again into the component / header. And here now what do we want to do? So here we want to render all of these links. And for rendering the links, we can create a separate component for that. So we have the shared link. We have the shared for the link as well like this. So we can have the link dot, we can have the tsx over there. So I think we can change the name. We can have the nav link like that. We can have the navigation link over there, and that could be a separate component. Now we can just render the RFCE for the default boilerplate code. Now inside the nav link, we should accept a couple of properties like where the user wanna go. So we can define all of the types as well. So we can have the type for this. We can have the props, and that should be equals to, we can move on. We can have the to, that should be inside the string. We can have the background as well. We can have a different background. Suppose the button uses this link, we can have the background that should be inside the string. And what we can do, and after that we can use the text as well. So the text should also be inside the string that what we want to wrap between the link, what the text should be visible on the link. Then we can have the text, we can have the color as well. We can have the text color, and that should be the text color again should also be inside the string format. So we need the string, and after that we can also require the onClick function as well. So we can have the onClick over there like this. So it should contain, if someone wants to define the onClick, some can use this as a button as well. So we can have the onClick function as well, and this is basically used for the logout as well. Suppose we want to remove the state as well, so that should be for the logout. And after that, so that should be for the logout, and after that we can use the promise here as well. So that should be promise in a white form, so we don't want to return anything. And after that we should render here a link. So we only need to return the link component directly from, we can use from react.dom. We can import the link directly from, we can have the rrd react.dom / I think the link is named export, so we can use the link over there. And now we want to return here the link. So here we have the link over there, and inside the link we can have the to prop. So we haven't defined the props over there, so it should contain the props like that should be equals to, we can have the props type over there. The to should be equals to, we have the props, or you can have the to. Then what you can do, then you can move on, you can define here, I think you can, that's it I think. Then you can move on, and what you can do, you can provide the text between them. So the text between them should be, what you can do, we have props dot, we can have the text, and then we can provide the customized styles as well. We can have the style, so that should be equals to, what do we want to do, so we can have the background like this. So background should be, we can have the props dot, we can have the bg, then we can move on, then we can have the color as well, the text color, that should be again, we can have the props dot, we can have the text color like this, we can have the text color, and that's how it's gonna work. So here you can see now this is a customized component of the navigation link, and it would be very useful. Now let's move on to the header. So here you can see now we have the toolbar, now we have the toolbar over there. So here it would be very simple. So now let's move on to the so what should we do now? So now we should have a condition. So after this, now what we can do, so after this we can render a box, or we can render a normal div from the MUI. And after that what we can do, so inside this div we can just wrap a condition. So first we need to define the reference for the authentication context, so that we can get if the user is logged in or not. We can get the cons, we can have the auth, so that should be equals to use auth. So now we have the reference. Now what do we want to do? So here we should have a condition like if the auth dot, we have the user, or we can have the auth dot is logged in. It means now the user would be logged in. Then we can render a different styles over there, and if it is not logged in, then we can do different things. So that would be a JSX tag, the empty tag, and here as well we'll be having the empty tag. So once the user is logged in, then what we can do, so we can just use here the navigation link inside the shared components. So that should have the navigation link. So there should be two links over there. So both should have, the first one should be having the BG. So if the user is logged in, then we can provide a customized background color. That should be, we can have the hash 00, we can have triple FC, we have the background color. Then we can move on. So we can have the to, that should be, we can have /, we can have the chat. Then we can move on, we can have the text. Then we can have go to, we can have the chat. Then we can move on, we can have the text color. So that should be again, I think we can have the black for the text color. For this we can have the black. And after that, now we have the second navigation link as well. So we can provide the BG. So here BG would be different. So we can have hash, we can have the 51538F for the background color. We can have the foreground color as well. So for the foreground color, we can just use the text color as the white. Then we can have the to, that should be what we can do. So we can have the logout here, we can have the logout over there. Then what we can use, so we can have the text as well, that should be, we can have the logout. And to should not be the logout, to should be the home page, because once the user logs out, now we want to move on to the home screen as well. And now I think that's enough. But here we would be having the onClick function as well. So inside this navigation link, we would be having the onClick. And here now what do we want to do? So we can have the auth dot, we can have the logout. So we will be referencing the logout function directly from this. And after that, if the user is not logged in, then again we can render a different links. we can just copy this one, we can just paste that over there. Think what do we need to do? So now we can remove that. So I don't have any code with me right now. So what we can do, so we can just copy these two nav tags once again. So the color combination should be same. So now we have these things over there. So we can remove that, and that's how it's gonna work. And now what do we want to do? So now you can see now we have the background should be same. The two should be equals to, now what we can do, we can have the login, and the text should also be, we can have the login. Text should be the login, the text color should also be the black, and here we would be having the same background and the foreground color. The two should be equals to, we can have the sign up, and that should be, we can have the sign up again like this. We have the text of the sign up, and that's how it's gonna work. I think that's enough for that, right? That's enough. But if we move on to the application once again, you can see now we have all of the data. You can see now we have the login and the sign up, but now we want to provide a couple of styles as well to the navigation link. So let's move on. Let's just implement that. So we can move on to the nav link. We can provide the class names for that. We can have the class name, and we can use a customized class name. We can use some CSS styles with that. So what we can do, so here, so we can have a style that should be, we can have the nav link over there, like we can have the nav link. So let's implement these styles as well. So we have the nav link. Let's implement these styles. So we can move on to the root CSS file, or sorry, if you want to create a customized CSS file, then it's up to you. But I would be defining it inside the index. So that should be, we can have the nav link, and inside there, now what do we want to do? So it should contain, I think, the font weight that should be somewhere around 600. We can have the text transform that should be uppercase. Then we can move on. We can have the margin right, that should be somewhere around 10 pixels. Margin from the left as well, 10 pixels. We can have the padding, that should be 8 pixels top and bottom, the 20 pixels from left and right. Then we can have the border radius, that should be somewhere around 10 pixels with that. So we have the 10 pixels. Then we can have the text decoration, that should be, we can have the none over there. Then we can have the font family. I think font family is already defined in the typography. Then I think, yeah, it is defined. Then we can have the letter spacing as well. That should be somewhere around 1 pixels. That's enough. Now we have the nav link, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. Now let's move on to the nav link. So now let's move on to the application. You can see it now, it looks like this. Now we have the login, we have the sign up. We can click on the login. Now we are into the login page. We can click on the sign up. We are into the sign up page. And if the user is logged in, so we can move on to the context. So suppose that's the true. So there you can say now we have the go to chat, and then we have the logout, and it means everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. Once we click on the logout, we are into the home. Once we move on to the go to chat, now we are into the chat page. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now what do we want to do as the next step? So now we are moving very fast, I know, but let's move on. So we can have the false. Again, we can move on to the login. Now let's define the login screen as well. So now let's design the login screen as well. So let's move on. So I'm into the paint, and now we want to see that how it's gonna look. So let's move on. So suppose it's a web page. So inside the left corner of the web page, inside the left side, so there would be two sides. So inside the left side, there would be an image. So we can render the image of a robot, and inside the right side, we can just render here the form. So inside the right side, sorry, we can render here the form here. So we can just render the form. So there can be some items onto the form. So that could be the login and the sign up as well. So we can have name, email, and the password for the sign up. But if there are the mobile devices, so inside the mobile devices, the style will look different. So inside the mobile devices, what we're gonna do is we can just render. So suppose that's a mobile device. So it's a mobile device. So we only need to render here the form. So we need to make the responsive designs. So we'll be only be having the form over there, and that's how it's gonna look. So let's move on. So inside the login, now what do we want to do? So first, I think we can just focus on the design. So here inside the return, what we can use, so we can just use the box from the material UI. So box is just like a component of the material UI, just like the div. So we can import something that should be at the .mui material, and it should be, we can have the box over there. So we have the box, and inside that, what we can do, so we can provide the SX prop. Or what we can do, so the SX is not required, we can give the width, that should be, we can have the 100% for the width. We can have the height as well, and it should also be, we can have the 100%. And what we can do, so we can have the display as well. Display should be, again, we can just use the flex. So we can just put the display flex, we can have the flex, that should be 1 as well. And now what we can do, so we'll be dividing the flex into 2 parts. So suppose that's here another box, so we'll be using the box for the image, and there could be another box for the form. So both will be having the display of the flex. So the first box, let's move on. So we can have the padding, that should be 8. We can have the empty margin from the top, that should be, again, it would be the 8. We can have the display as well. So display should be, we can give the responsive designs. We can have for the MD screen sizes, for the medium, the display should be, we can have the flex. But for the smaller devices, for the SM, the display should be, we can have the SM, the display should be, we can have the none. And same happens with the extra small devices as well. Suppose that's a device, maybe it has very low width, we can give the display, that should be, we can have the none. And after that, let's move on. So here we have the box, and here you can see inside that we can just render an image. So there would be an image, we can give the AI robot dot, we have a PNG, AI robot dot, we have the PNG over there for the images, we can get the alt, we can have the robot over there like this, and the credit goes to the respective owner. So we have this image, then we can move on, we can have the style, that should be around 400 pixels would be enough for the style over there for the width. So let's move on, we can give the width, that should be 400 pixels, that's how we want to do that. So you can see now, you can see it's looking great, you can see now it's looking great, and now you can see it's working fine. So there you can see, if we have defined the padding 8, it means 8 into 8 times. So if we define the padding of the 1 over there, in the material UI, the by default spacing is 8 pixels. So 1 is equals to the 8, and if we have defined the 8, it means it is 8 into 8, which is 64 pixels for the padding and all. And now let's move on. So here you can see the first one has been completed. Now let's move on to the second box as well. So inside this box, there would be a normal things, and this box would contain the form. So let's move on. So here we can provide the display, that should be, again, we can use the flex over there. I think we can provide the flex property as well. So inside this flex, what we can do, so for the extra small screen devices, we should have the full flex, which is a 1, which we have defined over there. And for the medium devices, we can have the flex, that should be somewhere around, we can give the 0.5. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on, let's provide a couple of more props, like we can move on. We can provide the justify content, that should be inside the center of the screen. We can provide the align items, that should be, again, inside the center of the screen. I think that's enough. Then we can move on, we can provide the padding as well, that should be somewhere around 2 over there. We can have the margin from the left, that should be, we can have the auto over there like this. We can have the auto, we can have the margin from the top, and that should be somewhere around 16. So we have these designs over there. And now inside that, now we can render a form. So let's move on. So we can just render here the form directly from the HTML tags. And here now what we can do, so here we can provide a customized styling for that. So styling could be, we can just provide the margin, that should be, we can have the auto from all of these sides. Then we can have the padding as well. So we can have the padding, that should be around, we can give the 30 pixels of the padding from all of these sides. The box shadow should be there somewhere around, we can give the 10 pixels horizontally, 10 pixels for the vertical shadow, 20 pixels we can give for the blow, we can give #000 for the color of the shadow. Then we can give the border radius, so that should be somewhere around 10 pixels would be enough for that. And then finally we can give the border here, so we can have the border, that should be, we can use it none, so we don't need to use the border. And after that, now what can we do, so inside this form we can just render another container. So we can have a container over there, like suppose that could be equals to box, and here we can provide a couple of more styling, like again we can have the display like this. So we can have the display, again we can use the flex. Then we can move on, we can have the flex direction, that should be, we can have the column over there. And final thing that we can use, so we can move on, we can have the justify to the content, that should be inside the center of the screen. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on, let's just add the elements over there. So the first thing that we want to add over there, that should be equals to the typography. So we can have the typography over there because we want to add a, so what we can do, we can add a login text over there as well. We can use the import something, that should be from, we can have the material, and I think we can just use the typography directly from this as well. We can use the typography, and then here we can again use the typography over there. We can provide a styles, like we can give the variant, that should be the h4. So with the variant you can provide like what variant do you need of the HTML. So here we would be needing the h4. We would be having the text align, that should be inside. We can have the center over there. So I think we can give the padding as well. Padding somewhere around 2 would be enough. Font weight, that should be 600. And that's it. I think we can give the color is already defined. That's it. Now what we can use, so we can just move on. We can just provide the login like this. So if we save and if we move on, so let's see how it looks. If we move on, so there you can see now we have the login, and that's how it's gonna work. And now after this typography, now we can move on and we can define an input tag. So we'll be using a customized input tag for this application, because if you move on to the MEI.com, so if you move on to the Material UI, so they provide a different type of input components. You can move on to the Material UI, you can just search for the text field. So this is the text field API. So you can see if you move on to the demos of the text field, so they provide similar type of text fields. You can see you have the color of blue around that. So it is based on the material design. And now let's move on. So we'll be using this type of text fields as well, but we need to just remove and we need to just modify the root classes of the text field. So let's move on to the API section of the text field. So let's move on to the API. So you have your, I think, let's move on. So here we have the text field. So we want to move on to the base classes, and here we want to just customize the base class so that we should have the white color as per the theme of our application. So let's move on. So I'm going to show you that how you can do that. So here we need to move on to the components. So inside the shared, the text field would be shared. So we can have the customized input. So we have the customized input over there, dot we have the TSX over there, and now let's define the component over there like this. So we would be having a different props for that. So we can have the props, so that should be, we can have the name, so we can have the unique name for the text field, unique name. We can have the type over there, so we can have the type like this, that should be again inside the string. And I think that's enough. I think we can have the label as well. Yes, we can have the label, and that should be equals to, we can again have the string like this. So we have these props for the customized input. So we can also have the props like this, and that should be equals to the props. And now here we want to return the text field from the Material UI. So we can use the text field. We can just move on to the top. We can have the import the text field. We can have from MUI material like this. We can have MUI material / we can have the text field like this. So we can have the text field over there like this. We have the text field, and from there now what we can do, so we can have the name. So the name should be equals to what we can do. So here we can just provide the props dot, we can have the name over there. We can provide here, I think, the label as well. The label should be what we can do, props dot, we have the label for this. We can provide the type as well. The type should be, again, we can have the props dot, we can have the type dot, we can have the type over there. And now let's move on. Let's move on to the login component, and let's just see that how it looks if we do not provide any style. So we can have the customized input. So we can use the customized input 2 times over there, and let's provide some props as well. So we can give the type as well. So the first one should have the type of the email. The name should be, again, we can have the email, then we can have the password as well. Sorry, we can have the label as well. That should be, again, we can have the email over there like this. And after that, let's move on to the second. The type should be, we can have the password. We can have the name, that should be equals to the password over there. We should have the same thing for the label as well. So we can have the label, that should be equals to, we can have the password. So if we save and if we move on, so there you can see now we have here the email, then we have the password, and that's how it's looking over there. So if you move on again, so you can see now if we remove all of these inputs over there, so we have the email, then we have the password. So now we want to change that as well. So let's move on, and now we want to just, what we need to do, so we want to just inject some classes, some styles to the root classes of the customized input. So we can move on to the text field. So what we can do, so it is very simple with the Material UI. So first we can define the props for the label. So we can have the input label props. We can give some props. That should be, now what we can do, we can have the style. So I think the label already have the styles like this. So you can see if we move on to the password, you can see now we have the blue color for that. So we can have the style, that should be, we can have the color. that should be, I think we can give the white. So now you can see now it has resolved the issue, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on. So you can see now we have some outlines as well. So let's move on. So now we can have the input props as well. So we can have the input props, and inside this, now what we can do, so we can again use this style, and we can provide a customized style for that. We can give the width of this, that should be, we can have the 400 pixels, or if you want to accept the width, then you can use that as well. So here we have the 400 pixels, then we can move on. We can the border radius, that should be somewhere around, I think 10 would be enough for that. Then we can move on. We can have the font size, so that should be somewhere around 20 would be enough for that. And now the final thing that we want to do, the color should be, what we can do, we can use the white. So there you can see now we have these things over there, and everything seems to be working fine over there. And we can also provide some margin between them as well. We can have the margin, that should be equals to the normal. So now you can see now we'll be having some margin between them, and that's how it's gonna work. And now the final thing that we want to change is we want to change the outline. So for changing the outline, now we want to move on. We can move on to the inspect, and there now what we can do, so we can move on. We can just see this, that what exactly are the class names over there. So let's just search with that over there. So so we would be having the label as well. I think the label has already fixed that. So there is this class name like MUI outlined input, notch outline. So what we can do, so we have your MUI input base root MUI. So I think we are using the outline. So what we can do, so MUI input base, MUI input form control, the input tag as this. So you can see we have the MUI outline input. So we can copy this class name MUI outlined input. So we can copy, and we can move on to our CSS file index.css. We can paste this style over there. Now we have this class over there, outlined input. We have here the root class as well, so we can move on. We can have the root like this. We have the root dot, we can have the MUI slash, we can the focused here. So we have the focused over there. So this is for the focus, and let's move on. So we have the notch outline as well. So you can see you have the notch outline. So let's move on. Let's copy that as well till here. And MUI input, again we can provide the same style for this as well, MUI outlined input. We have the notch outline. So here now what we can do, so we can have the border color. So that should be, we can have the white like this, and it should be important. So let's see how it looks. You can see now we have the border color of the white, and that's how it's going to look. You can see now it's looking great over there. Now we have the email, now we have the password, and there you can see it's looking great. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So you can see how we can just customize the CSS classes of this as well. And the final thing that we want to do inside the login is now we want to create a button. So let's move on to the login here. So let's create a new button over there, and the button should also be imported from material UI. So it should be, we can have the button, and after that let's move on. So here we can just render here the button. So the button should be there. We can provide the type for the button, that should be, we can have the submit. And then we can move on. We can provide the SX prop. SX prop should be having, we can have the padding from the X, that should be, we can have the 2 padding from the Y, that should be, I think we can give the 1 over there. We can provide the margin from the top, that should be, we can have the 2 over there. We can provide the width, should be same as the form, 400 pixels. Then we can move on. We are in the border radius, so that should be somewhere around 2 enough. 2 is enough for that. We can have the background color as well, so we can give a different background color. We can have hash, we can have 00, we can have FFFC as the background color, as we used inside the navigation bar as well. So after that, I think we can provide the hover class as well. So for providing the hover, you need to wrap it inside the strings, then you can search for the hover, and then you can provide the classes. So you can have the BG color, that should be, we can have the white, and you can have the foreground color of the foreground, that should be equals to, we can have the black. And here now what we can do, so here we can provide the login like this. So we can have the login over there, and that's how it's gonna look. So you can say now we have the login, and if you want to provide an icon as well after the end of the button, it is very easy. So you can just search for the React icons over there. So here, so you can have the login as well. Here you can have the login, and there you can see there are a couple of login icons that you can use. And here now what we'll be using, So we can use this as well. It is looking great. And now let's move on to the top and we can import this as well. We can import this icon from React icons over there / we can have the IO. So here we can use this icon, iOS login. Let's move on, and inside the button props, let's create another prop over there. So that should be an icon, and that should be equals to this icon over there. We have the IO iOS login like this, and that's how it's going to look. So if we save it, if we move on, so there you can see now we have the login button, and that's how it's going to work. So you can see now it's looking great. Now we can move on. So now we can move on, and now we can handle the form data as well. So let's move on. So to handle the form data, what you need to do, so you can see you have provided the name as the you have provided the name and the password over there, email and the password as the name. Now you can create a function and you can use the form data to get the values without using any state. So you can have the const, you can have your handle submit like this. So that should be equals to, you can have the function over there, and inside this you can get the event, and to get the type of the event you can move on to the form. You can have the on submit over there. You can provide this. So you can see you have the event like this. You have the react.form event HTML event like this, HTML form event. So let's move on. So let's just use that over there. Like you have the react.form event, and this is the type of the event. Then first thing that you want to do is you want to prevent the default behavior so that the browser should not be refreshed. And you can provide the classes over there. Like you can have the handle submit. Now after that, now you can just create a new form data. So you can have the const, you can have the form data over there. So that should be equals to a new form data. So you have the form data, and you need to provide the target of the form. So you can have the event dot, you have the current target, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, you can get all of the values for the form as well. So you can get the const email like this. So that should be, you can have the form data dot, you can have the get, that should be equals to, we can have the email, because you have provided the name as the email. So it works on the name basis. And same for the password as well. So you have the password, and that should be equals to form data.get, that should be equals to the password. Now you can log all of these values as well. You can log the email, you can log the password as well, and that's how it's gonna work. So if we save it, if we move on to the inspect panel, if we move on to the inspect, if we move on to the console, so there you can see if we provide these styles over there, if we click on the login, then you can see now we got the styles over there. We have the antadani@test.com, then we have the password, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now we have the data of the form, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now the final thing that we want to do is now we want to log in. So after we click on the login, now we want to make the API request to the backend. So for making the API request, we need a package. So what we can do, so we can move on to Frontend once again. We can install a package which is the Axios. So Axios is used to send the API request. It is used for the communication with the backend and the frontend. So let's install the Axios, and with the help of Axios, we'll be just exchanging the API tokens with the backend and with the frontend. So let's move on. So here we have the main.tsx file over there, and here now we can set some default properties of the Axios as well. So we can use the Axios dot, we can have the defaults dot, we can have the base URL. So we can provide the base URL for this as well. So what's the base URL for the backend? We can have the HTTP. We can have the local host, the port of, we can have the 5000 / we can have the API / we can have the v1. So that's the base URL. And after that, we need to set the base configurations as well. So we can have the Axios dot, we can have the defaults dot, we can have the with credentials. So if we use the with credentials, so it will allow setting the cookies directly from the backend and just exchanging the cookies with the backend. So with the help of with credentials, it will help you to exchange the cookies. So with credentials, that should be equal to the true. So with every request, this would be attached. And now let's move on. Let's move on into the source folder. Let's create a new file for the helpers. So we can have the helpers over there like this. We can have the helpers. And here we can create a new file. That should be, we can have the API communicator.ts. So from this file, we'll be just defining some functions that can be used to work with the API. So let's move on. Let's just have the first function. So what we can do, so we can have the async arrow function. So we can have the const, we can have the login user. So we can have the user login like this. So from here, now we can just define the functions which can be used for the communication. So let's move on. So we can have the export const, we can have the login user like this, login user. and that should be equals to, we can have the asynchronous arrow function over there. We have the async arrow function, and the params are required, like we can have the email, the type should be, we can have the string, password. Then we can move on, so we can have the const response, so that should be equals to, we can have the await. Then we can use the Axios package, so we can move on to the top, so we can import the Axios as well. We can have the Axios over there, and it should be imported directly from the Axios package. So we can have the Axios like this. So await, it should be equals to Axios dot, we can have the post as well, so that's a post request, and the URL that we want to define should be /user/ we can have the login over there like this. So that would be our URL. And after that, now what do we want to do as the next step? So that's a post request. So inside the second parameter, now we want to provide some data as well along with it. So we can send some data. So we need to send the email, then we need to send the password as well. So these are the data that we want to provide. And now let's move on. So after we get the response, then what we can do, so we can move on, we can verify if the response dot, we can have the response dot status is not equals to, we have the 200. It means if it is not okay, then what we can do, so we can return, or we can have the throw new error, and we can send the error message. Suppose that could be, we can have the unable to login. So that would be our error message. But if the response dot status is the 200, it means if everything is successful, then we can grab the data, const data, and that should be equals to, what do we need to do? So it should be the response dot, we can have the data. So it should be the wait, because that's a promise. So it should be the response dot data. And after that, the final thing that we want to do is we want to return the data over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And now let's move on to, I think inside the auth context over there, inside the auth context, so we have the login function. So here we need to use this function as well. So what we can do, so we can have the return, or what we can do, so we can have the const, we can have the data. So that should be equals to await, and await, it should be equals to, we can have the login user like this. We have the login user, and from this we would be having the data. So login user should be equals to, we can have the email, then we can send the same password over there, and after that we will get the data. So we can have verification check. If we have the data, then only we want to do something. Then what we want to do, then we can move on. So we can have the set user. So that should be equals to, what do we need to do? So user should have the email, that should be data dot, we can have the email, and the user would be having the name as well. So we can have the data dot, you can have the name like this. So we will be having the set user like this, and then we would be having the set logged in property as well. So we have the set is logged in, and that should be equals to the true. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, you can say everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And after that, now we can move on to the main file, which is a form. So let's move on to the page. So what we can do, so we can make this function as an asynchronous function, and after we get the data, then what we can do, so you can see, if you remember, we have installed a library as well, which is toast bar. So we can show the toast notifications. So let's move on. So again, we need to move on to the main.tsx. So we can import something from that library. So we can import something from that, should be equal to react hot toast, and we can import the toaster. So we have here the toaster. So toaster should be there at the root of your file. So here we have the root. So it should be there at the top hierarchy of your file, so that it can add some CSS and all of the things required to make the toast. So let's move on. So after the auth provider, or after the theme provider, then we can use the toast bar over there like this. So here we have the toaster like this. And if you want to style some positions as well, you can use the position. So you can have the top right, you can have the top center like this. So I think we can use the top right here, and everything should work perfectly fine. And now let's move on. So now let's move on to the login, and let's just use a function of the toast. So we can import something that should be equals to from, it should be equals to react hot toast. And now what we can do, so we can have the try catch block. So inside the try, now what we can do, so we can first have the const, or what we can do, so we can directly use the await, and here we need to use the context here. So we can have the const, we can have the auth, so that should be the use auth over there. Now let's use the context, we can have the auth dot, we can have the login. So we can have the auth dot login. After that, we can provide the email, we can provide the password as well. We have the auth dot login, email, and the password, and that's how it's gonna work. And I think there are some type errors, like that could be null as well. So yeah, this can be null. So what we can do, so we can have the s, we can have the string, so we can just skip the type checking, we can provide the s string over there, and after that it will be logged in. So let's use the toast over there. So you need to import this thing over there. You have the toast. So I think you need to import the toast directly from the react.toast. So you have the toast. So toast is a function which creates the toast. So you can have the toast dot, you have the loading. So first we need to show the loading state. So we can have the signing in like this. So we can have this signing in, and after that let's move on. We can provide the second argument, that's the ID. So we want to provide only one toast bar inside this one component, inside this one page. So we need to provide a ID. So ID should be same inside all of the toast. That can be for the login as well, that can be for the success as well, and for the error as well. So it should have the ID. So we can have the ID that should be equals to the 1 like this. Or if you want to change the ID, that should be for, we can have the login over there like this. So we have the toast.loading. After we are successfully logged in, then we can again use the toast, and this time it should be the success. We can have the signed in, we can have the successfully like this, and we can have the same ID. And then if we get any error, then what we can do, so we can have the toast dot, we can have the error, we can have the sign in again, we can have the signing in, we can have the failed. So that's how it's going to work, and we can also log the error as well. So we can have log the error over there like this. So that's how it's going to work. So now we have these things, and now everything should work perfectly fine. But now we want to move on to the backend as well. So if you move on to the backend, so I want to show you one thing. If you move on to the users controllers, you can see you are just sending the ID over there. Inside the response, you are just sending the ID. So instead of the ID, now what you can do, you can just move on. So you can just provide the name of the user. That should be, you can have the user dot, you can have the name. You can send the email as well. So that should be, we can have the user dot, we can have the email. So that's how it's going to work. And same thing should be there with the sign up as well. So we can move on to the sign up. That should be the same thing over there like this. And now let's move on, and let's just open the development server of the backend as well. So here inside this terminal, let's move on to backend. So when we can have the npm run, we can have the dev. So now let's move on. So let's see what happens now. So you can see server open and connected to database. So let's move on. So now we want to provide the credentials. So what credentials did we use? So we have used here the james@test.com. We can use the password 123456. So let's see what happens if we move on to the network. So if we just click on the login, so let's see what happens. So there you can see now we are getting an error, which is the course error. You can see it is expected because one server, because now you are on the server of 5173 and the backend is running on this server of 5000. So one server, so if one server make the request to another server, so then that server doesn't allow any different server to make the request. So if the 5173 requests some data or sends some requests to the 5000, so 5000 would not allow this server to make an entry or to do something with their server. So that's why we have the course error inside the browsers, and it's the security policy that every browser has followed. So now we want to whitelist this server, we want to whitelist around server, around domain with that server, so that we should interact with that API. So let's move on. So we can move on to the app.ts over there, and there you can see we have already added a package which is a course. You can see this is a course which will bypass this error. So let's move on to, I think, inside the app.ts. So what we can do, so inside the first middleware, let's just use the course over there. We can have the app.use, that should be, we can have the course. You can import the course as well. You can have the import, we can have the course, that should be equals to from, it should be equals to the course like this. So that's how it's going to work. And after that you need to use the course, and here we need to provide some options as well, because here we are using a couple of security attributes as well. So now what do we want to do? So here we want to use the origin first. So what we can do, so we can have the origin, we can provide the origin, and the origin can be array as well. So we can provide the string. So that should be, we can have the HTTP localhost the port of we can have the 5173. So this is where our React application is hosted now. And then inside the second parameter, we can provide the credentials, because here we are exchanging the security attributes like the HTTP only cookies. So we want to set the credentials that should be equals to we can have the true. So with the help of the codes, now we can access this server only from this domain, right? So let's just test it out once again. So let's move on. Let's just click on the login again. Let's just remove everything, remove the console window as well. So let's see what happens if we click on the login. So there you can see now we have the status of 200. You can see now we saw the message as well. And another thing that you can see, now we are into the go to chat window and we are into the logout as well. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. You can say this was okay. We have the 200 of the OK request. You can see we are having the cookies as well. So if I want to show you the cookies, you can move on to the application. You can move on to the cookies. And from there you can see now you have the cookie, you have the auth token over there, and there you can see you have the domain of the local host, you have the path of the slash, you have the expires property as well, and there you can see you have the size, and there you can see you have the HTTP only flag as well. You have the HTTP only flag, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's move on and let's just try to get the cookie. You have the document.cookie. So let's see what happens. So you can see document.cookie is empty string because it cannot be accessed by the JavaScript. But there is one thing, if you just remove the HTTP only attribute, double click on that and let's just remove that. And there you can see if you run the document, you can have the document dot you have the cookie, then you can see now you can get the cookie. So you can see that's not secure. So that's why we use the HTTP only cookies like this, so that it cannot be accessed by the browser. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So let's close all of that. And now you can see after completing the login functionality, now you can see inside the header as well, it has been updated. Now we can go to chat and we have the logout functionality as well. And now let's complete the authentication workflow and let's just quickly start the ChatGPT APIs. And now it seems to be working fine. And after that, now again we want to move on to the context of the authentication. And if you remember that we have created an effect code there. It means once the user refreshes or once the user opens this application, so if the user has the cookies and if they are valid, then we don't want the user to be logged in once again. So let's move on. So here, now what do we want to do? So here we want to make another request inside the backend in which we can verify the token of the user. And if the verification token is successful and if the token is verified, then the user doesn't need to log in again. So let's move on. So what do we want to do? So we can move on to the backend and we can move on to the controllers here. So inside the user's controller, we can move on to the user routes over there. And here now what we can do? So we can create another route that should be a post request or that should be a get request over there. And that should be, we can have the login or we can have the auth status like this. We have the auth, we can have the status over there. We have the auth status and here we do not need any data, because here we won't be sending anything. So here we would require a function. So here we require a middleware function which will be used to verify the token. If the token verification would be successful, then we'll again move on to the different middleware function to just validate the record and to send back the credentials. So let's move on and it would be very, very easy. So let's move on to the utils once again. So inside the utils, we have the token manager. So here, if we can create a token, we can again create a new function in which we can verify the token of the user. So let's move on. So we can have the export, const, we can have the verify. We can have the token like this. We have the verify token and that should be an asynchronous arrow function and this would be a middleware. Because now we would be using the verify token here inside this routes, inside this auth status. So let's move on. So we can have the verify token like this. So it should be used here. So that's why it would be requiring a couple of parameters as well directly from the express. It could be the request, that could be the request object. We have the express, it should be the response. That should be again, we can have the response over there directly from the express once again, response. It should be the response like this and it should be the next function as well so that we can move on to the next function. So it should be the response, it should be the next to move on to the next function over there like this. And now after that, now what do we want to do? So now we would be sending some cookies along with the request. So we would be sending some cookies along with the request. So cookies would be stored inside the signed cookies. So we can get the cons, we can get the token like this. So that should be equals to what we can use. So we can have the request dot, we can have this signed cookies, because here we are signing the cookies, and we need to provide the variable name over there, the signed cookies. So signed cookies is an object which can contain all of the cookies data. And again, you can move on to application. So you can move on to the application. You can see here we are storing the auth token. So we want the auth token cookie over there. So what we can use over there, so we can move on, we can use the template returns over there, and that should be, we can have the cookie name like this. So we already have a parameter, so we can get the cookie name. So now let's move on and let's just log the request over there. Let's just log the token. But before moving on into this request, so now we should create a new request inside the front end as well. So let's move on. So inside the auth context, or we can move on to the API communicator. Let's create another request over there. It would be a different request. It could be, we can have the check auth, we can have the status like this. It could be this request. Here we do not need any parameters. So this would be a get request, and it should be user slash, we can have the auth. We can have the auth status over there. So it has the auth status over there. And after that, now let's move on. We don't need to send any data because it's not required here. And if the response.status not equals to 200, then we can have the enable to, what we can do, we can have the authenticate like this, enable to authenticate. And if everything is successful, then we'll be sending the same data along with the request. So let's move on to the context as well. So inside the context, now what we can do. So here we have the use effect code. And inside this, what we can do, we can define another function. That could be async function. That could be, we can have the check status. And inside this, we won't be requiring any parameter over there. Let's remove that. And here what we can do, so we can have the const, we can have the data that should be equals to a weight, and that should be equals to, we can have the check auth status over there like this, check auth status. And now we want to follow the same steps over there. Now we want to follow the same steps like this, same steps like this. Let's move on. If you have the data, then do this, or else what we can do, so else it would be same like what we can do. So we can provide these properties over there, and we can set it over null. So we can set as the null over there. So I think it's not required over there because it would be run on, because it will run only one time. So it's not required over there. If you have the data, then this, then we want to do this thing. And if we have the data and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now we have this logged in true, set user true, and everything should work perfectly fine. So now again, we can move back to the users, or we can move back to our token controllers. So now let's make a new request. So if we just refresh the page, so let's see what happens if the request goes or not. If we refresh the page, so let's see what happens. So no, the request was not processed. So let's see what has happened over there. Let's move on to the home page as well. And let's remove that. Let's click on the refresh once again. Let's have, I think we can have the fetch XHR. So yes, there was an error because we haven't called this function. So now we need to call this function as well. So we can have the check status over there. We have the check status over there like this. We have the check status, and let's see what happens if we move on. So there you can see now instantly we got the token, right? So now there you can see instantly we got the token, and that's how it's gonna work. So you can see now everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now let's move on to the token manager. So now we have the token, and now the last thing that we want to do here is now we want to verify the token. So now we want to verify the token. So we can verify the token by just checking that if the token has the data, if the token is valid, then we can move on to the next middleware. But if the token is not valid, then what we can do? So then final thing that we can do is now we can just stop this request. We can abort the request, and we can send the return message. And now let's see that how we can just verify the token of the user. So we can have the return, we can have the new promise. So we can return a new promise. So here we are using the promise, and it's a void because we want to verify some parameters, like we can resolve the promise, or we can reject the promise as well. We can have the reject like this. So let's move on. So we have the resolve and the reject. And after that, now what do we want to do? So here we can also return one thing. We can return the JWT dot, we can have the verify. So JWT has a function of the verify, which can verify the token. So we need to provide the token string over there. So we can have the token like this. And then the second thing that we want to do is now we want to provide the secret key. So we can provide the process.environment.jwt secret once again. So we have the secret key. And after that, there is a third parameter as well, which is a callback, in which we will get two parameters. First there would be the error. If we get any error, then it would be stored inside this error, and if everything is successful, then we would be getting this success inside that. It would be the success. So now let's move on here. So now let's just verify once again. So now we can verify just simple thing, like if there is an error, it means now there was an error with the request. Then what we can do, so we can have the reject, we can reject the promise, we can have the error dot, we can have the message as well. Or I think the promise is void, so we don't need the message as well, but it's up to you. Then we can move on, we can have the return response dot, we can have the status, that should be for 1, which is unauthorized. Then we can move on, we can have the JSON over there, we can have the message over there like this, or we can have the JSON, we can have the message like this, we can have the JWT, or we can have the token expired. We have the token expired like this if we get an error. But if the error is not there, if we are successful, then we can provide the else case inside the else. Now what we can do, so we can just, so what we can do here, so it would be very simple. So we can set some parameters in this function, we can set some local parameters for this request in this function, and then we can use those parameters inside the next request. So it is possible with the Express. So what we will do, so we'll send some local variables over there. So first let's have the log statement. We can have the token verification successful, we can have the successful over there like this. So verification like this, token verification successful. And then now what we can do, so after the log, then we can move on. So then we can just have the resolve. So we need to resolve the promise as well. We can resolve the promise, and then we can move on. Then we can have the response. So from this middleware, so this middleware can set some local variables from the response, and then we can use them from the next middleware. So technically it is possible with the Express because you are setting the local variables directly from this function, and then you can use that inside next middleware as well. So now we can have the response dot, we can have the locals dot, we can send some data, like we can send the JWT data like this, and that should be equals to, we can have this success. So all of the data should be there inside the success. So we will be setting that, and then what we can do, so we can just return to next middleware. So that was the last thing, that now we want to return to the next middleware. So you can say this was the final code for this, and we want to use another thing over there. Like if we don't have the token like this, if we don't have the token, and if the token dot, we have the trim like this, we can have the token dot trim is equals to, we can have the empty string. So then what do we want to do? So now we can just move on. We can just return the response dot, we can have the status, that should be again, we can have the 4 or 1 once again, we can send the JSON message once again, we can send the message over there. Then we can have the token not received like this. So we can have the token not received. So that's how it's gonna work. And if we have the token, then only we'll be having this return statement. So now let's move on. So here you can see it is working great, it's working fine. Now let's move on to the user routes once again. So we have the user routes, and here what we can do, we can define another middleware function in which we can check the authentication status. We can have a verify something. So we can have the verify. We can have the verify user like this. So we can have this function over there. And now inside this function, now what do we want to do? So here we would be getting some local variables as well, right? Because we have set it some local variables, so they can be accessible over here. Now inside this, now what we can do, I think. So first we can verify if the token was malfunctioned or not. So let's move on. So inside the try, now what we can do. So first we can try and get the user. So we can remove this. We can have the await user.find1. So now we can find the user email. So email should be equals to, we can have the response dot, we can have the locals dot JWT data like this dot, we can have the email. So we can find the user, or what we can do, so we can have the find by ID as well, because we are already encrypting the ID as well. So we can have the find by ID, and that should be response dot locals dot JWT data dot, that should be equals to the ID like this. So that should be the ID. And after that we can check if we don't have the user, then we can send this message as well, like the user not registered or token, or we can have the token malfunction. And after that, if we have the user, then we can verify, like if the user dot, we can have the ID underscore ID dot to string, if the ID is equals to the same of the ID that we are getting inside the response. Dot we have the locals dot JWT data like this. Dot we have the ID. Then only we want to move ahead. So what we can do here? So we can just move on. So then if we are getting this ID over there, so I think we can just use here this like this. If it is not okay, if it is not matching, then what we can do? We can send the response.status 401. Then we can send the token and user, like we can send here permissions didn't match like this. So we can have the permissions didn't match, and you can also store these strings inside a separate variable as well, and it's also a good option. But here let's just complete this application. So now we have toString, and if everything works fine, then now what we can do? So if we passed this validation check, if we are coming here, it means everything is working fine. Then what we can do? So then you can see now the token should not be created again. So we can remove the token creation code over there. Let's remove that. And let's move on. So now we can just send the details to the user. So now let's see what happens. So if we move on to the application, if we refresh, so now we should be completing all of that. If we refresh, if we move on to the network, so now we are getting the 401. Inside the preview, we are getting the user not registered. So that's okay. Let's just check. But you can see the token verification was successful. Let's see that what exactly is happening. So now here what we can do? So we can log something. We can log the user dot, we can have the underscore ID dot, we have the toString, and then we can just log the response dot, we can have the locals dot JWT data like this dot, we can have the ID. So let's see what happens. So let's see what happens here inside this log statement. So if we again refresh this, you can see what happened with that user not registered. So that was the error, because you can see now we are running the user login. So now let's move on, and that should be equals to what was the function. So we can have here the verify. I think we can have the verify like this. So we can have the verify user like this. So let's see what happens now. So that was the error. So let's see what happens this time. So let's move on. So if we again refresh, you can see now we are getting the 200, and there you can see now we are getting the details as well. So everything seems to be working fine. You can see now it is working great. You can see now the IDs are same. You can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. You can see now we are coming ahead. You can see everything seems to be working fine, and that's how it's gonna work. So you can see now it is working great over there. So you can see congratulations on completing the secure backend as well. So now let's move on to the token manager and remove these logs as well. So just remove these logs over there, because logs should not be there inside the production. So that's how it's gonna work. So now you can see now you completed that, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now if we refresh the page, you can see instantly we'll be moving on to go to chat. And now finally, now let's work with the OpenAI, and let's create the ChatGPT type application this time. So the authentication seems to be working perfectly fine, and now we want to move on, and now we want to build the chat functionality for this application. So before that, I want to move on to the OpenAI platform. So now you want to move on to this, and there you can see you need to click on the GPT. So now we'll be using the GPT models for it. So there are a couple of models for the GPT, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo. So here what we'll be using, so we'll be using the GPT 3.5 Turbo. And there you can see how the chat completions API work with the OpenAI. You can see this can be a response. You have the OpenAI chat completion.create, and there you can see that's how it works. So first there would be a role. You can define a role of the system, that you are this. You can define the name of your model. You can define anything, and then after that you have the role. So first the user. So first the role would be the user, and user will ask a question, and we have a question inside the content property. Content is actually the message. So we have the content like who won the World Series in 2020. Then you have the assistant, that the Los Angeles and dash dash dash, and he has come up with an answer. And then again you have the role like this. You have the user, and then you have the content. So that's how the API works with that, and you need to store all of these messages to keep the context of the conversation. The context means, suppose you ask a question like who won the World Series in 2020, and there you can see it has come up with an answer. And now you ask that where it was played. So you need to store all of these conversations so that the OpenAI knows that on what topic you are discussing with me something. So that's how it works. So you need to just store all of these messages so that the OpenAI sees that what exactly the user is talking about and then give that answer accordingly. So now let's move on, and we have already created the collection of the user, and inside that we have the chats as well. So now let's work on them. So now I want to move on. So we can move on into, I think first we can move on into the backend. So inside the backend, we can move on. So here you can see inside, if we move on to the controllers, so now we should move on to the routes, and there you can see now we have the chat routes as well. Now let's create another route as well for the chats so that it should work accordingly. So here, now what do we want to do? So here there would be a new route for the chat. So we can have the chat routes dot, we can have the post. So that would be a post request, in which now what do we want to do? So we'll be having a chat slash, we can have the new like this. So we can have the chat slash new. And after that, this would only work. So chat routes is a protected API. So we can add that as well. And only the authenticated and authorized users can access that. So what we can do? So after we move on to slash new API slash chat slash new, then we can move on. So we can have the verified token. So we can have the verified token, so that we should verify the token of the user, and then only we want to move ahead. And then what we can do? So we can define a controller function from which we can generate the chat completion for the user. So let's move on to the controllers. Let's create a new controller. That could be, we can have chats controllers like that, chat controllers dot, we can have the TS, and after that let's define the controller function for that. So we can have the export const, we can have the generate chat, we can have the completion. So that would be equals to, we can have the asynchronous arrow function over there, and it would be same like the user's controller. So the parameters would be same like the request, response, and the next, it should be same. So we have the request, it should be imported from the express, response should be imported from express, the next function is there in the express, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So first, now we want to configure the OpenAI. So for that, we want to use the OpenAI APIs. So first we want to configure the OpenAI API with that. And for configuration, let's move on. So we can define a function as well inside the utils, or we can have the config. We can define the OpenAI config.ts, and here we can define the function. We can have the function configure, we can have the open AI like this. So we have this function over there. So after that, now what do we want to do? So here we can have the const, we can have the config like that. So that should be equals to, we can have a new configuration over there, a new configuration like this, and that should be, we can have the object over there. And now we want to provide a couple of keys. Like first we want to provide the API key. For that API key should be equals to, we can have the process dot, we can have the environment dot, you can move on to the environment as well. You can see here we have here the API keys as well, OpenAI secret. So let's just use that. So you can copy that and then you can paste that over there. And after that, let's move on. So we can have the API, we can have the organization ID as well. We can have the organization. So we can have the process dot, we can have the environment dot, we can have the OpenAI. I think we can again move on to the environment. So that should be OpenAI organization ID like this. So we have this thing over there. Or should be event like this, environment like this. So now we have the configuration with that, and everything should work perfectly fine. So here we have the configure of the OpenAI, and we can export this function as well. So we can have the export const, we have the configure OpenAI, that should be equals to a function like this. So now we have this function of the configure OpenAI, and now we want to move on. And after that, so here inside the generate chat completion, now what do we want to do? So here we need the message from the user. So we want the message from the user. So let's get that. So we can have the const, something that should be equals to, we can have the request dot, we can have the body like this. So from the body, we'll be accessing the message property directly from the user. And now you can see, now what do we want to do as the next step? Now we have the message. So we should add the validation as well. So let's just complete one by one. So let's move on to the validations as well inside the utils, inside the validators. Let's copy that, the sign up, and let's remove all of that. So we can have the message over there like this. So we can have the message not empty, and we can have a message. So we can have this function over there, the chat completion validator. So let's just copy and let's just use that inside the chat routes as well. So after coming to the new, let's have the verify token. So first verify the token of the user. And I think before verifying the token, let's have the validation. So we can have the validate over there, and that should be equals to, we can have the chat completion validator like that. And then we should be having the verified token. And then let's move on to the final thing. We can have a generate chat completion. So there are a couple of middlewares for this request because it's a protected API. Now let's move on to the chat completion. So here we have the message now. And after that, first thing that we want to do is now again, we want to verify the details of the user. So we can have the cons, we can have the user like this. That should be equals to your weight, and that should be equals to the user. We can access the user model dot, we can have the find by ID. We can find a user by its ID, and directly from the response dot, we can have the locals dot JWT data like that dot, we can have the ID. So with the help of this, now we'll be getting the ID. Now we'll be getting the whole user object. And again, we can verify if we don't have the user, then what we can do, we can have the return response dot, we can have the status. That should be for one dot, we can have the JSON like that, message like that, and that should be the same message that we have created. So we created the same message inside the user's controller, and I think you should store all of these static strings inside something like inside the constants TS. So it's a good practice. So now what we can do, so we can just copy that over there, like the user not registered or the token malfunction, we can have the message over there. And after that, after we have the user, then what do we need to do is the next step. After we have the user, so then we want to just grab all of the chats of the user to get the context of the conversation. So first, now what we will do, grab chats of user like that. So grab the chats of the user. Then the second thing would be send all chats with new one. So we'll be sending all previous chats with the new one to API. So that's how it's going to work. So there are 3 simple steps for that. Send all of the chats with new one to the OpenAI API, and then we'll be getting the response. So there are 3 steps that we want to do. So now what do we want to do? So first we need to grab all of the chats of the user. So we can have the cons, we can have the chats like that, and that should be equals to, we can have the user dot, we can have the chats dot, we can have the map. So we can map through all of the chats of the user. So inside each chat there would be a role property. So there would be a role, and there would be a content as well like this. So there would be the content like that. And you already know that how the role and the content works, because each chat message has a role and the content property. So we have the role and the content. After that, now what do we want to do? And we can just return the same thing over there like this, the role, and we can have the content. So with the help of this, now we'll be having the array of the messages with the role and the content inside that. Now we have all of the messages of the user. And then now what do we want to do? So this is the static message of the chats. Okay. Then we can have the chats like that. We have the chats dot push the latest message. So we'll be pushing the latest message to the chats, and inside that we'll be having the content, and that should be equals to, we can have the message like that, the latest message received from the user, and the role that we'll be having should be, we can have the user like that. So the role should also be the user, should always be the user, and we have the chats like that. And then now what do we want to do? So here we are just storing all of the chats inside the static array as well, inside the static array, inside just, and this array is just for the memory purpose. So now we want to store the chats inside the main user object as well. So let's move on. So we can have the user model dot, we can have the chats like that. We have the chats dot, we can have the push like that. So we can have the push. So we can have the chat dot push. And now what we can do? So we can have the content that should be equals to, we can have the message. And then what we can do? So we can have the role as well. So we can define the role. So that should also be, we can have the user like that. So we can have the role of the user. So that's how it's going to work. So now we are grabbing all of the chats of the user, and there you can see we have the chats. And now the second step would be, now we want to move on. So now we want to move on, and now we want to send all of the chats to the OpenAI API. So let's move on. So now we have the configuration of the OpenAI, right? Then we can have the cons, we can have the config like that. So that should be equals to, we can have the configure OpenAI like that. So we'll be having the configuration with that. And what we are sending from it, so we are not sending anything. So we should send here the config like that. So we should send the configuration directly from it. Now we can move on, into the chat controllers once again. Now we have the configuration over there, and after that let's move on into that. So we can have the const OpenAI like that. We can have the const OpenAI, and that should be equals to, we can have the new OpenAI like that, the new OpenAI like that. So now we want to use the OpenAI API, so let's import that. So import something from that should be OpenAI like that, and import, you need to import the OpenAI API like this. So this is a class for the OpenAI API, you need to import that. So you have the OpenAI like this API, and now we want to provide the config object. So now we want to provide the configuration over there, and now we would be grabbing the OpenAI complete API with that. So with the help of this, now we have the complete OpenAI API. And now the final thing that we want to do, so now we can make the request to the OpenAI. So we can have the const chat, we can have the response. We have the chat response, and that should be equals to, now what do we want to do? So we can have the await, then we can move on. So we can have the OpenAI like this. We have the OpenAI. I think we can have the create chat completion. So we have the create chat completion, and inside that we want to provide an object. So now what do we want to do? So we want to provide the model. So which model do we want to use? So we'll be using the model of, we can have the GPT, and make sure you have the same spelling. So GPT, we can have the 3.5. we can have the turbo like that. So we can have the GPT 3.5 / we can have the turbo, and then we can move on. So we can have the messages like that. So we can have the messages. So that should be equals to the chats array. So that would be equals to the chats array over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And now you are getting the type error as well. So what you need to do? So the chats array. So after that you can provide the type annotation as well. You can have the as, you can have the chat completion like that. You can import type as well. So you can have the chat completion. So you have the request message like that, and that should be equals to, you have the same thing over there, chat completion request message array like that. And now you can see, now you won't be having any type error, because now the messages knows it is accepting the same type of arguments like that. And now after that, now what do we have? So after we get the chat response, then we would be getting the full chat, the latest chat as well, and the latest chat is being stored inside this. So if you move on, so you can see response, choices, 0, message, and the content. So that's how you can get that. So you can have the Node.js as well, completion.choices, 0.message.content. So let's move on. So what do we want to do? So we can have the user dot, we can have the chats dot, we can have the push. So we can push to the chats of the user, and that should be equals to, we can have the chat response dot, we can have the data dot, we can have the choices dot, we can have the latest, which is the 0, and dot, we can have the message like that. So that's how it's going to work. And the message contains the completion response message. It means role and the content. So that's how it's going to work. And after that, the final thing that we want to do is, now we can move on. So now we can save the user's chat array as well. So we can have the await over there. That should be, we can have the user dot, we can have the save. So we can save the user. So that's how it's going to work. And let's move on. So we can have here like this. And now what do we want to do as the next step? So now after we have all of the chats of the user, then we can again, we can have the return response dot, we can have the status. That should be, we can have the 200. It means everything worked successfully. Then we can have the JSON messages over there. The JSON, it should contain the chats like that. The chats should be, we can have the user dot, we can have the chats like that. And now that's how it's gonna work. And there's another thing you can see, and that's how it will work, and everything should work perfectly fine. And there's another thing that we haven't used the try catch block over there, and it's very important here. So what do we want to do? So we can have the try catch block. So all of this code should be there inside the try. So it should be there inside the try block, and inside the catch, if we get an error, then what do we want to do? We need to send the response back to the server, to the front end. So inside this, we'll be sending the message. We can have the message, we can have this something when we can have the wrong like that, and we don't know that what exactly is the error. So we can provide this as a server error over there. We can have the 500 for that, and we can log the error as well inside this. So we can log the error, and that's how it's gonna work over there. So now you can see, now the backend operations with the chat completion is completed. So trust me, it is completed. And now we need to move on to the front end, and now we need to design the UI for this. And after we build the front end, now we'll be testing this API directly with the front end. So let's move on. So here now what we can do, so now we can again move back to the front end over there. Let's just close the back end. Let's just move on again to the front end. So let's move on. So here you can see now what do we have here. So inside the chat page, now we want to design the chat page. So now let's work on the chat front end. So let's move on. So here you can see now we're into the chat.tsx, and here now we have discussed about the layout. Now we want to design that. So first thing first, now what do we want to do? So first we can just provide here a box. So we can just use a box from the material UI. So we can have your box, and it should be imported directly from the MUI. So we can import something from, we can have from MUI material over there like that. And now that should be equals to, we can have the box. And now we can provide a couple of styles using the SX prop. So the display could be, we can have the flex over there. We can have the flex, that should be, we can have the 1 over there. And then we can move on, we can have the width, that should be, we can have the 100% of the width. Then we can move on, we can have the height as well, that should be again 100%. So it should have the full width and height. We can have the margin from the top, that should be 3. And I think the gap should also be the 3 between them. So that's the parent container of the div. So that's the parent div over there. And now what do we want to do here? So it should contain the sidebar. It's not exactly the sidebar, but we'll be showing some details of the user during the sidebar. Now let's move on. So we can have another box container over there. It should again contain the SX prop. Then we can have the display. So here the display should be, I think for the medium devices, what we can do, so we can have the flex, and for the small devices, we can remove that. So for the small devices, we can have the excess, that should be, we can have the none, and same for the MD as well. That should be, we can have the none over there, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, I think it should be the SM. So for the SM as well, it should be none. So after that, this box should be there, and inside that we can again use here, I think, a box over there inside this. So we can have another box for a containers. Then we can have the SX prop for that. Then we can use a display. That should be, we can have the flex. Then we can move on, we can have the width. That should again be the 100% of the parent container, the 100% of the parent. Then we can move on, we can again have the height. So this time the height should be somewhere around 60 viewport height, and that should be enough. Then we can have I think we can have the background color as well. So we can provide some background color, and that should be, we can have the RGB. That should be 17, 29. Then we can move on, so we can have the 39 like that. So we have this background color for that. So if we save it, if we move on to go to chat, so here we would be having that window over there. And now after that, now what do we want to do? So inside this box, I think after that we can provide some border as well. So we can have the border radius like that, and that should be somewhere around what we can do. So we can have the 5 for the border radius, and then we can have the flex direction, sorry, so it should be inside the column basis because there would be a couple of items. Then we can have the MX, that should be, we can have the 3 like that. MX should be 3 from all of the sides. So this is the container in which we'll be displaying the avatar of the user. So we can have the avatar like that. So avatar should be imported directly from the MUI material. So here we have the avatar, and after that let's just use it over there. And inside the avatar, now what do we want to do? We can have the SX prop, we can have the MX, that should be, we can have the auto over there. So it should contain inside the center, and then we can move on, we can have the margin from the Y, that should be somewhere around 2. BG color, that should be, we can have the white over there. And then we would be having the foreground color, that should be, we can have the black over there. And the font weight should be, we can have this 700. So that's how it's going to work. And inside the avatar, now what do we want to do? So here we would again be getting the user profile, the user auth profile. So let's move on. So we can have the cons auth. So that should be equals to what we're gonna do. So here sorry, what we have the use auth over there like that. And here now we want to grab the first and the last letter, the first word of the first name and first word of the last name. So we can have the auth dot, we can have the user dot, we can have the name dot, we can have the 0. So let's see how it looks. So if we save and if we move on, if we refresh the page, I think there was an error with the backend. So let's run the backend as well, and pm run, we can have the dev. So let's see how it looks now. So let's move on again. Let's just refresh it once again. So there you can see now we are getting the James. And after that, now what do we want to do? So we can grab the last name as well. So here is the first name, and then we can add another string. Then we can have the auth. I think we can have your auth dot, we can have your the user property once again dot, we can have the name dot, we can have the split dot, we can have the split dot, we can have with the space, then we can have the second letter, and it should contain the first word of that. So let's see how it looks now. So you can see now we have the James and the Marshall, and that's how we can do that. So it's a temporary thing, it's like a jugaad in Hindi. So that's how it works. So now let's move on as the next step. So now what do we want to do? So I think we can just provide some of the margins between them. There should be some margin between them. So after that, now let's move on. So let's just complete that as well. I think the RGB color is not there, it was not implemented, so that's why we were seeing that. So you can see now we have the color, and that's how it's gonna look. And after that, now what do you want to do? So after that, we could have the typography after the avatar. So we can have the typography over there. So we can have the typography over there. So it should be imported directly from this, the typography. And now let's move on. So inside the typography, we can provide a couple of more classes, like we can have the SX prop. It should contain a couple of things, like we can provide the MX, that should be, we can have the auto over there for the MX. Then we can move on. Then we can have the font family. So here we should be having the different font family, work sense like that. And inside this typography, and what we can use, so we can use you are talking to a chatbot, like that. So now you have this thing over there that you are talking to a chatbot, and that's how it's gonna work. And after this typography, then again you can move on. You can create another typography over there. You can have another typography, you can copy and paste, but this typography would have a different thing, I think. So we can have the MX auto, it would be same. Then we can have I think we can have the margin from the Y, that should be somewhere around, we can have the 4, padding should be somewhere around 3. So inside this, what we can use, so we can add a line. So you can add this line over there, like you can ask a question related to programming, you can have the knowledge, business, advices, education, etc., but avoid sharing the personal information. So that's how it's gonna work. So you can see now it looks like that, and that's how it will work. And after that, now let's move on. So here you have this thing over there. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, now let's move on. So now we have this typography. And after that, below that, we would be having the button as well. So below that, we could be having the button. I don't think what happened to the auto imports over there, because it's not working for me. So it should be the button over there. So it's a button over there. So now we should be using the button from the material UI once again. So button could be what we can use. So we can have the SX prop like that. And here now what we can do, so we can have the width, that should be 200 pixels for that. Then we can move on. We can have the margin from the Y, that should be, we can have the auto over there. So it should be the auto. Then we can move on. We can have the color of the text, that should be the white. Then we can move on. So we can have the font weight like that, and that should be somewhere around, we can have the 700 over there. Then we can move on. The border radius, so that should be somewhere around, we can give the 3. And again we can move on. We can have the MX, that should be, we can have the auto, margin from the X, and I think that's enough. Or we can have the BG color as well. So we can have the BG color, and that should be, we can import the red color from the material UI. So we can move on. So we can import the color shades as well from the material UI. So you can import like that. You can import something from, you can have the MUI material. So MUI material / we can have the colors, and you can import the red color over there like this, or you can just use the red directly like this. So you can have the red, and you can just use the red over there to save the space inside the final bundle. So we have the red, and inside the red, now what we can use, so we can use the 500 color, or we can use the 300 color for the red. So we can have the red dot, we can have the 300 like that. And after that, now what we can do, so we can have the hover as well. So we can have the hover state, and inside the hover, now what we can use, so we can have the BG color, that should be, we can have the red, again we can have the red dot, we can have the A140. I think we can have the A400 for that. So if we save it, if we move on, so there you can see now we have the button. And after that, now what do we want to do is the next step, then we can move on. So we can have the clear conversation, because we were having a button as well of the clear conversation. Now we have this button, and that's how it's gonna look. And after this, now you can see this was supposed to be on to the left side, but now we will be adding another box container over there. So after this, now we would be having another box container over there. Now we can have another box. So inside this box, now we would be having some styles over there. Like inside this box, we would be having some styles, like we can have the SX prop, that should be, we can have the display, that should be, we can have the flex over there. And then what we can use, so we can have the flex over there, that should be inside an object. For the MD, the flex should be 0.8, and for the extra small, the flex should be somewhere around 1, and same for the small as well. The small, the flex should be somewhere around 1. And after this, now what do you want to do? So after this, we can just write some typography about the model name that we'll be using. The typography should be there. So I think we can again use the SX prop. It should contain the text align inside the center. And then what we can use, so we can the font size, that should be 40 pixels of the font. We can just use the color, that should be, we can have the white over there. Then we can move on, we can have the font family. I think font family should be default for that. Then we can have the margin from the bottom, it should be 2 like that. So that's how it's going to work. Then we can have the model, that should be, we can have the GPT 3.5 turbo like that. So if we save and if we move on, so there you can see now we have the model GPT 3.5 turbo, and that's how it's gonna look. And after that, now what do you want to do? So after that, we can have another box container. So I think why the styling has mismanaged, so we need to see that why this is happening over there. So I think inside this we can have the display. So after this, we can provide the flex properties for this as well. So I think, yeah, we should provide the flex properties. So after the display, then we can have the flex. So that should be somewhere around 0.2 for that. We can have the flex direction. That should be, we can have the column like that. So now you can see now it looks great over there. Now it's look great, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. You can see now it's looking great over there. And now you can see now with the model GPT 3.5 turbo, I don't think why it's not moving on into the center, because now we want to provide the width, that should be 100% like that still. So instead we can use the MX of the auto, and that's how it's going to work. So you can see now it's looking great. And after that, now what do we want to do after the typography? Now we want to render the actual chats over there. So we can have the chats over there. So inside this box, we can again render the SX prop. We can have the SX prop over there, and we can use the width. That should be, again, we can use the 100% of the available space. Then we can have the height. That should be 60 viewport height. Then we can move on. So we can have the border radius. So that should be somewhere around, we can have the 3 over there. We can have the MX. That should be, we can have the auto over there for the MX. Then we can move on. We can have the display. That should be again inside the flex box. Again, we can have the flex direction over there. That should be, we can have the column over there. And then we can have the overflow. Like we can have the overflow. That should be equals to scroll. So we can have the scroll behavior, but the overflow X would not be visible, should not be visible. So overflow X shouldn't be hidden like that, should be hidden. And then we can have the smooth as well. We can have the overflow behavior like that. We have the scroll behavior, that should be equals to, we can have the smooth like that, and that's how it's going to work. And again, you can see now we are coming with this side. So we want to fix this display as well after the width. So we can remove the width, and instead we can have a, I think we can have the flex direction. Inside it should be the column. We can have the padding from the X, that should be somewhere around 3. So here's the error. So we have the error of the smooth. So that's how it's going to work over there like that. So if we save and if we move on, so now we should be having the scroll behavior as well, and that's how it's going to work. And then we can have the overflow Y as well, and that should be, we can have the auto like that. So now it should not be visible on the initial scroll, and that's how it's gonna work. You can provide the font weight of the 600 as well, and it will look great. And after that, now what do we want to do? So after that, now we want to render all of the chats of the user. So inside this div, now we want to render all of the chats, but here we do not have any chats of the user. So we need to create that. And how we can create that? So I think now what we can do, so as of now, we can just render some of the static chats over there. So you can get that directly from the ChatGPT as well. And I think now to render all of the chats over there, we can use the static chats. Now to render all of the static chats, let's just move on to the ChatGPT, and let's move on and let's just create an array of all of these chats. So you can see now we can generate the chats like this. So we can have create an array of static chats with AI assistant, like the role string and the content. We have the message over there, and that's how we can use that. So we can just copy the array, then we can move on. So for now, we can just define the constant array over here. So we can have the const, we can have the chat messages. So that should be these messages over there. So we can have the chat messages like that, and that's how it's going to work. So now let's define all of that. So here now what we can use, so we can have the chat messages dot, we can have here the map over there. So we can have the map, and now what do we want to do here? So now after the map, now we want to run a separate component. So now we'll be creating a different component for each chat item. So there would be a different component, there would be separate component for each chat item to show the chats. So here what we need to do here, so we'll be having the chat like that. So we can have the chat, and then now what do we want to do? So as of now, we can just render a normal div in which we can just render something like we can just render, we can render the chat like that. So we can have the chat dot, we can have the message, or we can have the content like that. So let's see how it gonna look. So let's see how it looks now. So what's happening over there? Let's see what happens. So there you can see now we are seeing all of the chats over there, like hello, you and see this, you can see I'm in New York City and all of that. And let's just create this separate component in which we can just display all of the chats, same like the ChatGPT. So let's move on. So inside the components, let's just move on. So let's move on. Let's create another folder that can be chat, and inside the chat we can have the chat item like that. Dot, we have the tsx over there, the chat item dot tsx, and now let's just move on to the chat item. So inside the chat item, now what do we want to do? So we'll be accepting some props as well. So we'll be accepting the props, like we can have the message, then we can have the prop of the role as well. So instead of message, we'll be having the content over there, content, and that should be equals to, we can have the role, and then the content should be inside the format of, we can have the string, and the role that we'll be getting. So role should be, there should be two roles only. The role could be, we can have a, suppose that could be user, or there can be the role of assistant like that. So the roles can have the user and the assistant. So that's how it's going to work. And after that, we'll be having, if we move on to the paint, so let's move on again, like how each chat item will gonna look. So suppose that's a chat item over there. So inside first corner like this, so we can have the avatar of the user, we can have the avatar icon, like we can have the user avatar icon, it can be the user, or it can be the ChatGPT's avatar icon, that could be the OpenAI. Then after that, we would be having the message over there, like we would be having the message like that. So let's move on, let's just complete that as well. So after this, now we want to render all of these things according to the conditions. So inside the return statement, now what we can do, so first we can check if the role is equals to, we have the assistant, then we want to perform different things, and if the role is different, then we want to perform different things. So let's just add the empty JSX tags over there like that, inside this as well, and inside this as well. So if the role is the assistant, then what we can use, so we can use the box from the material UI once again. So let's import that as well. We can import something from, we can have at the .mui material, that should be, we can have the box like that. So we can have the box, and here what do we want to do? So here we have the box, and inside the box, now what we can use, so we can have the SX prop, we can have the display, that should be, we can have the flex over there like that, we can have the display flex, then we can have the padding, that should be somewhere around 2. We can have the background color as well. So for the assistant, there will be different background color for each chat item, and that should be hash. We can have the 00 4D5612. We have the background color, and then now what do we want to do? So then we can have the margin from the Y, that should be 2. The gap between the items, that should be, we can have the 2. And after that, now what do we want to do? So first we need to render the avatar So we can have the avatar like that. So we can have the avatar like this. So we have the avatar. And after this, now we have the avatar over there. And again, inside the avatar, now what do we want to do? We can have the SX prop. We can have the margin from the left. That should be, we can have the 0 for this, because now the assistant should start from 0 again. And then inside the avatar, now what do you want to do? So if the role is the assistant, then we'll be using the image. The source should be equals to OpenAI dot, we have the PNG over there. And then we have the alt of the OpenAI, once again OpenAI, and then we can have the width as well. Width, that should be somewhere around, we can have the 30 pixels for the width, like that. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, we would be having another message as well. So we can have the message. So inside the message, now what do you want to do? So we can just render the content directly. So we can have the typography for that. So we can have the typography. So we can just render all of the content there. Inside the typography over there, we can have the typography, and inside the typography, we can just provide we can have the color over there. Color, we can have the white, like that. The color should be white. Then we can have the font size. So I think the color is already white. So we just need to provide the font. I think we can have the size, that should be 20 pixels enough. And after that, now what do you want to do? So we just want to render the content over there, like that. So it is same like this. You can see now we have, if the role is assistant, then we want to do this, and if the role is the user, then we want to do a different thing. Then what we can do, so we can again copy this box, we can again paste that instead of this. Now we would be having a different type of styling. So we have the padding 2, we have the margin from the Y, that should be, I think margin is not required, so we can remove the margin. We have the gap, we have the different background color, that should be, what do we need to do? So we can have the 004D56 over there, so that should be the different background color. And after that, now what do you want to do? So we can have the avatar. So again, we can use the auth property of the user. So we can have the const, we can have the auth over there, that should be equals to, we have the use auth, that should be auth over there, that should be use auth. And again, we can grab this thing over there like this. So it's like a temporary thing, but still. So let's just complete the application, then we'll change that. So we can just copy this thing over there. Let's move on to the chat item, and let's render this thing inside the avatar. Instead of this, let's just render this thing. And now what do you want to do? So then we have the typography, and it should be same, I think. But inside the avatar, we can have the ML0, we can have the BG color, like that, black. Then we can have the foreground color. So we can have the color, that should be, we can have the white. So if we save and if we move on to the applications, so let's see how it looks. So suppose we have all of these messages like that, and now we have the chat.content, but instead we want to write here chat item component over there, chat item, and now we want to send the data. We can just provide the content, that should be, we can have the chat dot, we have the content over there. Then we can move on, we can have the role, that should be, we can have the chat dot, we can have the role. So that's how it's going to work. And I think the role is mismatching, maybe the user and the assistant, so that's how it's going to work. So then we can send the key as well, so we can send the key. So as of now, we can just send index for the key. So it's not like, it's not the accepted solution for the keys, because sometimes it can get worse. So we should provide a key for the ID, for the separate ID for that. Sorry, now we are saying this thing over there, hello, can you tell me this, you have the James. So I think all messages are directly from the user or the assistant, the role of the assistant. So let's move on and let's just see that what is happening over there. So that's the error, because now we have provided some extra space over there. So if you save and if you move on, so there you can see now it looks great. You can see first the user sends a message like, hello, can you tell me the weather forecast for tomorrow? Sure, I can help you. Please provide me your location. I'm in the New York City. We have the message. Great, give me a moment. And then there you can see now we have the message. The weather forecast is, we have the sunny, we have the dead sound perfect. You can see now we have created this type of application. You can see it's looking great. Now the design looks great over there. So that's how it's going to work. And the final thing that we want to do for the UI is now we want to add the input box as well below that. So let's do that as well. So what do we want to do? So again, we can move on to the parent chat, and here we can provide the input tag. inside this container, right inside this container. Let's move on at the bottom. So after this, let's add the input tag as well. So for this, now what we can do, so we can just use here, I think we can directly use the HTML input tag because it would be more preferable, HTML input. And here we can have the type text. We can provide the styling for that. The style should be, what do we want to do? So we can have the width. That should be, we can have the 100% for the width. Then we can have here the background color. Like that, we have the background color. That should be, we can have the transparent for that, like that. And then we can have the padding. That should be 10 pixels for that. Then we can move on. So we can have the border. So that should be, we can have the none over there, like that, border none. So we don't need any border over there. Then we can have the outline. That should be, again, we can use the none for that. And I think that's enough. So we can also provide the color, I think, yeah, color. That should be, we can have the white. Then we can move on. We can have the font size as well. That should be somewhere around 20 pixels over there. So these are the styles for the input tag. And now what do you want to do? So we can just provide a different div for the input. So let's move on. So in the end, we'll be having the icon as well. So we can have the div. We can provide the styles for the div. And this should contain the width. That should be, we can have the 100% of the width. Then we can move on. So we can have the padding. So that should be somewhere around 20 pixels over there. Padding from all of these sides. And then what we can do, so we can have the border radius. So what we can do, so we can wrap the input directly inside this div. So we can have a style like input. So we can move on to the input. We can have the border. We can have the radius. That should be somewhere around, we have the 8. Then we can move on. So we can have the background color. So we can use different background color for this. That should be RGB once again. And that should be, we can have the 17, 27. And that should be, we can have the 39. So that's how it's going to look. And after that, now what do you want to do? So after that, I think that's enough for that. So I think we can have the display as well. So display, that should be, we can have the flex because we want to render the icon as well. We can have the margin from, we can have the right like this. So we can have the margin from the right. That should be, we can have the auto like that. And now what do you want to do as the next step? Have the margin like that. That should be auto like this. And now what do you want to do? So after this input, now we can just render the icon as well to send. So that could be a button. So we can use the icon button directly from the material UI. So we can have the icon button. So we can move on to the top once again. So we can have here the icon button. It is used to provide the hover effects and all functionality, the click effects functionality to a normal icon. So we can have the icon button over there like that. And then we can provide the icon between them. So first we can provide the styles, a margin from the left. That should be, we can have the auto. We can have the color. That should be, we can have the white over there for the color. And I think we can move on. We can import one icon as well from the React icons. So we can import. I think we can import from the React icons /io. And the second thing that we want to import should be, we should be importing the IOMD icon, like IOMD. We can have this send. So I just selected this icon. So we can use this icon and let's see how it looks now. So we have this IOMD send icon over there and that's how it's going to look. So if we save it, if we move on, so there you can see now we have the icon over there and you can see it's working perfectly fine over there. You can see now we have the icon. It's looking great over there. So there you can see it's looking great over there. You can see now we have the input as well. It's working perfectly fine over there like that. You can see it's looking great over there. So we have this input tag and there you can see in the end we have the button to send the chat as well. And you can see that's how it works. And there you can see the style looks great over there like that. So it looks great. And now the final thing that we want to do is now we want to integrate this input and the chats to the API. So let's complete that as well. So there we go. You can see now the design looks great over there and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now another thing that we want to do over there, we can just check the responsiveness as well. We can move out to the inspect panel. So we can select the responsive. You can see it's looking great over there. You can see now we don't have the clear conversation button inside the mobile devices, but on the desktop we have one. And there you can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now let's move on. Let's integrate that to the backend as well. So let's complete that as well. So now we need to move on. So you can see we have already created that on the backend. We want just to integrate that here. So how can we do that? So first we need the data of this input, right? So first we need this input data. So let's move on. So what we can do? So we can declare a ref inside this. So we can declare a ref, and from that ref we can just get the data of this input. So the ref will allow you to get directly to the reference to this input element directly from the DOM. So we can provide the ref over there. So we can move on. We can have the cons, we can have the input, we can have the ref like that, and that should be equals to, we can have the use ref over there. So we can use the use ref hook directly from the React, and initial value could be here. We can have the null, and we can just provide HTML input element over there, HTML input element, and that should be equals to null as well, like this. And after that, now what do we want to do? So we can copy the input ref over there, and we can directly move on to the input. So here we have the input, and here we can just provide the ref. We can provide the ref, and that should be equals to, we can have the input ref. That should be the input ref, and that's how we want to do that. And after that, now what do you want to do? So once we click on this send button, once we click on this icon button, so now we should send the input data. So let's move on. So we can move on to the top once again. So here we have the return statement, and before that we can have the cons, we can have the handle submit like that, or we can have the handle submit over there. So that should be again equals to a function, and we can define this function as an asynchronous function as well. So we can have the async over there, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So inside this function, now we'll be getting the data of this input ref. So let's move on. So we can log the data like this. We can have the input ref dot, we can have the current dot, we can have the value over there, because it is directly referenced to the input element. So that's why you can get the value, you can get the data of the input as well. So here we just need to get the value. We can just log the value, and we can reference this handle submit function to this input like that. So we can have the icon button, we can have the on click state for this, and we can have the handle submit like that. So let's see what happens if we are getting the data or the not. So let's move on. We can have the hello. So let's just click on this send. So let's just get the data. So now we are getting the data, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And again, we can move back to the chat page over there, and here we have a couple of errors. Like the first error that we have would be the role. So as of now, what we can do, so we can have the TS ignore to ignore the type checking on the next line. So now you can see now we do not have any error. And now what do you want to do over there? So now once we get the input over there, once we get the input, now what do we want to do? So first we want to store all of these chats. So first all of the previous chats of the user would be stored, and then we want to insert the latest chat into the array. So let's move on. Let's declare the chats array as well. So we can again have the use state over there like this. We can have the use state, we can have the chats, or we can have the messages. We can have the set messages over there. I think chat messages we can have, okay. We can have the set chat messages, and use state could have the initial value of the empty string over there, and we can define the type as well, I think. So first thing that we want to do is now we can remove the chat messages over there. We can remove this, and now we have the set chat messages, and here we have the use state. So as of now we can use here without any type. So let's see what happens. And after that you can see now we won't be seeing any chat over there. Now we don't have any chat. And after that you can see once we move on, so let's move on to the handle submit over there. So once we move on, so now first thing that we want to do is now we want to get the latest input message. So we can have the cons content, and that should be equals to, we can have the input ref dot, we can have the current dot, we can have the value like this. So we can have the input ref dot current dot value. We can have this string over there. We can have a string. And now let's move on. So after this, now we want to move on. So now we want to move on, and after that now we can do, I think, so after we create a new content over there, now what we can do, we can just remove the ref of the input. So we can check if we have the input ref. So if we have the input ref and the input ref dot, we have the current. So then what do we want to do? So now we can have the input ref dot current dot, we can have the value is equals to the empty string. So that now the input should be moved on to the empty string once again, and now we have the content over there. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now we'll be creating a new message. So we can have the cons, we can have the new message like this, and that should be equals to an object. The role should be of, we can have the user over there. The role has the user, and the content over there. So we can have the content like this, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now we want to store that input inside this state as well, inside this use state as well. So we can have this set chat messages over there. We can have this set chat messages, and inside there now we want to first grab the previous chats. So we can have the previous, and now we want to create a new array. So first all of the previous chats would be stored, and then the latest new message would be stored like that. So that's how it's gonna work. And now you can see now we are getting some type errors, so we can move on. So I think what we can do over there, we can just declare the types as well. So that is the type for our messages. So let's move on. So we can have the type, we can have the messages over there, and that should be equals to, we can have the type of the message only, that should be equals to, we can define the types over there like this. So we can have the role string, we can have the content of the string. The role, we can also define the exact type like the user, and the role can be of, we can have the assistant as well. We have the role user or the assistant, and now the use state can have the values of, we can have the message array like that. And that's how it's gonna work over there. And the new message is also of type of the message like this. So we can have the type of the message, and now we should not be getting any type errors as well. So this is known as the clean code. So because now we have the types of everything that we use. And after that, now we have the new message, and now the new message would be stored inside the set messages array. So let's move on. So if we send a new message over there, like we can send the hello, so then I think it should be stored there. You can see now we are seeing the hello over there. We can have the hi, we can just click on the send. So now you can see now we have the hi, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. And now let's move on. So now we have the new messages. Let's just again refresh this. And there, now what do we want to do? So after this, now we can again move back to the chat page over there. We can again move back, we can close others, and now let's complete all of that. So there you can see, so after we create a new message over there inside this array, now what we want to do, so now we want to send the API request to the backend with a new message. So with that, with the help of that, now we'll be receiving the response as well, and we can send the new response inside this set chat messages array. So let's move on. So what do you want to do here? So we can first move on to the API communicator. So let's create another function over there. So let's create another function like this. So what we can do, so the function could be, we can have this send chat, we can have the request over there, we have this send chat request, and here it would be an asynchronous function, and here we need the message. So we can have the message like this, so that should be inside the string. So here we have the message over there, and now what do we want to do? So axios, or we can have the post, and this time it would be /chat and /new, because we have registered this route as well. So /chat/new, and after that, inside the second parameter, now we need to provide the data as well. So we can provide the data. The data could be equals to, we need to only send the message. So that's how it's going to work. And after that, if the response.status not equals to 200, then we can have the error message, chat like that, unable to send chat. And after we receive the response, then inside the data, now we'll be receiving the full list of all of the messages of the user. So then what we want to do, so now we'll be just replacing the full array with the new list of messages. So we can move on. So we can have the const over there, and then we can have the response like that, or we can have the chat data like this, and that should be equals to, we can have the await, then we can have the send chat request, and here now we want to create a new message that could be equals to, what do we want to do? So we can just send the content over there, we can send the content, or we can send here the new message. So we can have the content like that, and now let's move on. So after we have the content, let's see that what happens this time. So after we have here the content over there, now we'll be receiving the response as well. So now after that, now what do we want to do? So then we can move on. So we can have the set chat messages over there, set chat messages, and that should be equals to an array of all of the messages of the user. So we can have the chat data dot, we can have the chats over there like that. So we have the chat data dot chats, and that's how it's gonna work. And now let's see that what happens. So first we need to move on to backend to verify all of that, if everything works great or not, if everything is properly integrated or not. So let's move on to the backend. So we can move on to the chat routes. We have the generate chat completion. So here you can see now we are creating a new message, role of the user.chats.push, and from there we are just sending the chats over there, and that's how it's gonna work. So now let's move on and let's just try it out. So let's try it out once again. So here now what I can send is, I can send hello, how are you today? So let's send the message and let's see that what happens this time. So let's see what happens. So I think we are receiving some errors. We can move on to the console. So there are some errors over there. So let's just refresh the page. So now what do we want to do? So again, we can send a new request and we can track the network response over there. So let's move on. So we're gonna be hello, how are you today? So let's just click on the send. So let's see what happens. So now we have the new. It means now if we are sending a 404 not found, it means now we do not have this URL registered. So I think we can move on to the backend once again. So we have a new, but inside the index we have the chats. So here it should be the chat, I think. So we can have the chat only. So let's see what happens this time. So it should be we can have the chats only. So let's move on. So let's just click on send once again. Let's just again refresh that. We can have the hello, how are you doing today? So let's see what happens if we just click on the send once again. So let's just click on the send. You can see now it is pending. So now we should be receiving a new. So there you can see now we are receiving a new message. So you can see here we have a message like, hello, I am an AI. As I don't have any feelings, but I am here to assist you. And how can I help you today? You can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. We just sent it a new message. We just sent a new message like, hello, how are you doing today? We got the preview as well. And inside the preview, we got the ID of the message. And there you can see we got the data as well. And you can see that's how it works, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. So you can see it looks great over there. So let's send another message like, what is we can have the JavaScript. So let's just send this message and let's see that what happens this time. So this is a request, and let's see that what happens inside the preview. You can see now we are seeing the new chat messages over there. You can see everything looks great over there. Now we have the content. You can see JavaScript is the programming language. You can see now the design also looks great. Design also looks similar to the ChatGPT model as well. You can see that's how it works, and it looks great over there. You can see it looks great, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So congratulations on successfully integrating the OpenAI API to the MERN Stack application. And you can see this looks great over there, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And here the last thing that we can do is now we want to do another thing. So the thing is that if you access a code block from this OpenAI, so suppose I can send a message like, show me the, I think we can have the show me the code. Like we can have the show me the syntax, that how can I declare function. We can have the how can I declare the function, and we can have the JavaScript. So there you can see now we are receiving the response as well, and it works great. But there you can see here we have the code blocks as well. You can see here we have the JavaScript, we have the function name. Here we have the code snippets as well. And now we want to show the code snippets as well to the user. And how can we do that? So we can do that with using a library of the React, which is a React syntax highlighter. So we can move on. So we can have the React syntax highlighter. So we can use this library over there. So let's just move on. Let's just install this library in our application. Let's install this package. And if you want to see the demos as well, you can move on. So here you have the demo as well. Inside this, you can get the demos. You can see you can provide some dark themes as well, the language as well, and everything with that. So that's how it works over there. So let's move on and let's just implement that as well. So here we want to install this library. So we can move on. We have the React syntax highlighter. We can just copy that and then we can paste that over there. So inside this front end, we can have the npm install React syntax highlighter. And after that, let's move on to the chat page once again. So here we are rendering all of the chats. So let's move on to the chat as well. Here we can move on to the chat item, and here now we want to just import something from the Prism code highlighter. So now we want to import something from the React syntax highlighter. So we can have the import. We can have this something from, it should be equals to from, we can have the React syntax highlighter, and here we can just move on and we can just import the Prism style. Because if we move on to the npm package, so you can see there are a couple of styles. We can use the Prism as well, and that's how it's going to work. So we'll be using this type of styles over there like Prism as syntax highlighter, and we'll be using some themes over there. We can use any theme over there, and then we can just write here the syntax highlighter language. We can detect the language, and then we can move on. We can just provide the code strings between them. So you can see if we move on to the application, so could not find the declaration file. Okay, now we want to install the declaration files as well. So we can just copy this thing over there. we can just paste it out here. I don't know why it didn't copy. We can copy it once again. We can paste it out over there. I don't know what is happening over there, so let's move on. So we can click on the DT over there, a declaration file, and again we can move on. We can just copy that and then we can paste that over there, and it is npm install. It is inside the development dependency, so we can write d flag over there like that. And now let's install that as well. And after that, now we want to move on. So now we should be having the types over there. Now we can import the prism over there. Prism, as we can have the syntax. We can have the S syntax highlighter over there, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, now we want to move on. So now we want to import the styles as well. So you can see, again, we can move on to the documentation. Now we can get the styles as well. So what we can do, so now here we are using the prism. So we want to import the styles for the prism. We can copy the statement. We can import the CSS file directly from it. And after that, you can see we won't be using the color of the dark. We'll be using the color dark like that. So we'll be having the color K dark like that. We'll be using this style, and it is being imported directly from the prism. And after that, now you can see, now we want to detect that where is the code block between the string. So if we move on to the inspect panel, if we again refresh this, if we refresh, so let's see what happens this time. I think the front end server is not open. We can have the npm run dev. So again, we can open the server. And after that, you can see if we move on, and there's another thing that we want to do. So on the initial request, now we want to have the chats of the user as well. So we want to maintain that as well. So now let's move on. So again, what we can do, so we can just send the hello over there. So after we send the hello, now we'll be receiving all of the messages of the user as well, like this. So that's how it's gonna work over there. And after that, now what do we want to do? So now between the string, if we open this here, the chats array, if we open this thing over there like this, so we have the message 5. So there you can see this is the string over there. This is the string in which we have the code blocks as well, right? We have the code blocks, but how we can detect that? So if you see inside this message, so every code block starts from this sign. So I think that's the backticks. So it starts from 3 backticks over there. So you can see every code block starts from 3 backticks and ends in these 3 backticks. So with the help of this, now we can just grab the code blocks as well. So let's write the condition as well. So what we can do, so let's just copy it out. So let's just test it out, our programming skills. So let's move on to the inspect panel. We can move on to the console, and we can have the const, we can have the message like this. So that should be equals to, we can have this message. So there we have the message, and that's how it's going to work. And after that, let's move on. So here, now what we can do, so we can have the message like this, or we can have the split. So we can split the message with these 3 backticks over there. So we can write that over there, and this key is there onto the escape. I think before the escape, this key is there. So first let's move on and let's just use that over there. So you can see now we have the array, and inside the array we have 7 elements. So you can see inside the first one we have it inside the JavaScript, we have here this rule over there, and inside the second value of the array, now we have the code block. You can see now we have the code block, and you can see inside the third as well, I think now we have the code block. Inside this as well, now we have the code block. So that's how it's gonna work. And after that, let's use the same syntax inside our application as well. So let's move on. So what do we want to do here? So inside the chat item, first thing that we want to do, we can define a function before the component. So before the component, let's define the function. We can have the extract code, we can have from, that should be, we can have this string. So that would be a function, and inside this function now we would be expecting a parameter as well, which is, we can have the message like this. We can have the message, the type that should be of the string. And after that, now what do we want to do? So we can check a condition like if the message, dot, we can have the includes. So if the message dot includes these 3 backticks over there like this, if the message dot includes this, then what do you want to do? Then we can just render here this over there. Now we can render a condition, we can have the const, we can have the blocks of the message, that should be equals to, we can have the message dot, we can have the split. So we can split all of these things inside this, and then we can split that directly from the code blocks like this, directly from this code blocks. And after that, now we want to return the array of the blocks. So we can return the array of the blocks, and that's how it's gonna work. And after that, we need another function. Suppose you can see, if we move on to the application once again, so some strings do not have the code blocks. right? So some strings do not have this, so we should get the error like this thing is not found over there, so we should get that error. So now what we can do, so we can just declare a function in which we can verify if a block is the code block. So how we can verify that? So there can be multiple rules for that. So in this application, we'll be declaring a basic syntax, a basic validation check in which we can check that if that string includes a code block or not. So it would be very simple. So what do we want to do? So again, we can define the function. We can have is code block like that. So that would be equals to a function like that. And inside that, what we can do? So we can have the str that should be inside the string format. And after that, let's think that how we can verify that if a string includes a code or not. So there can be multiple parameters. So you can say if we move on to the application, so each code block contains a parenthesis like this. So it can be having a parenthesis like this. It can have the semicolons. It can have a lot of things. So we can verify all that. So we can provide some if checks over there. So like what we can do. So we can have the if, we can have the string dot, we can have the includes, if the string dot includes n equals to, or what we can do, we can check another condition, or if the string dot we can have includes, so if it includes the semicolon, so this condition would pass. And if the string dot we can have the includes over there, so if the string dot includes this as well like this, so if the string dot includes this block over there, and we can provide a couple of conditions like this. So you can also define your own conditions as well if you want to do that. So here we have these conditions over there formatted, and after that we can have another condition as well. If the string dot we can have the includes, and if the string dot includes, that could be the hash sign for the comment. And if the string, again we can have a condition like if the string dot we can have the includes over there once again, it could be the includes, and that should be like this sign over there, like the comment sign. So it is a code block, right? So that could be a code block. So now we can move on and we can verify all of that here. So inside each message of this, so if the role is assistant, now we can verify that condition over there. So after this box, now we can remove this typography. Now we can remove this typography and let's move on. So after this, now first you can say inside this component, first we can grab all of the code blocks. So let's move on. So we can have the const here, we can have the message blocks like that. So that should be equals to, we can have the extract code from the string, and that should be equals to the content over there like this. So that should be the content. So if we get the empty array over there, so if we get the string array over there, it means now we have the message blocks. And if we do not get that, if it is undefined, it means now we do not have any code blocks over there. So let's move on. Let's define the condition inside this block over there. Let's define that condition. So first there would be a condition like if we don't have the message blocks, if it is an empty array, then what do we want to do? So then we can have the condition, and inside this we can again use the same typography over there. We can have the typography, and it can use the SX prop once again for the styling. We can have the font size over there. The font size could be, we can have the 20 pixels like that. So that could be this typography, and inside this typography we can just render the content over there. So that could have this content. So you can see this condition works when we do not have the message blocks. So let's provide another condition as well. So once we have the message blocks, and we have the message blocks dot we can have the length is greater than 0. So this condition would always be true with the help of that, and then we can move on. So if we have the message blocks, and we have the message blocks dot length is not equals to 0, so then what do you want to do? So we can have the message blocks dot we can have the map, so we can map through the message blocks over there, and inside that we would be receiving the block string. We would be receiving the block string over there, and after that, now what do you want to do? So we can just write the condition, and we can render something based on that condition. So we can check if that's a code block. If this block has the code block over there, we can have the block like this. So then what do you want to do? So if this has a code block, then we want to render something else. Then what do you want to render? We can render something else. And if it is not the code block, then we want to do something else. So we can provide the JSX over there, the empty JSX tags over there like that. And for this as well, we can have the empty JSX tags like that. And now what do you want to do? So I think we are receiving the error inside the is code block because now we haven't written the true over there like that. So we should return the true over there like this. So we can have the true, and if we do not find all of that, we can just return the false over there. We can return the false. So you can see now we should not be getting any error. So now if we have the code block, then we want to render the syntax highlighter. And if we don't have the code block within the same string, then we want to render the simple typography. So let's move on. So inside this, now we should be rendering the syntax highlighter. We can have this syntax highlighter over there. And then what do we want to do? So inside that, we can move on. We can provide the style. That should be, we can have the colder code like that. So we'll be having this style over there. I think we can have your colder. We can have the dark. So we'll be using this style over there. So we can just use same over there like this. So we have this style, and after that we need to provide the language. So this is an assignment for you, that how you can grab the language. So this is an assignment. So you need to find the language of the code, and this is very simple, and you can find the answer of this assignment inside the GitHub repository. So inside my final code, you will be seeing the example, you will be seeing the assignment solution as well. So here now, what do you want to do? So we can just provide the language that should be for the JavaScript. So as of now, I am giving you the static type over there, but now you should be just solving this assignment. You should be solving this problem on yourself. So now, as of now, I have this static language. So now what you need to do, you need to define a new state for the language as well. So now we have the language of the JavaScript. And now after that, now what do you want to do? So after that, we need to render the code block between them. So we can render the code block, and that should be equals to, we can have the block like this. So that should be the block. And if we do not have any code block inside that, if we don't have the code block, then we just need to copy this typography. We can just paste it out over there, and that should contain the block. So that's how it's going to work. So you can see that was very simple to explore. You can see we just created a condition like if that string contains a code block, and you can see first we are grabbing the code blocks from the string, then we are verifying it according to this condition, then we are rendering that according to these conditions. Like if that's a code block, then we want to render the code, or we want to render this thing over there. So let's see what happens this time. So if I send you the show, I think we can have, can you show the syntax of declaring variable in JavaScript like this. So if I send this query to the ChatGPT, so let's see what happens. So what happened? So let's move on to the network. So there you can see now we are receiving the response as well. So inside the response, you can see now we are receiving the data. You can see it looks great over there. You can see now we have the code blocks as well between them. You can see in JavaScript this. You can see the code blocks are working fine. You can see now you can see all of the code blocks, and it looks great over there, right? It looks great, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. You can say it's looking great, and there you got the solution of your assignment as well, right? You got the solution. So you can see inside each code block you get the language of the code as well, right? You got the language of the code. So your assignment has already been completed. So you just need to grab the first word of the code block, and then what you can do, you can just move on, and then you can just provide the language to the code block. So that's how it's going to work. So that's your assignment already completed. So that's how it's going to work. So you can see with the help of this, now we are receiving all of the chats. You can see it's looking great. So that's how the ChatGPT works. You can see that's how we can use their APIs to do all of the things. So that's it for this. So now let's move on. So we can do the same thing for the user's message as well. So sometimes users also send the chat messages. So what we can do, so we can move on. We can just use the same box over there as well inside this. So that's how it's going to work over there. So let's move on. So it would be same over there. So that's how it's going to work. And after that, if you need to provide some margin or the padding between them, so I think there's already some margin and the padding. You can see the color is starting from there. You can provide the margin from this, I think. So I think this box doesn't have any margin. So you can provide the margin from the white. That should be equals to, we can have the 2, and that's how it's going to happen. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. You can see it looks great, and you can see that looks fine. And now let's move on. Now we need to fix a couple of issues as well inside this application. So there are a couple of issues. You can see if we refresh this application, you can see now we are successfully logged in, but here you can see now we do not have any chats. So now we need to create a route in which we can get all of the chats of the user as well. So let's move on, and we can make the request directly from the client. So once we move on to the chat page, so now we should be receiving all of the chats. So let's implement that. So here, let's move on to the backend once again. So let's just quickly remove all of the issues from our application. So let's move on to the chat routes. So let's create a new route as well. So let's create the chat routes. We can have the get request over there. So that should be the get, and that should be, we can have the all chats like that, or we can have the chats like this. So that could be the route over there. And here, I think we do not need any validate because we won't be sending any data. And after that, let's create a new function in which we can just send all of the chats to the user. So what we can do is we can copy something like this from the user's controller. Let's just paste it out there inside the chats controller. So let's paste it out, and that should be, we can have the send chats to, we can have the user like this. So we can have the send chats to user. And after that, now what do you want to do? So first we can verify the token of the user. Then if we don't have the user, then we have these conditions over there. And after that, now we have the return statement, and inside the return statement, we have the message of the OK. Then we can send the chats of the user. So we can send the chats. So that should be, we can have the user dot, we can have the chats like this. And that's how it's going to work. So the work on the backend has been completed. And now we can move on to the front end to implement that. So now we can move on to the auth communicator once again. And here now, what do you want to do? So we can create another request in which, what do you want to do? So we can copy, we can paste it out over there. So that should be, we can have the get, I think we can have the get user chats like that. We can have the get user chats, and inside this, we don't need any message over there. We just need to send the Axios dot, we can have the get requests, and that should be, we don't need to send the message. So chat, that should be equals to, I think we can move on to the routes. So this is the message over there, all chats over there. So we need to send all chats over there. So let's move on. So that should be the all chats. And here I found another bug. So it should not be the generate chat completion. It should be, I think we can get the chats like that. So we can have a chats like that. We can see, so we can directly move on to the chat completion. So we can have this send chats to user. So that should be the function over there that we want to render. So that should be this function. And now what do we want to do? So again, we can move on to the communicator. And here, I think that's enough for that. So we'll be getting the chats over there. Let's move on to the chat. So before the return statement, let's render the use effect code as well. So we can have the use effect. And inside this, now what do you want to do? So we need to run it only one time. And I think instead of the use effect, we can use the layout effect as well. We can have the layout effect. So layout effect runs before it is rendered on the UI. So let's move on. So after we have the layout effect, so we can have a condition like if we have the auth dot, we can have this logged in. It means now we have the user, and we have the auth dot user as well. You can render another condition like you can have the auth dot, you can have the user. So after that, now you want to run something. So after that, you can run the code over there. So you can move on. So you can have the toast over there. So you can import the toast dot, you can have the loading. Then we can have the loading chats like that. So we can have the loading chats. We can provide the message like that. We can provide the ID over there. So that should be, we can have the load chats like that. We have the ID over there. And after that, now what do you want to do? So we can move on. So we can have the get user chats like that, get users chats over there. And after that, we'll be getting the data as well. So we can have, then we'll be getting the data over there, data like this. So then what do you want to do? So after we get the data, then we can have the set messages over there, set chat messages. That should be, we can have an array. We can destructure all the elements. So we can have the data dot, we can have the messages like that. We can have the data dot, I think we have the chats. So that's how what we want to do. So after we set all of these messages, then we can have the toast dot, we can have the success over there. We can have the toast to success. So we can copy this string over there. We can have toast dot success, and that should be, we can have successfully loaded. We can have the chats over there, successfully loaded chats, and the ID of the load chats. And that's all we want to do. And after that, if we get any error, then what do we want to do? We can render the catch over there. So we can render the catch statement, and inside the catch we get the error. First we can log the error as well. We can log the error inside the console, then we can move on. So we can have the toast dot, we can have the error as well, toast dot error, and that should be equals to, we can send the message as well directly, like we can have the loading failed, like that we have the loading failed, and that should be equals to the message as well. So we can have the load chats, like that we have the ID over there, that should be, we can have the load chats, and that's how it's going to work. And I don't know what is the error over there, so I think this cannot be the array, this should be the callback function. So this should be a function over there, like this, and that's how it's going to work, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So if we refresh, so let's see what happens. So there you can see, if we just refresh the page, so I don't know what happened. So let's move on to the go to chat, and there you can see now we have successfully loaded the chats, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there, and that's how it's going to work. So let's move on to the go to chats, and there it seems to be working fine. And if we refresh this, I think on the refresh that's not working. So I think the layout effect has been called before the main use effect. And then what do you want to do? So after that, you can see if we refresh the page, now you can see now we won't be seeing the chats over there. But if we move on to the main route, if we again move on to the go to chat, then we'll be seeing the loading chats. So there is an error. So what do you want to do? So you can see initially the context is sending the request to the backend regarding the token to check the user's token validity. Until then, it is calling this code. So what do you want to do? So we need to create the dependency on the auth. So once the authentication changes, now we want to rerun this code. So let's move on. And if we again refresh this, now you can see it works fine. You can see now successfully loaded all of the chats, and that's how it's going to work. You can see it's working perfectly fine. And there's another thing that we want to do is, you can see now we want to work on the clear conversation button as well. So we want to work on that. So how we can do that? So we can create another function. We can create the cons. We can have the handle delete, like that, handle delete chats, like that. So that could be equals to an asynchronous arrow function. And inside this, now what do you want to do? So we can remove everything. We can remove the params. So here we want to create a function inside the API communicator, and we want to create a middleware inside the backend as well, so that we can accept a request and then we can delete all of the chats of the user. So let's move on. So inside the chat route, now what do you want to do? So we can create another request over there. So we can have the chat routes, or we can have the delete over there. Now let's move on. So we can have slash, we can have the delete over there. So we can have slash, we can have the delete. And after that, let's move on. So inside this, now we can create another function. We can just copy it out. We can paste it out. So we can paste this function over there. We can have the delete. We can have the chats over there. So that's how it's going to work. And after we get all of the token user verification check, then we can move on. So then we can move on. So we can have the user dot, we can have the chats, like this. So we can have the user dot chats is equals to an empty array. So now we can set the user's chats to the empty array, and that's how we want to work. And after we set that, then I think we have the type error as well. So we can expect the type error. So we can have the TS, we can have the ignore over there. And after that, now what do you want to do? So after we have the user chats, then we can have the await, then we can have the user dot, we can have this save, like that, and that's how it's going to work. And then you can see everything seems to be working fine. And here now again we are sending the user chats. I think it's not required over there, so it's not required, and that's how it's going to work. And then now what do you want to do? So again we can move on to the chat routes. We can have the delete chats, like that. We have the delete chats. Then we can move on to the API communicator. Let's create another function. We can copy, we can paste it out. We can have your delete user chats. So we can have the delete, like this, user chats. That could be an asynchronous function. This should be a delete request over there. This should be the delete. Then we can have the delete, like this. So we can have the delete, that should be chat slash delete. And I think, yeah, it's same. We have the chat slash delete. And after that, now what do you want to do? So I think everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So it should be unable to delete the chats, like that. We get the error. And then we can move on again to the chat page. And here now what do you want to do? We can have the try catch for that. So we can have the try catch. So inside the try, we can have here the await. We can have the delete chats of the user. We can have the delete user chats. And after that, we can have the set messages of the user, set chat messages. That should be an empty array. And after that, we can run the toast as well. Toast dot, we can have the loading. We can have the deleting chats, like this. We can have the ID as well. We can have the ID. We can have the delete chats over there. like this. We can just copy, and after everything is successful, then we can move on. We can have the toast dot, we can have the success over there. Then we have the deleted, we can have the deleted chats, we can have the successfully, and then we have the same ID. Then if we get an error, then we can move on. We can log the error, we can log the complete error message, then we can move on. We can paste it out. We have the toast dot, we have the error, we can have the deleting chats, we can have the field like that. So that could be the error message. And now we want to reference this function to this button as well, to this button. Let's move on. So let's provide the on click as well. So we can have the on click over there, and that should be, we can have the handle delete chats. So let's see what happens if we move on. So we have successfully loaded chats, and let's move on. Let's just delete all of the chats. Let's move on. Let's click on delete, deleting chats. You can see now the chats are deleted successfully, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now if we refresh, now you can see now successfully loaded chats, but here we do not have any chats of the user, and that's how you can see it's working perfectly fine over there. You can see inside the all chats, we do not have any chat, and it's working great. So it seems working fine. And now what we want to do as the next step, so there you can see now we want to enable the protected routes inside the front end as well. So inside the backend we already have the protected routes. If we move on to the chat routes, you can see first we are verifying all of the tokens, we have generate chat completion, we are validating all of that. So we have a couple of middlewares, but now we want to move on to the front end to verify all of the protected routes of the user. So, and then we want to create the front end as well of the user. So that would be very simple. So first thing that we want to do is now we can move on to the chat page. So if the user is not logged in, and if the user tries to enter this page, then we want to move on, and then we want to redirect the user to the login page. So let's move on to the chat over there. So it would be very simple. So what do we want to do? So we can just again have the use effect code over there. We can have the use effect over there, and inside that now what do we want to do? So let's just call it, once we change the auth over there. So inside the use effect, now what do we want to do? We can have, if we do not have the auth dot, we can have the user. If that's null, then what do we want to do? So then we can have the return. Now we want to return the user to a new route, and to use that we need to use one thing from the React Router DOM, which is a navigate. So we have a hook inside the React Router DOM, which is a navigate. So we can use that as well. We can have import something, and that should be equals to, we can have the from, we can have the React Router DOM, and the something is, we can have the use navigate. So this is a hook that we can use. So first thing that we can do is we can have the const navigate like this. We can have the navigate that should have the reference of the use navigate hook. And after that, now what do you want to do? So after we have, so after you can see, once we do not have the auth.user, we can have the return, we can have the navigate like this, we can have the return navigate that should be equals to slash, we can have the login like this. So that's how it's going to work. So if you move on to the application, and if you just click on the logout, so there you can see now we are into the home route, but you can see now we want to implement the logout functionalities as well. So let's move on. So if the user is not logged in, so let's just implement that. So before testing this, now we want to implement the logout as well. So for implementing the logout, let's again move back to the backend. So we have the users controller. So we can move on to the user routes. Let's create another route of the logout. So we can have the user routes dot, we can have the get that should be equals to, we can have the logout. So that should be a logout request, and inside the verify user, let's just copy this function, let's just paste it out, and inside that we can have the logout, we can have the user logout like that, user logout like this, and we have this function over there, and inside this function there would be nothing, but we would be just removing the cookies of the user. So we would be removing the cookies of the user. So that's how we can create that. So you can see here we created the cookies inside the sign up and inside the login, so we can remove the cookies of the user as well. So how we can use that? So we can use the clear cookie function. So we can use this over there. So we have the logout route, and after we verify all of the details of the user, then we can move on. We can have the response dot, we can have the clear cookie, and inside that we have a couple of things. We have the HTTP only, domain of the localhost, signed of the true, the path is this, and let's just try the login. Oh, sorry, let's just try the logout as well. So let's move on. So it should be, we can have the user logout like this. So we have this controller function, and let's move on to the API communicator. Let's create another request that should be, we can have the user logout again, logout user like this. So we have this function that should be a get request only, and it should be, we can have slash user slash we would have the logout like this, the logout. So because the front end cannot delete the HTTP only cookies, so that's why we need the backend to just remove the cookies. So that's how we want to work. And after that, let's move on. So there, now we can move on, I think. So now we can move on to the header over there. We can move on to the header, or we can directly move on into, I think we can directly move on into the auth context. So here we need the logout. So after that, now what do you want to do? So we can have the await, that should be, we can have the user logout like this. So I think we have the logout user like this. So we have the logout user over there. So we want to call this function. And after that, we'll be having the set messages like this. Sorry, we'll be having the set is logged in. That should be, we can have the false set user. That should be, we can have the null over there. And after that, we want to reload the page as well, because once you remove the HTTP only cookies, it takes some time. It doesn't immediately get removed. So it takes some time. So we can have the window dot, we can have the location dot, we can have the reload like that. So we can reload the web page. So let's see what happens this time. And let's see that where we are using this function. Let's move on to the header.tsx. So there you can see now we are using the logout. So let's just try it out. So if we move on to the application, if we again move on to go to chat, and let's just move on to the inspect, let's move on to console, or we can move on to the network. Let's just click on the logout to see what happens. So here we have the logout. So let's just click on the logout. I think nothing is happening over there. So we need to do that. So we can move on to the navigation link, and there you can see we are not doing anything with the logout. So we can put the on-click prop over there. We can have the on-click. And here, what do you want to do? So now we can just run here the props.onClick, and it would be very simple. Now we can move on to the header. You can see now here we are providing the on-click. So it should work perfectly fine over there. So let's try it out once again. So let's move on to the application. So let's move on to the network tab over there. Let's click on the logout. So there you can see now we are logged out, and there you can see now inside the auth status, now we are receiving the message like the token not received. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. So it's working totally fine. And now let's move on. So here you can see if we refresh, now we do not have any token over there. And let's move on to the application as well. So inside the cookies, now you won't find any cookies. So now let's move on. Let's just try and log in once again. So let's move on with the James. Let's click on the login. So now we should be having the cookies. I think we are having the error over there. I think there's something wrong with that. I think it is admin. It should be the james@test.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. So email was wrong. So let's try it out with the login. So you can see it works perfectly fine. Now we are logged in, and if we now refresh, now we do not have any error message, and that's how it's going to work. So that's how we want to do. And now let's move on. So you can see everything seems to be working fine in our application. And now we want to move on. So if we again click on the logout, now you can see now we are logged out. But now you can see if we move on to the chat page over there, if we move on to, we can have localhost 5173, then we can have the chat over there like that. So let's move on. So now you can see now we should be redirected to the login, and that's how it works. And you can see that's how it works. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So now everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And there are a couple of things remaining to do this inside this application. The first is the Signup UI, we have the homepage UI, and we have the protected routes. So we are into the middle of protected routes, and let's just complete all of that. So let's move on to the login. So there you can see if we are logged in, and if we move on to go to chat, you can see, suppose I want to show you an example. If we click on the logout, and if we again move on to slash, we can have the chat, you can see now we are redirected to the login page. So we want to do the similar thing for the login page as well. So let's move on to the login. So we want to do same, like if the user is already logged in, then we can redirect the user to the chat page. So we can have the effect over there. We can have the effect, and inside the effect, it should run every time the auth changes. Then we can move on. So here it should be very simple. So we can check if we have the auth dot, we have the user. Then I think what we can do, so we can redirect the user to navigate, like we can have the navigate over there, slash we can have the chat. So that's all that we want to do for the login. So you can see now if we move on, so I have already registered the navigate. So with the help of this, now we can move on to the chat. So if we move on, if we click on the login, james@test.com, we can click on the login. So you can see everything seems to be working fine. But now if we move on to the login page over there like this, so then you can see now we'll be redirected to the chat page. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And now we want to do another thing for the protected routes. So let's move on again into the main file app.tsx, and here now what we can do. So we have the chat page over there, and this is the protected route. So we can only enable this route. So we can wrap this inside a condition. So we can only enable this route once we have the auth dot we have the is logged in is true, and we have the auth dot we have the user property. So after all of these things, then only we want to enable this route over there. So now you can see, if we again move on, click on the logout, and if we again move on, we can go to /chat. You can see now we'll be moved on to the not found page. It means now the user is moving into a page which is not found. So everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. So now this functionality is completed, the protected routes. Let's just work on the sign up as well. So we can move on to the login. We can copy the complete login page. We can paste it out inside this sign up, because the UI should be same of the authentication of the auth screens. So that should be, we can have the sign up, and here as well we should be having this sign up over there like this. So it should have the sign up over there, and here we want to do another thing. We need another input for this. We can have the customized input. The type should be, we can have the text. The name should be the name itself of the user. The label should also be the name. Then we can move on. We can declare the function for the sign up as well. So let's move on to the API communicator. So let's just copy the login. Let's just paste it below that. We can have the sign up user like this. So then we can have the xls.post. That should be, we can have the sign up over there like this, and we can have the name as well. The name should also be, we can have the string, the email and the password. Then here as well we'll be having the name, email and the password. So you can see now it's working fine, and the sign up has the 201 inside that. We can have the enable to, we can have the sign up like this. So you can see now we have already defined all of the functions. We just want to copy paste all of these functions and change these routes over there. Now we have the sign up route. If the response.status not equals to 201, unable to sign up, then we are just sending the data. And now let's move on. So now we can move on into the I think inside the auth context. Let's move on. Let's do inside the sign up as well. So let's move on. So we need to do the same thing inside the sign up. So let's move on. So we can have the data equals to, we can have the sign up user like this. Sign up user. We need to provide the name, email and the password over there, and then we'll be setting all of these properties. Now finally we can move on to the login, to the sign up page. Then we should be having auth. Where is the auth? There is the auth. It should be the auth dot, we can have this sign up, and now we want to get the name as well. So we can get the name over there. We can get the const. We can get the name. That should be equals to form data dot get. That should be equals to the name. And now we'll be sending the name, email and the password, and that's how it's going to work. And let's move on. So there you can see now we have here the text of the login. It should be, we can have the sign up over there, and now it should work perfectly fine. And now we have the button. It should be, we can have the sign up over there. You can see now we have similar UI. We have the sign up, we have the name, email and the password. So this is the sign up. So that's how we can do that. So we can have the name. We can give the name of the Mary like that. We can have the Mary. We can have Mary, we can have the Harry like that. So we can give any name like that. So then we can have the Mary @test.com. We can give the password 123456. So let's just click on the sign up, and I think we can move on again. So it should be, the messages should be, we can have the signing in. It should be signing up like this, signing up. It should be having the signed up once again. We can have the signing up. That should be failed. So now we should be having a different ID. That should be the sign up. Here as well we'll be having the sign up. Here as well we'll be having the sign up. So let's just try it out. So let's just click on the sign up, signing up, and there you can see everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And there you can see now we have the Mary. That's why we can see the MH over there. And now you can see it seems working fine. The sign up works. Now we want to work on the home page. So let's move on. Let's design the home page of our application as well. So now let's work with the home page. And for the home page, now we'll be using some type of animation. It should be some sort of animation that we can use inside the typing. So that should be a typing animation. So we can have the React. We have the React over there. Then we can have the type animation over there. We can just use this library, React type animation, and it's a completely animated text library over there. Like you can see, you can move on to home page as well. Like this, you can move on to home page, and this is their home page. So then you can move on to their site as well. So here we have the demo over there. You can move on to the demo. You can say this is the demo over there. You can write this typing animations as well, and that's how they will work. So we need to use this type of animations for that, and that's how we can use that. So let's move on. So let's install this library. So we have the React type animation of that. So let's install that over there. We have the npm install. We can have the React type animation over there. We need to install that. And now let's move on. So after installing that, we'll be using the component over there. You can say this is the component like this. So we can use this component like this. We can just copy that over there. We can just copy here, and then we can move on. We can paste it out. So we can create a shared component once again. We can have the typing animation like that. So I think let's create a new component for the home page. I think component, we can have the typer like this, typer, and inside that we can have the typing animation like that. Or we can have the typing anim dot, we have the tsx. So we have this component over there, and let's just write the boilerplate code. And after that, we can just copy this full component, the type animation. Let's just paste it out here. So we have the type animation. Let's import that, and there you can see now it should be used. And now after that, now we want to provide the text as well. So you can see after every 1 second, first this should be visible, then this, then this, then this. So that's how it's going to work. So first, that what we can do, so we can have the chat with your own AI. So we can have the chat with your, we can have your AI. Then we can move on. Then we can write built with OpenAI. Then we can move on. So I have added an emoji as well. Then we can move on. We can just write something like your own customized ChatGPT. So that's how we want to work. So you can see now we can skip this one. We can skip this one, and we can give the timing of around, we can have your 1000 milliseconds. That should be, we can have the 2000 milliseconds, and that should be somewhere around, we can give a same like 1500 milliseconds for that. So here you can see we'll be repeating it for the infinity times. We have the style, so we can give a customized styles as well. So we have the font size of 2em. We can give the font size of around 80 pixels with that, the 80 pixels of the font size, or I think the 80 would be, so enough. We can give around 60 pixels for the font size. Then we can move on. So I think the color we can give, that should be, we can have the white over there. Then we can have the display like this. We can have the inline block over there, and then we can move on. We can have the text shadow as well. We can have the text shadow, that should be somewhere around 1 pixels. We can have the 1 pixels. Then we can have the 20 pixels of the shadow blur. Then we can have #000 color for the shadow. So you can see now we have the typing animation. Now we can successfully move on to the home page of our application. So we can move on to the home.tsx over there. We have the home.tsx, and now we can render all of that. So first we can just provide a box over there from the material UI. So we can have the box over there, and inside the box we can just provide the width. That should be somewhere around, we can give the 100% over there. We can have the height as well for the container. That should be 100%. We can also give here, I think, the flex for the display. So we can have the flex over there for this display flex. Then I think we can have the flex over there, and then I think we can move on. We can have the mx. That should be, we can have the auto over there like that. We have the mx. That should be, we can have the auto. Now we can move on. So that's a parent container. Now we can move on. We can render the box here. So we can render another box. It should contain a couple of more styles. So that could be the container of all of these children's, like the typing animation. And after the typing animation, then we'll be showing an image as well. So it should also have the display of the flex. Then we can move on. The width, that should be, I think we can give the width, or we can have the 100% over there. We can have the flex direction. That should be inside the column basis. Then we can move on. Align items. That should be, I think, inside the center over there. And then we can move on. We can have the mx. That should be, again, that should be auto. And I think this parent container does not require the flex and the mx auto. So that should only have a parent container. And after that, inside the first thing that we want to do, so we can just render the typing animation. So we can have the typing anim over there like this. So we need to only run that. So let's see how it looks if we move on to this application, if we move on to the home page. So let's see how it looks now. So if we refresh the page, I think it's not over. We can have the npm run. We can have the dev. So let's see what happens. So there we go. Now you can see, now we have the chat with your own AI. You can see it looks great over there, built with OpenAI. And there you can see it is working perfectly fine over there. You can see now it looks great over there. We can provide some styles from the empty as well. For the empty, that should be somewhere around 3 like that. So you can see now it looks great. So you can see that's how we want to do that. And after this, now we can move on. And here, after this box, let's define another box over there. So here we have another box for us. And inside this box now, what do you want to do? So first we can provide the SX, we can have the width, that should be, we can have the 100% over there. Again, the width should be the 100%. Then we can move on. We can have the display like this. So we can have the display that should again be inside the flex box over there. And after that, here we need to render 2 images, and 2 images should be side by side on the medium devices, and on the small devices it should be on the up and bottom. So we can have a flex direction. It should be regarding the theme. We'll be having the responsive. So we can have for the medium, it should be what we can do. So the medium, the flex direction should be, we can have the row, and for the extra small, we can have the flex direction that should be equals to, we can have I think we can have the column like that. So that's how it's going to work. And after that, let's move on. So after that, we can move on. We can have the gap between them. That should be, we can have the 5. Then I think we can have the MY, that should be equals to 10. That's enough for that, I think, right? That's enough. And after that, here we need to render 2 images, and you will find all of these images inside this section. So first image that we want to render, the source could be, we can have the robot, or we have the PNG over there. So you need to create this image over there. Sorry, you have this image for the robot. Let's move on. So here we have the robot image, so we need this image over there. Let's move on. We have the robot.png here as well. We'll be having the robot over there. And after that, let's move on. So here we can have the style for that. So we can have the style for the images. We can have a width that should be somewhere around, we can give the 200 pixels for the width of it. That should be, we can have the 200 pixels. And here what we can do, so after the width, then we can have the margin, that should be, we can have the auto over there like this. We have the margin of the auto. So that's how we want to work. After that, we'll be having another image of the OpenAI. So we can move on. So again, we can have the OpenAI.png, or again should be the OpenAI like that. The same should be there. So now you can see, now we have 2 images over there, and that's how we want to work. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And after that, we need to provide some class names for the OpenAI image, because here we will be rotating this image. So let's move on. So here we can have the class name for that. That should be image dash, we can have the inverted over there like that, so that we can have the white color. And after that, I have added some CSS for that. So let's move on to the index.css. Here we have the rotation CSS. You can add the rotate over there, and inside the rotate you have the animation, and here we have the keyframes. So from 0 degree to 359 degree to 360 degree. So we want to rotate there, and it is infinite. Sorry, it should be completed within 8 seconds, and it's a linear. So you need to add this CSS over there. It's very simple over there. And now let's move on. Let's just copy the rotate over there. Let's just paste it out. You can have the rotate like this over there. So let's see how it looks. So you can see now it looks great over there. Now we have the rotation images, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And after this, now we want to create another box. So that would be the last box. Let's create another box. So what you want to do, so you can also create a new one. So we can have the box over there like that. And inside this, now what do we want to do? So we can have the SX prop for that, and it should include, so the SX prop should include some props, like we can have the display again. That should be, we can have the flex for this. So display should have the flex, so that it should take full available space. Then we can have the width. That should be, we can have the 100% over there for the width. Then we can move on. And I think after that we can move on, and after the width, then we can have the margin from the X. That should be, we can have the auto over there like that. So that's how we want to work. After that, we want to have the image as well. So we can have the image. This time it should be, we can have the chat dot, we can have the PNG. I think we have the chat.png, right? So we'll be using our own image for that. So we'll be having the chat.png. We'll be having the chatbot like that. So we have the chatbot, and then what we want to do. So here we can provide a customized style as well. So we can have the style. We can have again the display. That should be inside the flex. We can have the margin. That should be, we can have the auto over there like that. We have the margin of the auto. Then we can move on. So after that, we can have the width. That should be only 60% of the available space. The width should be 60%. We have the border radius. That should be somewhere around 20 would be enough. 20 pixels would be enough. Then we can have the box shadow as well. So we need the shadow for this image. So the box shadow that we want to define could be, we can move on, and it should have hash 64F3D5. So we have this shadow over there. It is 64F3D5. Then we can move on. We can have here the margin from the top as well. That should be somewhere around 20. You can see now we have this image over there. Oh, sorry, we haven't defined the XY positions for this box shadow as well. We need to define here the positions. So for the horizontal, it should be somewhere around, we can have the 5 pixels. And for I think the vertical, again it should be the -5 pixels for that, and we want to define the blur, that should be 105 pixels for that. That's enough. So there you can see now we have the image over there, and everything seems to be working fine over there. You can see now it looks great over there. Now we have this image and everything seems to be working fine over there. If we move on to the 100%, you can see it looks great over there. We can have the margin from the bottom as well. So we can have the margin that should be from, we can have the bottom over there. That should be somewhere around 20 once again. And that's how we want to work. And everything seems to be working fine over there. You can see now we have the chat with our own AI. We have built with OpenAI. And if we open that inside the mobile devices, you can see it looks great. First, we have the screens over there. First, we have the data. Then first we have these images, and then we have the image as well. And that's how we want to work. And I think we need to move on. We need to provide for the SM as well. So we can have the SM over there. Small devices, that should be, again, we can have the column, or we can have the column over there. So that's how we want to work. So now it should look great over there. Now you can see now it looks fine. But I think the image should be increased in the mobile devices. So how we can do that? So we can give customized style for the mobile and for this and for the desktop. So let's move on. So we can use MUI for that. I think we need to first import some things. We need to import the use media query from the MUI material, and then we need to use the theme as well. So we can have the use theme over there like that from the MUI material. So what we can do, we can create a media query. So we can have the cons, we can have the theme, and that should be equals to, we can have the use theme over there like that. And after that, we need to create a variable. We can have the cons is, we can have the below medium like this is below MD. That should be equals to, we can have the use media query, and inside that we'll be having a boolean as the return. Then we can move on. We can have the theme dot, we can have the breakpoints dot, we can have the down, and that should be from the MD. So with the help of this, now we can get if that's a mobile device or not with the is below MD. So if the screen size is below MD or not, so we can get these from this. So you can see now it looks great over there. Now it looks perfectly great over there, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. And now the final thing that we want to do is now we can move on. We can move on to the app component. So final thing that we can do is now we can create the footer as well within this application. So let's move on. So here now what do you want to do? So we can move on. So inside the components, let's create a new folder. That could be for the footer. So inside the footer, let's create a new file. That could be, we can have the footer dot, we have the tsx over there, and now we can add some boilerplate code for that. So footer can have the simple styles over there. You can see here we have the simple styles. We have the div, and inside the div we have the style over there. We have the width of 100%, padding of 20, minimum height of 20 VO port height, max height of 30 VH, margin top of 50. And then you can see there are a couple of styles for the paragraph as well. And after that, now we want to provide the link as well for the Indian coders. So let's move on. So what we can do, so here we have the built with love by Indian coders. So we can just provide the span like this. So we can have the span, and inside the span we can just use the link directly from, I think, React Router DOM. So we can have the link over there like this. We have the React Router DOM over there. We can just copy the Indian coders. We can paste it out, and inside the link we can provide the 2 as well. The 2 should be equals to HTTPS. We can have here the youtube.com/ we can have the Indian coders. So we can have this channel name for us. So now we have the Indian coders for that, and that's how it works over there. Now we have this link over there, and after that, now what do we want to do after that? Now we can provide the class name for the link as well. So I think we have the nav link over there like that. So we have the nav link for the class name. Let's move on to this CSS as well. So here we have the index.css. So I think, yes, we have the nav link over there like this. So we can provide the nav link for the class names. So let's see how it looks over there. So now we have this like this. So let's move on. Let's just render the footer after this. Now we have the built with love by Indian coders. So I think we are just having some like blue color over there. So we can have the style over there. We can have the color. That should be, we can have the white over there like that. And now we have built with love by Indian coders, and we can remove this over there. And we can also remove the empty space over there which has created. So you can see it's looking perfectly great over there. Now we have the built with love by Indian coders, and it looks great over there. Now what we can do, so if we can click on the Indian coders, now we should be moved on to the YouTube channel of my YouTube channel. You can say Indian coders, and you can also please subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. I create a lot of videos on the MERN Stack, full stack development, web development, React Native. So you can please subscribe to the channel as well. And now let's move back. So you can see now it looks great over there on the mobile devices as well. You can see now it looks great, and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. So now let's move on. So there you can see, if we now just move on to logout, if we can just click on the logout over there, now we can just move on, we can click on the login, we can move on with the login over there, so we can log in as well. And there you can see now we have here the loaded chats as well. If there would be chats, then we would be loading all of the chats of the user. Then we can again create a new chat like that, and I think there is some margin between them, right? So you can see we are having some extra space between them. And now to fix this layout, so what do we need to do? So we can move on to the chat page. So here we have the chat. So here you can see, here we have the padding of 20 pixels and we have the width of 100%. So either we can remove the padding from this. So let's see how it looks. So now you can see, now we do not have any extra spaces over there, and then we can increase the padding within the input. So let's move on. So let's change it to 30 pixels. You can see now it looks great over there and everything seems to be working fine. And we can provide the margin for this as well. The MX, that should be, we can have the 1. And now it should work perfectly fine over there like this. So we can have the MX, that should be, we can have the 1 over there. You can see now it's working great over there and everything seems to be working perfectly fine over there. And there you can see, now we can again move on. So I think we can remove this, footer inside the chat page. So what we can do, so instead of rendering the footer inside the main layout, so we can remove the footer. We can render the footer only inside the home page like this. So only inside the home page. Now we can render the footer as well. So we can just render here the footer, and that's how it works over there. Now let's move on. So if we move on to the home page, so now we should be seeing the footer over there, and we can just increase some margin from the top. That should be somewhere around 60 like that. So now we have some margin, and there you can see now it looks great. So now you can see now it looks great over there and everything seems to be working perfectly fine. And after that, I think we can move on to the footer. So font size 30 pixels, text align center, okay. So I think we can just keep it default, and we can increase the padding to the 20 pixels directly inside the paragraph tag, and that's how we want to work. Now you can see now it looks great over there. Now if we move on to go to chat, you can see now we do not have the extra spacing left over there. And if we enter any chat over there, like hi, like this, so let's click on the send. So now you can see now we have the chats over there. And there you can see now it looks great over there. Hello, how can I help you today? And you can see I have made another adjustment over there inside the chat item. So I have added the border radius, that should be 2, and my, that should be equals to the 1. And here as well we have the border radius of 2, we have the gap of 2, and that's how we want to do that. You can see now it looks great. Now we have a structured layout for that. And here you can see with the help of this, now you can see our application looks completed over there. Now our application feels completed. You can see it was a great application. We integrated with the OpenAI, we created the backend, we created the front end, we created the perfect design for that. You can see everything looks great over there and everything is working perfectly fine like this. So congratulations on completing this application. So I hope now you have learned a lot from this course. You can see we created the backend, we integrated the authentication systems here, the authorization systems, we integrated the OpenAI here, and here you can see now we have integrated the material UI for the design. We created a perfect design for us. You can see everything seems to be working fine over there. So now let's move on and let's just close this application. So now let's mark is completed, and let's move on to the summary part, and let's discuss that what we have learned throughout this course. And now let's see that what we have done throughout this course. So we have learned the MERN stack. So now you know, and now you have a great knowledge about the MERN stack, that how the MERN stack works, how the backend front end integration works, how we create the backend, how we create the front end with the React. And then first we created the very basic Express Node REST API. So we created the REST API. We showed you the tutorial that how to get started with the MERN stack. Then we created the fully secured authentication with our backend. So it is completely secured with the HTTP only cookies, JWT tokens, authentication, authorization, adding middlewares for the security, and there was so many things. And we have the data validation checks as well. And then we created an OpenAI project similar to the ChatGPT clone. So it was a huge project. We created the ChatGPT clone with the MERN stack. So then we created the modern design with the material UI and React. So MUI is a React UI component library. We integrated that with the React. We created the animations, we created some components, we created the chat type layout. We created a lot of designs with the React and the material UI. And then we created this seamless integration with the MERN stack, with the backend and the front end. We created the integration with the credentials, with the XCS, and so many things. So with all of that, let's close this project. So it was very nice working with you. So now let's move on. So now in the end, I want one favor from you. So please like the video, because we spend a lot of time building these type of tutorials for you. So we spend all of our weekends and all of the things, so we don't go outside, we just create some projects like that. So if this video deserves one like and subscribe, then please do that, because it gives me some sort of like relaxation that if I'm creating something, then I'm receiving something from you guys as well. So that's it from my side. So I hope you will be successful in the future. You can create the MERN stack, you can apply for the job opportunities, you can share this project into your resume as well. So let's move on and let's just wrap everything with this project.